title of this song is what you think about Jesus. One who died on the cross, that none should be lost. What do you think about Jesus?
Oh, he's alright. Oh, he's alright.
Welcome everybody to another BDA Boxing podcast, broadcasting to you live from the true north. This is your friend Mr. BDA, flying solo for the moment. Thank you guys for joining us, and happy Easter too. Happy Easter to everybody. Hope you are enjoying your Sunday evening. Now hold on a second, something's going on here with my microphone. Give me 2 seconds here. Gosh darn microphone giving me trouble. Anyway, listen guys, thank you for joining us on this beautiful Easter Sunday. Well, it's not that sunny outside, but where I'm at, but that's how I like it. Nice and cloudy, a little bit rainy too, a little bit rainy. Anyway guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you joining us here. You guys know the drill. If you want to continue contributing to the show, you can do so by hitting that like button, subscribing. And if you get a couple of shekels that you can donate, you can send them our way via the super chat feature. During the program, you can go to the BDA PayPal page or the BDA Discord page as well. I mean, the Discord Patreon. All right, so this is going to be... listen, first of all, now we got the business out of the way. Shout out to Nesmatic, TT101 in the chat room, Joey C67, Matchroom Casual, Grievous, Sprog 11, G Boogie, Campos Vasquez, Blues Boxing, Mr. Klaka, and many more to come, I'm sure. Guys, thank you for joining us. It's going to be an episode where we throw around a variety of subjects, more or less historical of nature, but I also want to talk about a couple of current things that are going on, and we can tie them to an historical context later on. So that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to be taking phone calls. I will be opening up the phone lines in a couple of minutes. If anybody wants a link for the Discord, you know the drill. Just let me know. And I'll invite you regular panelists for the moment. But now, Hold on a second. What is this? All right, invites. Yeah. All right, done. All right, hold on a second. I'm just gonna call Bucho so I can set up. He's not gonna be on for the moment, I don't think, but just so we can get something going here. What is this? I don't know how to place phone calls anymore. What is this? All right, there we go. All right, so I'm inviting 4 people here, and I'm going to be adding Bucho if I can find him. There we go. All right. What is this? What is this? Hold on a sec.
Can you hear me, BDA?
Oh, all right. So Stu answered. Yeah, Stu, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It's
All
just
right,
went off
fantastic.
silent.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining me. Happy Easter, man.
Yeah, happy Easter to you, brother. I know you're a Christian, so I know Easter's a big day for you, brother.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's hold on a second. My microphone's fucking up on me again here. Hold on a second. All right, so well, as long as you can still hear me though, but yeah, Easter
Yeah.
with the fucking COVID thing here, they restricted it so they don't want people congregating. But you know, some people in the United States they're getting together anyways, so they're
Yeah.
defying.
I mean, my mum bought me a fucking Easter egg. I'm like in my 40s. My mum bought me a fucking Easter. I was like, yeah, man, them days are over, mate. I ate the fucking thing, but yeah, the days of getting Easter eggs. I don't even like chocolate anymore. The older you get, the less crap food you start to eat. Sort of
Yeah,
thing.
man.
You start to. Well, I used to hate vegetables and stuff. Brussels sprouts, I used to fucking hate them things. But as you get older, you start to like them stuff.
Yeah, sprouts aren't bad, man. I still hate peas though. I can never get into peas, man.
I,
They're too.
I BDA, I haven't had a pea on my plate for probably 25 years. I cannot stand the fucking things. Why do people want to eat them things? They've got no taste. They're hideous. They look hideous. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're flavorless. I mean, I know some people put some, they put some seasoning on it and stuff like that, but it's still I can't get into peas, man. They're too mushy. They don't have any extrinsic qualities that are good. They're not juicy. They're not.
Yeah.
They don't have flavor. I don't know, but some
Peas,
people are into it, man.
yeah, you got to stick them in a curry or something, a vegetable curry, and I can tolerate them. But or a bit of special fried rice. But even then, I'm picking them out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Hold on a second. It says Bay Area in the chat room says, "Hey BDA, unblock my account. That crackhead keeps blocking me." I don't know. I see you, so how can you be blocked if I see you? I'm confused, man. I'm really confused here.
Who was that? Who was that? Said that?
Bay Area.
He said who's blocking him?
He said a crackhead, so I don't know who he's talking about. I assume he's
well,
talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who he's on about. Unless he's on about. I know he's got beef with Johnny, so I bet he's probably talking about him.
Yeah, he's probably referring because I think he's referred to Johnny Boy as a crackhead before too. Anyway, listen, guys, I'm having trouble with my microphone, so if I disappear for about 5 seconds, we're gonna put that into perspective. You know, Stu, I was thinking about this, man, because it's a historical, subject today on this episode. That's the context of it. But I also want to move around a couple of things, and one of the just to start off, and then we'll connect this to history. Floyd Mayweather just came out recently. I don't know if you saw, but that 50 Cent made fun of him about not being able to say Corona or COVID or something like that, and then Floyd Mayweather, never one to shy away from a contest, posted a video of himself with his son teaching him how to box. And so, in other words, I think he was making fun of 50 Cent, who has an estranged son. So Mayweather was sort of rubbing it in. But one of the things that Mayweather said later on afterwards is that, and I'm going to put the article up here for everybody to see. Floyd Mayweather says, "I will be one of the best trainers in the world." Floyd Mayweather Jr. has said he will be one of the best trainers in the world and follow the footsteps of his late uncle. Roger Mayweather, who trained Floyd Jr. for much of his career, had been ill for some time before he died in March, following complications related to diabetes. Mayweather Jr. posted a video on Instagram training his 14-year-old nephew, accompanied by a long caption about his own trainers. "As many of you know, I've had incredible trainers, which included my dad and my uncle. Due to the recent passing of my uncle Roger, I've felt inspired to help those around me the same way that they have been there for me throughout my boxing career." So he says, I'm new at training and so far I've been working with people with no boxing experience. Therefore, we are growing together, but I promise you, I will be one of the best trainers in the world. Now, Stu, we look at the best trainers across history, and we've seen fighters,
Yeah,
great fighters, try to be trainers. Namely,
yeah,
Sugar Ray Leonard tried to be a trainer. Eric Morales has
yeah,
been trying to as well. They don't seem to make it quite well. They can't seem to make the transition very smoothly from
no.
trainer from boxer to trainer. Why do you think that is?
Because there's a lot of most of the time, I mean, you're training someone that can never be as good as you were, so you're always disappointed in the guy. You're not showing it to him, obviously not, but you get frustrated as a trainer when things come natural to you and you try to teach it to someone, it doesn't come natural to them. And this is Sugar Ray Leonard we're talking about. How many people can fight like Sugar Ray Leonard? Look, Sugar Ray, sometimes these trainers, probably the best way to do is keep it to the basics. See what a fighter's got, see their attributes, like Emmanuel Stewart. I know I
Mm-hmm.
keep praising Emmanuel Stewart, but it is what it is. Emmanuel Stewart will get a fighter, find out what his best tools are, and work around that. A lot of these ex fighters, some of them, especially Floyd, Sugar Ray, them sort of guys, slick back foot fighters, very, very hard to teach fighters to fight like Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Mayweather. So maybe that's one of the reasons. It's a bit like football. I mean, soccer in your case over there. It's very rare you get a world class player that becomes a world class manager. If you get what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
you get them, you do. But I mean, most of the best managers, like Jose Mourinho in his day and Ferguson, were average footballers. And I don't think Mourinho was even a footballer. So look, there's been a lot of trainers down the line, like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson probably realizes, look, it's going to be hard to teach someone to fight like Mike Tyson in the heavyweight division now, because for a start, most of the guys are not going to be as small as him. They're
Mm-hmm.
going to be a lot bigger than him, bigger than he was, and they're going to be nowhere near as quick, nowhere near as fucking dangerous. Don't punch as hard. So how do you teach someone to fight like Mike Tyson when he doesn't
Exactly.
have them attributes?
Exactly.
So look, this is what we're up against, and this is why. I mean, I think the best way to be a trainer is get what Floyd just said. Get them from young, and try and nurture them that way. Try and teach them the best you can, and build along with them. You can't just Floyd can't just get someone like Badu Jack and teach him how to fight like Floyd Mayweather. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing though, because with these fighters, I mean, we were talking about it a little bit a couple of episodes ago about what makes a good trainer, and to a certain degree, it's a symbiotic relationship. The fighter to a large degree makes the trainer, like Stu was saying. Sugar Ray Leonard, incredible physical talent, and then of course he had the skills, meaning the brain, the technique, the willpower, the ability to work hard and to get to where he got, at the end of his career. You can't teach that. You either have it or you don't. And a good trainer will bring that out of you and get the best out of you. But let's say Sugar Ray Leonard goes in there and he starts training a guy that, instead of getting up to run at 5 in the morning, he likes to get up to run at 6 in the morning, or he doesn't like to run, or blah, blah, blah. That can frustrate a guy like Leonard. In fact, that's essentially what happened with Sugar Ray Leonard. He was training some guy. I forget what the guy's name was. And the guy that his fighter won, but Ray Leonard was frustrated because he couldn't get him to do what he wanted to, and his guy didn't look good. And afterwards, he confessed to a writer saying, "Listen, I don't even know what I'm doing here." He says, "What I'm doing is."
Exactly. This is exactly what I said, brother. These special fighters, right? Because everything comes so natural to them when they're
Mhm.
training guys. The message is not getting across because they're just not good enough. It's like Chavez Senior. You see the frustration in his face when he looks at his son and knows it will never be half the man that he was,
Mhm.
and you see it in him. And I think that's why Chavez Senior never went down that route of training. I mean, he couldn't even get his son to be half the man he was, and this is what we're up against. Look, Eric Morales, like you said about Eric Morales. How many Eric Moraleses are you going to find? Not many.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's like I said, game plans go out the window when you get punched in the face. Mike Tyson has been quoted as saying that, and Eric Morales was a what he had inside him. You cannot teach. That is he's a born fighter. From the tough streets of Tijuana, in it, I think he's from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, he's born to fight, and like I said, you don't train them sort of guys. Them guys are bred. So look, this is what you're up against when you're a top fighter. You're going to be it's going to be kids coming into the gym that are just nowhere near the talent you ever was, and it's whether you've got the patience to deal with them or not. And a lot of top guys, especially Floyd, will soon get fed up of repeating himself and not getting the results, should we say, and then he'll probably give up as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that you mentioned. Sorry about that, my microphone. That's the other thing you were saying. The patience. A lot of these guys, especially the all-time greats, they don't have the patience because, they'll tell a guy do this, do that. The guy doesn't know how to do it because he doesn't have the talent. For example, like imagine Roy Jones. He's been training a little bit, just a little bit lately. Obviously, he doesn't expect guys to fight like him because who could fight like him? It would be impossible. He was teaching Chris Eubank the other day a couple of things. There was a video on Instagram, and he's teaching him the pullback counter, and everybody in the chat room, in the comment section, was like, well, he's like, he's never gonna be able to do it like Roy Jones, but maybe he can take something like that from it and adapt it to his own style. Sometimes that can work.
Yeah. Look, Boxing Virus in the chat saying it's not about natural talent, it's about repetitive, do the repetitive stuff in training. That's a load of nonsense. Trust me, because I've been in enough gyms to know that it doesn't matter. You can have all the training techniques in the world. You can repeat some repetitive skills for hours on end. At the end of the day, putting it into a ring is a different sort of thing. Taking it into the ring when a proper fight's in there, when you're with a guy that's probably better than you as well. All them sort of factors can. And look, to get all the best fighters, Sugar Ray Leonard is a natural talent. If he wasn't a natural talent, why haven't we seen one as good since in the welterweight division? Because I don't care. Floyd's nowhere near Sugar Ray Leonard for me. I think Floyd's better defensively than Len Leonard, but for all-round package, Leonard was just one of the greats of all time in my eyes. So how many of Leonard's been retired? How many years? Where's the next Sugar Ray Leonard? These guys, they're natural talents. They only come along once in a generation. That's what you got to understand, and that's why Floyd and Sugar Ray and Chavez, them sort of guys, they're just not. That's why they didn't train, because they're training guys that can never be them.
That's right.
And now, they get frustrated.
Jeez, my fucking microphone here. Hold on a second. All right, hopefully that settles it there. All right, yeah, listen, the talent, you absolutely need talent. Oh, there we go. Again, fucking microphone, man. What's going on here?
Boxing Virus. I don't care what Sugar Ray Leonard said. Sugar Ray Leonard said a lot of things. Sugar Ray Leonard said he was scared of it. Well, he ducked Darren Pryor. He admitted he ducked Darren Pryor. But do you think he ducked Darren Pryor? I don't think he did. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Marvin Hagler after being out of the ring. Look, there's a lot of fighters that say something. Look at George Foreman, the things he says. Look, Sugar Ray Leonard was a natural talent. That is not a fucking guy that you just put in the gym. The guy was a gold medalist of, this guy, one of the greats. He was not a guy you can just put in the gym and say, look, here's a few boxing moves. Use that and you'll be an all-time great. Get out of it. What fucking planet?
You know what it is? It's. I found out years ago, discovered that years ago, that the skills pay the bill. Obviously skills are very important. Don't get me wrong. Like repetition and technique, that's all fantastic. But we've seen guys in boxing who don't have, they have perfect technique and good fundamentals, but they don't have punching power. They don't have hand speed. And here's the thing, to put it in perspective. You can find a lot of top 30 guys and top 20 guys that you've never seen on television, and that you probably only see a handful of times, or a couple of times rather, in television. And these are the guys that have maybe like end up retiring with a 20 win, 5 loss record or something like that, right? And you look at him and say, oh, he's a bum. You look at them, how hard they work in their. I'll give you an example. Stu, what was the name of that guy, the silver medalist from 1988? He was a super middleweight, and he beat. He lost to Joe Calzaghe, and now he's a commentator for Sky Sports, I think.
Richie Woodle. Not
Richie Woodle, yes, thank you. Richie Woodle, fantastic worker, very good technique. I saw a documentary about him a couple of years ago about how hard he had to work by his prime. Tough guy, but he was quick and all that, but he didn't have blazing hand speed. He didn't have power. He didn't have that, grit, toughness, anything exceptional. And
Richie Woodle is a prime example of getting a guy with who's not say naturally gifted, but you can work with a guy and you can take him to a certain level, and you can get him to a certain like where he can nick a world title here and there. Yeah, that you can get where you can build a fighter from scratch and get him to be at that level. But I'm talking about Sugar Ray Leonard level
Exactly.
now. I mean, Richie Woodall is not in the same stratosphere as Sugar Ray Leonard. That's what we're
That
talking about, isn't
that's
it?
right, because Leonard had blazing hand speed, punching power. You know, look at how he would cock that left hook and knock people out when he was going up in his career. He stopped Hearns. No, Tommy Hearns. He went to war with Duran. I mean, he knocked out Benitez. I mean, he had power, hand speed. He had special talent. You know, he had reflexes too. You cannot teach that in the gym. No matter how hard you work, you can improve your punching power, but you
Thank
don't.
you.
Yeah, and then you have like Boxing Virus is saying. Then you have the guys that are the opposite. They have the talent, but they don't have the work ethic or the fundamentals. It
Yeah.
goes both ways. But you need,
Andre Durrell, prime example. Even
that's right.
Zab Judah to a certain degree. I think if Zab Judah had some sort of, if he had a bit of heart and will, I mean,
Mhm.
he'd find a way out any way possible. Just had no heart, no courage for me, and them sort of things you need as well. Sugar Ray Leonard showed courage plenty of times when he went to war with Duran. When he went to war, well, he didn't go to war with. Well, when he went to war with Tommy Hearns, I mean, fucking Tommy Hearns. He went to war with Tommy Hearns and Duran. I mean, look, come on, man. I mean, that's what you got to need. You need balls as well. You need heart and will and desire to win.
That's right.
Talent is just not enough. I mean, like I said, I keep talking about natural talent, but there also comes a lot with that. It comes with a good chin,
Mhm.
good hand speed. Like I said, you got to be able to bite on the gum shield and go to war if you have to. And that's what Leonard did. He did all them things. So that's naturally talented for me. I mean, you just can't teach that to people.
You know what? Punching power, people, it gets a bad rap because some people say, "Oh, you know, a power puncher is only as good as his skills." Blah blah blah. But punching power can take you a good long way, man. And you know, I've seen a lot of guys coming up from the amateurs here in Canada. They look good. They win the national championships, the Golden Gloves, and all the titles that they can win at the amateur level, at the national level, I should say. Then they turn pro, and sometimes they don't even go anywhere because they don't have that extra pieces of talent. Whether it's superior hand speed, punching power, athleticism. Some of these guys they just don't have it. Geez, my microphone. So you definitely need to have something in the
Yeah,
bag.
like Frankie Gavin. Frankie Gavin is probably was classed as one of the best amateurs in the UK, believe it or not. Amateur world champion. Just when he went to the pros, just didn't have them extra tools you need in the pros, like a bit of punching power, just little things like that. You know, he couldn't take a shot to the body. He used to fucking crumble to pieces when he took a shot to the body. So
Mhm.
so they look at Froch. Froch are limited in skills, but digging deep, he had that. He had a granite chin. He had a great right hand when he landed. He was as tough as nails. He had a good tank. He was in good shape. He had a good jab, and he could keep you at range. You just need certain sort of attributes, and you can go so far. I mean, Carl Froch was one of the great Brits
Mhm.
of all time. I mean, a great fight. But when you watch him technically, all over the place, his footwork was horrible. He used to come on, used to get hit square on far too much for me. He used to take far too many shots. He used to rely on his chin too much, which is always a dangerous thing to do. But look at Groves. Groves showed you how limited Froch was at times when it comes to boxing. He
Mhm.
used to, when he would fall short, he used to get countered with big shot. Look, but he still always found a way to win, didn't he, Froch? He used to dig deep. I mean, look what he did to Butte. So that was just pure toughness
Exactly.
and will that beat Butte.
And you know, it's interesting because I always want to put it into context and into perspective how, you can tell a lot about a boxing fan by how he judges other fighters. Uh, some people, they just don't fucking put it into perspective. Everybody's a bum for them. Like last night, evening, you guys were talking about Danny Garcia, and I heard somebody, I forget who he was, but actually, I don't know if it was somebody on the panel, but I've heard other people say, oh, Danny Garcia's a bum. You know how good this guy is? Okay, so that's the thing is, for a lot of boxing fans, either you're an all-time great or you're a bum. It's like there's no in between. Danny Garcia is a heck of a fighter, but he's just not ever gonna be an all-time great. He's never gonna be in the top 100 fighters of all time. He's one of the top 20 fighters today, I would say, or top 30, and definitely one of the top 10 welterweights. But but just to get to that, to be a top 10 welterweight, or even a top 5, if you're a top 5 in any division, that means you are a small percentage out of thousands of boxers out there. And it seems to me like a lot of people don't get that, man. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you can see it there, Stu, but okay, I'll put it up on the screen too for other people to see. There's this guy here from Canada. I've seen him fight a bunch of times in the amateurs. He's a professional now. He's been a professional for a couple of years. You might have remembered him. His name is Yves Ulysse Jr. And he's the one that fought the Jewish Hammer, the Hebrew Hammer. What was his name? Hold on, I'm looking for him here. He fought on the undercard of Lemieux versus Billy Joe Saunders. Cletus Seldin. He beat Cletus Seldin. He made Seldin look like an amateur. And Seldin's not a bad fighter. He's just a regional club fighter. That's what he would be. Don't get, Seldin did beat up.
Seldin's one of the worst fighters I've ever seen in the boxing room. Absolutely dreadful. I mean, I couldn't believe that this guy, I didn't know what was more embarrassing, his boxing skills or the fact that he beat 25 people who were worse than this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know which was more embarrassing. It was absolutely dreadful. And thankfully, I haven't seen that guy on my TV since. Look, the Hebrew Hammer, the fucking Hebrew rubber mallet, more like, get out of here.
Yeah, but my point was, yeah, that's true. Everything you said is true. But my point here is with Yves Ulysse Jr., he won a bunch of titles at the amateur level. He won the West Canadian amateurs. But you look at his age, he's 31 already. So he turned pro 6 years ago. So he turned pro in his mid-20s. He already has 2 losses. He lost a close fight to Steve Claggett, which he avenged last year. But then he went on to lose to Ismael Barroso. Now, if you know anything about Barroso, he's not exactly the best in the world. I don't think he's even at the top 10 right now. But he's the one that lost to Krola twice, as you can see here. So
yeah, he lost Anthony Krola. I remember that. He got stopped with a body shot.
Now, here's the thing.
He was actually Krola was big underdog in that fight. Barroso he came over with a bit of a reputation of being a bit of a KO artist, and not many people were giving Krola a chance in that one. But I think Barroso proved that night another bully. He's all right when he's knocking people over, but as soon as you sort of take it to him, he falls to pieces like Wilder and them sort of guys, and that's what he did. He took, Krola beat him up that night. Simple as.
But you know what? That's what I'm saying. Because Saint Britt, I don't know if he's half kidding or not, but he says Barroso is trash. He lost to Krola. So losing to Krola does not mean you're a bum, man. See, that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, it's not, man. You got this. That's what I mean about boxing fans. You've got a like Hebrew Hammer. That's trash. How can you say Barroso's trash because he lost to Krola? Linares really lost to Kevin Mitchell. You're going to call Linares trash? Come on, man. Look, at the end of the day, these guys are tough guys, and boxing, when you've got Krola and Barroso, there's not a lot of difference in the talent. So there's always, it could go either way with them sort of fights. But look, to say either one is trash, come on, man. Just because Lomachenko schooled Krola like that, don't mean other guys are going to do it. Do you know what I mean?
That's the thing.
Krola's not a great fighter, but he's still an ex-world champion, so you got to give him credit.
That's the thing, though. See, that's the thing. Krola, people say, haha, Krola's a bum. If it were a bum, I think Linares would have taken him out of there in 5 rounds. Because Linares ain't no powder puff puncher in there. He can crack. He's got a good hand speed. He can overwhelm a bum pretty easily. Krola is not a bum.
No,
but that's how
Krola went. This is the thing. People are looking at Krola's last few fights and probably saying, yeah, bum. But when Krola fought Barroso, Krola was in his prime, and Krola was coming off some good performances, and he was looking very, very dangerous. Guy's got some very good wins, Krola has, man. Obviously he's not an all-time great. He won't be the guy I'll be telling my grandchildren about. Let's just say that. But look, give Krola his cue. This guy was basically close to being a journeyman and turned it around. This is another guy that's just got basic boxing fundamentals, with an incredible heart to win. And when you've got that and sound boxing fundamentals, it can get you so far. And I think Krola's proved.
Yeah, he has, man. He has. Now, that's the thing is when boxing fans, like I said, they tend to lose perspective of or sight of how good a guy is. If a guy gets knocked out or beaten up, people will go, oh, he's a bum. These guys are good. Like, for example, this guy that I mentioned, Yves Ulysse, good amateur. He won. I think he won the nationals. I think he won that. You know how good you got to be to win the nationals. Now, as a professional, like I said, he lacks punching power. He only has about 9 knockouts out of 18 wins. So actually, that's a pretty respectable. It's a 50% KO ratio. But you look at another example, Stu. Keith Thurman. People go, oh, this guy's a bum, blah blah blah, or he's overrated. It's true, he's overrated because they were trying to make him out to be. And this is a
Your
television.
show will go live in
Oh,
5
shit.
seconds.
Hold on a second.
4,
Sorry.
3,
All right. So,
2,
Keith Thurman, people say overrated, but who was overrating him really? It's the promoters and the television networks. That's what they do. They got to try to hype a guy up. By the way, phone lines are open,
Yeah,
people. So.
Yeah, I totally agree, bro. Keith Thurman, anyone that calls Keith Thurman a bum has just got no business whatsoever talking about boxing or even listening to this show. If you call Keith Thurman a bum, I don't even want you listening to this show because you're not worthy. I mean, look, Keith Thurman's not the fighter that he used to be, and he's not the fighter that the American commentators will tell us. But look, he's far from a bum, Keith Thurman. I remember when Keith Thurman burst through the scene this one-time Thurman where he was knocking everyone out, and he looked at a fucking formidable fighter. Unfortunately, injuries and money. I mean, like I said, you lose your desire when you become a millionaire, and I think that's probably one of the Keith. I mean, Keith Thurman's in the hills of fucking Nepal instead of being in the boxing gym, isn't he? So look, that's what it is. But anyone that thinks Keith Thurman's a bum, I mean, you just got no business watching boxing.
Yeah, it's very easy to throw the word bum around. Oh, this guy's a bum. That guy's a bum. Listen, some of these guys would run circles around you in a ring, and you'll make them look like Sugar Robinson in there. That's how good they are, and that's how good a guy like
if Keith Thurman landed on these guys that call Thurman a bum. If Thurman landed on their fucking chin when they wake up, man, their beard would be touching their toes when they've woke up from their coma. That is, come on, man. I mean, look. I call fighters bums, but I call fighters that are bums. I don't, I don't call world champions bums. I mean, you know what I mean? When you talk Wilder, I've never said Wilder's a bum. I just said Wilder's technique is horrible and his boxing skills he's got very low IQ when it comes to boxing. But I've always praised his punching power, and he's a dangerous guy. So, but to call guys bums, Wilder's not a bum. Wilder will beat most of the guys in the heavyweight division.
Exactly.
Just because he got beat by a formidable machine, don't mean he ain't going to beat these other guys. Do you know what I mean?
That's right. That's the thing, though. A guy like Wilder, I will never call him a bum. Maybe if you ask me, hey, does he have skills? I'll say no. He's got horrible skills. But like I said, this sport, it's people hitting each other over the head with their fists. It's not about just skills. Skills don't necessarily pay the bills. It's about what do you bring to the table. Some people bring grit. I mean, look at Mickey Ward, for example. He wasn't the most skilled guy out there or the fastest, but actually he had pretty good, decent hand speed when he was trading in there with guys. He had good punching power. He had grit. He trained like a motherfucker, according to Jimmy. And obviously his performances in the ring show that as well. And he made it very far with what he had. And, he was never really out of the fight as long as he had that left hook with him to the body. So, if you have a guy like Jeff Fennick, for example, he had good hand speed, but he wasn't a master boxer. His game was to come forward and outwork you. And against an all-time great like Azuma Nelson, in the second fight, he couldn't quite hurt him and he got blown out of there. So to be an all-time great, you need it all.
Azuma Nelson, one of the greats, though, isn't he? Azuma Nelson was a fantastic fighter. I mean, another one that I grew up watching, Azuma Nelson, I mean, he was another one I grew up watching. And Fennick, I mean, Fennick was a very good fighter from Australia. Probably Australia's, him and Costa Zoo, probably the best Australian fighters to come out of Oz, So, yeah, I mean, Fennick was one of those guys, a bit like Frotch sort of thing. Not the best boxing skills, but tough as fucking nails and will take your heart from you. And if you haven't got a big one sort of thing, they'll snatch it from you in a heartbeat sort of thing. So, look, Terry Fennick, top fighter,
That's right, man. It's, again, you need to bring something to the table, some form of talent, physical talent. To me, talent is not something physical talent is something you're born with. For example, LeBron James. I'm sorry to say, but if he was 5'8", no matter how good his shooting is or his dribble is, he would make it in the NBA. Yeah, he's got to be 6'8" to be an all-time great
right.
there. It's like that's right. You need to have certain attributes. By the way, guys, the phone lines are open, so feel free to call in and hit that like button. For Pete's sakes, what are you doing? You gotta hit that like button. I'm also going to be putting up a StreamYard link eventually. And by the way, if any of the regulars want a link, hit me up on the Discord and I'll send that your way. All right, so that's what we were talking about here. This all started because of the trainers. And I wanted to get to a list later on of some of the all-time great trainers of all time. And well, obviously the all-time great trainers, and also the current trainers, how they stack up in that regard. Before we do that, a couple of more present news here, current news, right? It is Teofimo Lopez. He's taking this little break to really improve. I don't know if he's working out his lungs or his muscles over there in the gym for boxing, but he's certainly working his mouth, or maybe his fingers, that is, typing away at the keyboard. He says now to Devin Haney, "Shut the F up, kid. You're annoying." So this is what he took to Twitter. 21-year-old recently reinstated, blah, blah, blah. He says, "When you're the so-called don't fight nobody, it's one thing if nobody wants to fight you. It's another thing. I bet 7 figures on myself against anybody in my division," said Haney. The 22-year-old champion Lopez, for his part, presumably took the overarching shot at 135 pounds a bit too personal and promptly fired off, "Shut the fuck up, kid. Damn, you're annoying." Haney replied back in the wee hours of Sunday saying, "You dogged me in the WBC tournament and you damn sure don't want to fight me. If you beat Loma, stop the bullshit." The social sparring session should be a welcome sight for fans, potentially pitting two of the sport's most talented fighters in the future. Stu, there's a lot of talking. I've seen this before, although not at this intensity before. Like I said before, this is the new generation of boxing fans, or boxers that is, who grew up with Twitter, grew up with Facebook, and they're used to trading insults with one another.
Who's trading then? Teofimo and who?
Devin Haney.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a fight that's obviously one for the future, definitely. I mean, look, whether Teofimo wins or loses to Lomachenko, it's not gonna change much, because losing to Lomachenko is not really going to hurt your career too much when you're the age of Teofimo Lopez. You can always bounce back like Canelo did when he lost to Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
So that Haney fight's always there for him. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's a good fight. But what I've seen so far, I'd probably pick Teofimo to stop Haney right now. I mean, I do like Haney. I think it's going to be a hell of a fight, but just not ready for the top guys yet. I mean, we saw that on the was it the KSI card? I think he was fighting on. I mean, I just thought he was dreadful that night. And look, I think Teofimo, I mean, just one shot and you're asleep. So for me, I'd have to pick Teofimo in that one. But I just don't see that fight happen. Eddie Hearn is not going to stick Haney in with Teofimo Lopez. You can forget that.
Yeah. He seems to be pretty confident, Lopez, that he's going to beat Lomachenko and then go on to fight Devin Haney. But nothing is set in stone here. You gotta assume that he would not be the favorite against Lomachenko. But look,
Haney. What I like about Haney, saying all the right things. He seems a real fucking down to earth kid. I really like Haney, and I want him to do well. I do. I'd like to see Devin Haney do well, but I don't want to see Eddie Hearn fucking walk him into his own demise, his own oblivion, by sticking him in there with some monster when he's still learning on the job. For me, I mean, Eddie Hearn was saying this guy was the next Floyd Mayweather. I mean, he hasn't said it since the KSI card. I wonder why. This is the pressure you're putting on these young kids. But Devin Haney, like I said, he's saying the right things. He's not scared of. What else can you ask for? So for me, Devin Haney, a guy to look. It's a guy to look for, but I just don't think he's at the top of the game right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, how can I if you ask me if Haney and Lopez were to fight today, and you said, "Listen, BDA, you got to pick somebody," I would say, "Well, I gotta, Lopez. I gotta go with Lopez." But Devin Haney might, you never know, he might turn out to be the better fighter. But the problem is he hasn't really beaten anybody. At least Lopez has Comey on his record, and even a guy like Mike Delano. Devin Haney has fought some decent fighters, but he's still a prospect in my eyes. Again, I don't put too much stock in these titles. I never have, never will.
No.
So just because you have a title, yeah.
I'd like to see Haney fight Luke Campbell. I think it's the perfect fight for him. I think Luke Campbell is a perfect fight, because Luke Campbell's not going to go and blow him away with a big shot like Teofimo could, and that could destroy the kid's confidence. You want to go in there and put him in with a guy that's very tricky, long. Like I said, because he's tall and long, and he can box, a gold medalist, so he can definitely box. It's going to give him a lot of different angles to look at, different problems, and I think it's a perfect fight for him. And look, it's a fight he can win. It's also a fight he could lose, but it's a tough fight. But I think it's less dangerous than sticking him in there with Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez and Tank Davis and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, they gotta take their time to a certain degree. Now, when you have a guy like Lopez, Teofimo Lopez, that is, we were talking about earlier, what makes a good fighter an all-time great down the line, and for that, obviously, you need to have the wherewithal to go 12 rounds if need be. You need to have skills to have developed them throughout your career, amateur and professional, and you need the physical talent. Teofimo Lopez has a good chance, better than most, of becoming an all-time great because he's been boxing throughout his whole life. He's got a solid trainer, which is his father. Again, these father trainers, usually they don't expand beyond just their progeny, but nonetheless, because of the fighter's father, like for example Mayweather Senior with Junior, they have a good rapport, and it always seems to work out throughout their career. So that's what Teofimo Lopez has. He does have some instability in his life because his wife is like sort of throwing a wrench, a monkey wrench there in the works. But nevertheless, Teofimo Lopez has it all, and he could become an all-time great. He might be stepping it up a little bit too early against Lomachenko, though. So that is the thing there. But again, Lopez represents the type of guy who has a better shot than most right now to become an all-time great because he has exceptional hand speed, explosiveness, punching power. So we'll see what happens, man. Hopefully they pick that fight up and they make it soon. Now, also in the news, very interesting article here from Dan Rayfield and Steve Kim over at ESPN. They were talking about some of the divisions that could make for the best tournaments. This is a possibility now more than ever, by the way, because of the lockdown, because of the economic difficulties going on throughout society. Maybe, trainers or promoters are going to be a little bit more willing to go, hey, you know what? Let's make a tournament. We need to make some money here. We need to get some, momentum rolling. Let's make a tournament. Get some big bucks, some big hype. So they wrote about some of the best divisions that could make for the best tournaments, rather. So those are junior middleweight is one of the first, and it does have. And this would be one of the perfect divisions for a tournament. Jermell Charlo, who just beat Harrison in a war. And again, you know what makes this a great division for a tournament is the fact that anybody can win it. There's some favorites, but not necessarily overwhelming favorites. So that's why this is one of the best divisions for that. Then you got Jason Rosario, tall guy for the division, punching power. He just beat Julian Williams in one of the big upsets. So again, that's another name. Then you got the aforementioned Julian Williams. Talk about talented. This guy's got hand speed. He's got decent punching power, great skills. And what makes this even more dramatic is the fact that he has no chin. Listen, when you get knocked down by a jab against Charlo, I know Charlo has got good punching power, but geez. And then when you got knocked out in a serious fashion against Rosario, I think it's pretty safe to say he's got no chin. But because of his exceptional talent, he makes this interesting. Then you got Jared Hurd, whom I don't know how he's making 160. I mean, this guy is just way too big for the division. But again, he's like the monster of the division. Then you got Erislandy Lara, tough southpaw, quick veteran who's fought everybody. Tony Harrison, who did himself no disfavor in the Harrison fight. I was beating him in. Stu, who did you have winning that fight, by the way? Harrison versus Charlo, the rematch.
I thought Charlo won it.
No, but I mean, who did you have go ahead before the stoppage in the rematch?
I was going to say, I thought, what do you mean Charlo won it, did he? Who did I have winning? I think I had Charlo winning. I thought the difference on that fight, when Harrison was landing, nothing was happening. When Charlo was landing, all sorts of things were happening. I mean, Charlo was rocking Harrison to his boots. I mean, just Charlo's lack of boxing skills is the reason why Harrison was always in them fights. But look, I mean, Harrison just didn't have enough pop for me to get Charlo's respect. I think once Charlo, he came in there with a bit of grit and determination this time. I think he wanted to beat Harrison quite badly, to be honest with you. I mean, there was no love lost between them two, and I thought Charlo looked the more dangerous guy that night. And I wasn't surprised when the KO came. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Well, listen, I thought Harrison was ahead a little bit. I thought Charlo was losing his mind by not being able to judge the distance too much. But at the end of the day, he landed that bomb, and so he's got to be considered him or Rosario.
Because the thing is, people get to he was schooling him. No, he wasn't. He was pitter-patting him and getting rocked to his boots with counters. And look, at the end of the day, I mean, when Charlo was, like I said, one punch can be the equivalent of 3 to me. I mean, it depends how you score fights. I'm not saying these guys are wrong, but the way I score a fight, Harrison never 7 rounds up or whatever, 7-3. I don't know what they're saying, but nowhere near that for me, because the way I score a fight, it's damage and it's ring generalship. It's just all sorts of things. And I thought Harrison was, a lot of his shots were get off me punches, if you get what I'm saying. They just get off me punches where he was just punching on the move. There was no, it wasn't planting his feet. There was no sting behind the shot. Well, when Charlo was landing, I mean, Harrison was getting hurt, sort of thing. So, it depends what you like. But it was close. You know, I wouldn't say Charlo was dominating that fight. No, I wouldn't. I had him by a couple of rounds, probably, if that. But I could always, it always looked like Charlo might get the job done before the 12th round, and that's how it happened for me. I mean, just too strong at the end of the day. I think Harrison had one good night at the office, and people got a bit excited for the guy, you know.
But even then, that night he had against Charlo in the first one, it was still pretty fucking close, you know. I mean, I don't even think he won that fight. I mean, he did pretty well, but he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it was one of them where it could have gone either way for me. I wasn't too fussed who won that one. You know, it was a close fight, that's for sure. But I just think Charlo was that bad that night. He made Harrison look a lot better than what he really is.
And by the way,
that just shows you the flaws that Charlo's got. This is what I mean. Charlo's still a guy he still has to learn a lot of things, because, you know, he's a guy that should have been taking care of business with Harrison a lot better than he did. Let's just say that.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's got very good explosiveness, a lot of explosiveness in those shots. By the way, guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Don't be afraid. You're going to do a lot of good with that like button. And subscribe if you haven't already. All right? So I don't know if anybody hasn't clicked on it yet. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Hit that like button, for Pete's sakes. You know, it's interesting, though, because the other 2 names that are in the divisions to junior middleweight, that is Erickson Lubin and Kell Brook. Again, everybody in this division already has losses. Nobody really looks invincible. It is the perfect division for a tournament, and I'm glad that that's the division that they picked for that, because it is a very good one. Kell Brook. Now, Kell Brook is a guy, you might think I'm crazy here, Stu, but if you ask me who has a better chance of scoring another big win later on in his career, I have to go with Amir Khan, man.
Fuck all.
Amir, like, if you ask me, hey, listen, who has a better chance of doing something big before their career ends, Kell Brook or Amir Khan? I think Amir Khan, man, because he still has that hand speed. He can still box circles around guys. I just think all it takes is him against an upcoming opponent. A lot of people
and he has that fucking chin. He still has that fucking chin as well. What is he gonna do? Come on, man. I mean, Kell Brook would knock Khan into a fucking oblivion, man. Look, Khan's finished. There's no one at the top that Khan can beat. What is Khan gonna do where he's gonna shock the world? I mean, staying alive is an achievement for Khan right now. I mean, the guy's just shot to pieces. I mean, look, in his day, when he fought Madonna and Peterson and them sort of guys, he was a top fighter, he was. But them days are long gone. This guy, man, I tell you what, stick him in there with even some of the British guys, I think, would take Khan out. This is how bad Khan's got, man.
All right.
Do you know what I mean?
Let's look at that, because you're saying Khan is finished, he's shot, and some people are probably going to say I'm crazy for believing that he still has a good win on his record, maybe even a great win. Don't forget, guys.
How long ago was that? Fucking hell, man. I mean, I think I was in my teens when Khan won. I lost on a good win. Come on.
No, but hold on. Boxing, Stu, first of all, anybody that gets in the ring for a living is already a little crazy. It's all about defying the odds. That's what boxing is. It's about getting the job done or taking a task on and meeting it ahead, even when people tell you that you're insane. So let's look at the top 10 ratings here. We have Mikey Garcia, Sergey Lipinets, Kudratillo, Abdukarokorov. Hold on a second. I gotta refresh my memory who this guy is, because I don't remember. But meanwhile, are you telling me, Khan, you wouldn't favor him over Mikey Garcia or what's his name? Lipinets?
Look, you know my opinions on Mikey, right? He's got to be the fucking most... what's the word I'm looking for? He looks like a Mexican. he talks like a Mexican, but he don't fight like one. If you get what I'm saying, the guy's just so lackluster. I mean, it's just go there, do as little as you can, get the win, and take your paycheck. And I just don't see with Mikey where he puts it all on the line. Very talented guy. His natural talent is getting him wins. You know, he's not heart and desire, that's for sure. But let's be real, he would knock Khan the fuck out.
Well, that's the thing, though, because we're talking, fighters that could make a comeback, despite the fact that they look like they're completely done. Kell Brook is a guy that came back from he's coming back from 2 hard losses, stoppage losses, and he's had 2 wins since then, 2 or 3, I believe. And he's looking for a big fight. He's looking for a big win. Stu, I'm looking at the 154-pound division here. I don't know if I'd favor him. First of all, Ring Magazine doesn't have him listed in the top 10, but who would you favor him against here in the junior middleweight division?
Who, Khan?
No, Kell Brook.
Kell Brook, what, junior middleweight?
Yeah.
I think he stands a shot against most of them, to be honest with you. I mean, look, Kell Brook is a very talented guy. And when he's on song, he's very dangerous because he's quick. And look, if he's, them combinations he was hitting Golovkin with, if he's landing them on some of these guys at 1-5, they're fucking going to sleep, man. So look, Kell Brook has a chance. There's some big guys at 154. When you look at Jared Hurd, I mean, the fucking guy should be at 175. And then, and then you got Munguia. I'm not sure if Jaime Munguia, I'm not sure if he is staying at 154. He's staying at 160, but he's an option there. But yeah, I mean, look, he'd knock Harrison out, Kell Brook. If he's on his game, if he's fit, he'd knock Harrison out. You know, them sort of guys. I think he beats Liam Smith. You know.
I think
Charlo would be good. I mean, like I said, I'd pick him to fucking beat Charlo as well. I mean, Kell Brook's a world class fighter, man. Let's get that straight here, man. Look, don't just because he lost to Errol Spence, Golovkin had already done the damage. Look, and he still gives Spence a very good fight. But Golovkin fucking smashed him to oblivion, man. Look, you don't recover from fights like that and then lose all that weight and then expect to beat someone like Errol Spence. Just not good enough. Golovkin. We all know that. We all knew that was going to happen. But look, just because he got beat by those guys doesn't mean Harrison's going to beat him and fucking J Rock and all them guys. Look, I fancy him against any of those guys. But yeah, we'll see.
We got Johnny Boy in the chat in the Discord. Johnny Boy there.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good. Happy Easter, man.
Happy Easter. Happy Easter. I didn't know Lubin was suspended. That's news to me. I probably heard it and just forgot. Hey, and for the record, Bay, I never blocked you on BDA before. I've timed you out before because it was well deserved, but I never blocked you on here, so stop lying.
Yeah, I don't know if any. Does he mean?
Go ahead, BDA. I'm sorry.
I'm just asking. Does he mean banned from the chat like this, the YouTube thing, or the Discord? Because I don't know if I ban him from anything. I don't ban people for. You really have to fuck up very badly for me to ban you or boot you. So I don't know. But anyway, listen, we're talking boxing here. I don't know. Like, Bay, if you get a problem, message me on the Discord and we'll try to sort it out. Yeah, I want to see why. Now that you mentioned it, I just saw on the box rec that Lubin was suspended. I want to see for what. Erickson Lubin suspended. He's suspended by the Pennsylvania Athletic. Listen, when you're getting suspended from Pennsylvania, there's something wrong there, man. You know what you got to do to get suspended in Pennsylvania? You got to be in.
I was just gonna say, to me, it's like the 54 division is like wide open for the fucking taking right now. The fucking belts are getting thrown around like a goddamn volleyball over here. It's wide open for the taking. I mean, we got 5 fucking families in this other pygmy thing in Jersey over here. So I don't know. But there's no like, it's not like lightweight or welterweight or a couple of these other divisions where you got 2 or 3 main guys leading the pack. It's really just wide open for the taking. 54. That's the way I see it. Anyway.
Yeah, 154 is
because like I said, most of them was bad as each other, if you get what I'm saying. There's no standout guy in that division that stands out alone. That's going to be a problem. You know, you if you're a guy at 154 in the top 5, you're looking at that division thinking, I could beat any of these guys, and the rest are thinking the same. So it's just one of them really poor divisions for me. That's why anyone that thinks Kell Brook can't go into that division and hold his own is sadly mistaken. I mean, the guy, I mean, the history vault says the old Brook's gone, but you know, has it gone? I mean, he looked quite good in his last fight. He looked destructive. I mean, destroyed. Yeah, that guy wasn't the best, but he was tough. And Kell Brook looked, he got his timing back. I mean, he was a bit sloppy at first. He was missing shots, just couldn't get his timing. Once the timing comes back, the punching power. I mean, the boxing IQ's there. He's got most of his toy. This guy's not like fucking Bernard Hopkins here. We're talking. This guy's like still got a few years left in him, and I think, and like I said, there's no outstanding fighters in that division. So I think Kell Brook can hold his own with any of them guys.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and everybody, listen, we're not saying Kell Brook just goes in there and smokes everybody in the top 10 here. We're just saying he holds his own, whether he win, lose, or draw against some of these guys. He holds his water.
Well, BDA's just had to pop out, so it's just me and you for a minute, time. Yeah, I mean, Johnny, I totally agree, bro. You know what I mean? Look, you don't. The talent's there. You can see it with Kell Brook. I mean, when certain fighters you look at and you think the talent, you can see the talent in them, and that's why I always pick Kell Brook to be a world champion long before he ever was. You know, I used to get a bit of stick from it on the Boxing Voice. They used to call me a Kell Brook fangirl, and Nez still always used to talk about how shit Kell Brook was, but I proved them all wrong when he came over when he went over to America and dominated Sean Porter. So, you know, this he's always had the talent. I think he's going to be a massive problem for Terence Crawford, because I'm hearing that fight's in the making. It could be if Brook can make the weight. I mean, if Terence Crawford fights Brook, that'd be a fight I'll gladly pay for. That is a 50-50 fight for me. And look, don't be surprised if Terence gets slept in that one. I mean, Kell Brook is no mug. Kell Brook's no mug. Like I said, Errol Spence fought the worst Kell Brook he could have ever fought, and it's still a very, very hard fight for him. So, yeah, we'll see.
I think him and Crawford would be a tremendous fight, and if you, I mean, I'd probably end up picking Crawford, but if Crawford can't get to none of these PBC guys, that's the best fight he can make, bro. You know.
I think Crawford's very. I mean, he leaves himself vulnerable at mid-range sometimes when he's trading. He just leaves himself wide open. There's times when he's getting caught with big shots in the pocket and at mid-range, and I just think he's sort of changed his style up a bit, Crawford. I think he's trying to be exciting, and he's sort of like put himself in danger by doing it. I think the old Crawford, I mean, that fought Posto, terrible to watch. It really was, but. That guy looked quite elusive and hard to hit. This Crawford, I mean, yeah, he's just looking a lot easier to hit these days. I mean, he was terribly disappointed with his performance against Khan, and rightly so. I mean, I thought he was terrible that night as well, and Khan just fell over and give up, didn't he? I mean, he was just there for the paycheck. That's why I don't respect Amir Khan no more. He knew he could never beat Terence Crawford. Just look at the press conference before the fight. I mean, he was fucking shook to his boots. I mean, I'm surprised he even managed to sign his name on the fucking form. His hands were shaking that much, signing for that fight. I mean, look, the guy, he forwarded us the boxing fans another few million, so that's why I don't like. But look, Crawford's a terrific fighter, no doubt about that. But this guy is there to be beat. I just see it. I saw there was moments with Benavides that he looked beatable. There's moments with many fighters. I'm with Gamboa at times, and that's when he was. I think he was at his best when he was fighting around that time. So yeah, I mean, this guy, he's there for the taking. And I think if Kell Brook's at his best, then it's a 50-50 fight for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crawford's a very good fighter. He's definitely a top 10 pound for pound guy, but this shit about him being fucking number one and nah.
He's number 6 on mine. I mean, he's number 6.
I think I got him 5 or 6 myself.
Yeah, I just don't. Like I said, I just don't. You're only as good as your last few fights, sort of thing, and he's not been that great. I think with Crawford, I think he's getting a bit frustrated with his opponents, and I think, you know, I've always said if you start fighting guys a lot lower than you when it comes to talent, they sort of drag you down to their level sometimes, and you get stuck in a gear. So, and then when you do go in there with an Errol Spence, you're flat and you get your fucking ass whooped.
Yeah.
So that could be Crawford's problem. I think he needs a opponent that's going to get him up for the challenge. I think Kell Brook's that guy.
Bring some life out of him. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Kell Brook's that sort of guy. I think with that fight could be in England as well, and that suit Crawford to the ground. Fighting in England in the stadium, because that will fill a stadium. Crawford Brook, no shadow of a doubt. I think that could suit Crawford in a different environment. You know, where he's in the Lions Den, the crowd are against him, and I think the way Crawford is, I think that could get the best out of him. But when he's in his own comforts, boxing some guy he's 10 levels above, yeah, I think he's going a bit stout.
That's what you guys bring up. Oops, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and I mean, Kavaluskas gave him a hell of a time in that last fight. It was a hell of a fight, Crawford and Kavaluskas, but it's Kavaluskas still.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Kavaluskas was a strong guy. You know, not really he didn't really have a world-class win there. Let me see who I know he had beaten that Armenian guy, busted him up pretty good. Okay, so he beat David Avanesian, who went on to beat Mosley, I believe, but it was a shot, Mosley, way beyond shot. He really looked awful against Abreu, who will make most people look awful, but he beat him. Then he drew against Ray Robinson, who's not a bad fighter. Again, we started off this show talking about how, you know, somebody will look at a guy like Ray Robinson and say, oh, he's a bum. He's pretty crafty. At this point in time, he's been in there with a lot of fighters. He's a bit of don't let his record fool you. He is a veteran. He knows what he's doing.
He's one of them. He's one of them veterans that's learned every trick in the book, and then they're just very crafty, very awkward to beat. And they're sort of the guys that can, you know, when you've got these young talents coming through that are prospects, and you stick them in with Ray Robinson, and he could fucking cause an upset on the night. He's one of them sort of guys, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it.
Bay Area in the chat said Kavaluskas doesn't have any harder balls. Well, shit, bro. I'll tell you something, bro. I saw Kavaluskas take a couple of lickings from Crawford and keep on ticking. I saw Chavez Jr. take a couple of lickings from Jacobs and quit.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this you got against Mexicans, though? I gotta ask you, man, because every time I look at your stream, there's Chavez overrated. Chavez is a bitch. Who else? Chavez this, Chavez that.
That kind of talk is reserved for strictly people like.
I like it when Johnny talks about Mexicans. When he's slagging off Mexicans, he ain't slagging off Brits. That's a good thing.
And the thing is, bro, like I said, I'm from the barrio, bro. These dudes aren't, bro, is the funny thing about it, Stu. I'm from the barrio, bro. These dudes aren't, dog. That's the funny thing about it, bro. I love Mexicans.
Look, the thing is, Johnny, like I said, I know you give me a bit of stick for Lennox Lewis. I can't agree with that one. But with Chavez Jr., I totally agree with him, man. The guy is he's an absolute disgrace to his father. I mean, he really is. I mean, look, he shouldn't have, he used his Chavez name to make a lot of money, but then disgraced his father every time, most of the times he got in the ring. I mean, look, the guy just had no heart, no desire for this. He's a typical silver spoon boy, where, you know, I said, he grew up, he had silk pajamas when he was a baby, didn't he? And that's the thing.
You know what? Every time I think of Chavez and Chavez Senior, Junior, and Senior, I always think. Remember BDA? You remember that part on Sopranos when right at the end there when Tony goes in there and he's like, "Yeah, Uncle Bobby passed away," and AJ starts moping and he rips him out of the fucking bed and the Xbox and all the shit. That's Chavez, the Chavez Jr. He's the AJ Soprano of boxing.
Very well said. Very well said. I told, man.
No, I'll tell you who Chavez is. I'll tell you who Chavez Jr. is. He's Fredo, anyhow, the Godfather. Oh. Where he just they have to skip a generation for the other son to take over because that guy's not worthy, sort of thing. And that's what it is with Chavez, man. He's Fredo from Godfather. Just a useless fucking guy.
By the way, shout out to John Gonzalez who's in the chat room. He was also in the Discord telling me he was watching a nice classic Easter movie, Platoon. That's what he was watching. So shout out to John Gonzalez for keeping it real and watching a nice movie. And you know what? About Chavez Jr., I got no sympathy for the guy. Well, I mean, no sympathy. Very little, because this is a guy that was handed everything. Top promoter in Bob Arum. He had he was being guided carefully, and he fucked up so many times, man. I mean, I gotta give him credit for at least getting in the ring, but that's about as far as it goes. Now, because you guys were talking about Terence Crawford and Johnny Boy brought up Kavaliauskas. Kavaliauskas is a very strong fighter, and Crawford showed you why he's a top fighter, one of the top fighters in the world, because he adapted and he started bullying the bully and ultimately ended up stopping him. That being said, his defense, I used to think he was one of the best defensive fighters in the world. I still think he is, but I would not say he's in the top 5 at this point because he's been getting hit a lot more now. And look, maybe Kavaliauskas will go on to become more than what he is now, and that way the Kavaliauskas win will look better for Crawford. But he was getting hit a lot, man. He was getting hit
and look,
flush.
he was against Benavidez, and we had Benavidez' father on here talking about that fight.
Mhm.
And look, Benavidez' leg was shot to pieces. I mean, I thought it was fucking Forrest Gump in there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, his leg every time he went to plant his feet, his knee buckled. You know, went to plant his feet to land a shot, his knee buckled. I mean, you can't. David A will tell you that if your knee's gone, you can't fucking throw shots. So he did well to even stay in there that long. And Terence Crawford was getting tagged up, getting beat with the jab at times. And look, it was a terrible performance.
Yeah, I know my one knee's all fucked up. I'm fucking. I do a 10-yard dash here. I'm hopping around like that guy from Something About Mary over here.
Long John Silver over here. Listen,
Yeah.
we got a phone call here real quick. Let's take it, see who it is. I recognize the the zip code, but 585, you're on the air, 585.
How are you doing, Mr. BDA? This
Oh,
is
boy.
Vince.
Hey, Vince, how are you, man? Happy Easter, by the way.
Happy Easter to the panel, all my fans in the chat room, and who emailed me by my Gmail account.
That's
happy
right.
Easter.
No one's emailing you, Vinny. No one even knows your email address. Where's your email address?
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Be nice.
Where was
'cause-
your email address, Vinny?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Sure, no problem. Mr. Stu, if you want to email me, do you have a Gmail account?
Yeah, but I'm not going to give you it, am I? What are you emailing me for? I'm just saying, if you're talking about these fans emailing you, where are they getting your email address from?
Yes, they are emailing me. If anybody would like to email me, I will definitely respond. It is V as in Victor, I as in Indigo, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, Y as in Yankee.
All right, you don't have to
M
spell
as
the
in
fucking
Mary,
name Vinny out.
A as
We
in
know how to
Apple,
spell Vinny.
C as in Charlie, 585 at gmail.com. Mr. Stu?
Could you repeat that? Because Stu was talking over it. No, I'm kidding. Don't repeat it. Listen,
No, I was just saying, I mean, he was spelling Vinny out. I mean, we know how to spell Vinny. Just tell us your well, anyway.
yeah, that's true.
Move on, man. Move on.
All right, so Vinny, now that we got your
guys,
contact info, what's on your mind?
Yes, what's on my mind, guys, is another UK hype job in Mr. Kell Brook. All his big fights, he's come up short, and it will not be any exception. Crawford will dust him off as well.
All right, well, that's his opinion, guys. That's his opinion. I mean, we can't.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, look, Terence Crawford could quite well do that. You know, Terence Crawford is a very good fighter. I'm not pretending that he doesn't have a chance, but a lot of you guys, like Vinny, discrediting Kell Brook, like I said, calling him a fucking hype job and stuff like that, just don't see the talent because their fucking eyes are not working properly. I mean, look, write Brook off in your peril. I mean, look, this is a guy. I mean, you're the same guy that ripped Tyson Fury off, and how did that not end for you? So be very careful about coming on here and discrediting Kell Brook. Yes, if you've got Crawford to win, I can see that, but just don't discredit Kell Brook because, like
That's
I said,
right.
come back to bite you, Vinny.
And Vinny, let me just say this real quick. We're not saying Brook goes in there and smokes all these guys either. Well, like I said, with regards to the 154-pound division, we're just saying he can hold his own, win, lose, or draw, bro. That's all we're saying. He'll make a fight of it, to say at the least, whether he wins or loses. That's all we're saying, Vinny.
Exactly, Johnny. You know, no one's pretending that Kell Brook's going to go in there and fucking walk through Terence Crawford. It's just not going to happen, is it? But look, the opposite's not going to happen either. That's my point.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Interesting questions, hypothetical. Kell Brook now is looking refreshed, to say the least. You know, even though he hasn't fought any The last guy he fought, the fucking Marine or whatever, it was a strong guy, and he was trying. He was getting in there against Kell Brook a little bit. My question is this: a lot of people feel that Triple G is washed up now or on the decline. Do you think Kell Brook would have enough to go 12 rounds against Golovkin, or does he still take a beating in there?
No, come on, man. No, come on, man. No. I'm not going that far. This is where we draw the line. I mean, Crawford, yes. Golovkin, absolutely not.
Okay. Well, listen,
we saw what happened when Kell Brook was at his best.
Mhm.
Let's just say that, because he was at his best when he fought Golovkin, and unfortunately, Golovkin set him back a few years with that beating, and that's what bad beatings do. That's why I keep encouraging her not to stick Haney in there with someone like Lomachenko or Tank or Teofimo Lopez. I just don't think he's ready for that, and I think that's what happens when you stick a guy in there and he takes a big beating like Brook did on that night. It can almost finish careers, and let's be real, it probably has finished his career in a way. He's got a long road back, but he's got natural talent to look to go full back on. This is not a guy who's just a fundamental brawler, is it? This guy's got a lot of boxing fucking IQ, and he's a very talented guy. So if he can get it right in the gym, he troubles Crawford. He troubles a lot of guys.
That's right. Now, listen, I want to get back to the Crawford thing, but before we do that, we still got Vinny on the line. Now, Vinny, last question before we go, man. What do you think about Kell Brook? Does he have enough to make some noise in the 154-pound division, or do you think he's a bum, as people are saying?
Yes, Mr. BDA. I do not think he's a bum, but I do believe that if he fights like a Jermell Charlo, he will be put to sleep, and definitely against Crawford. I think highly of Mr. Crawford, Mr. BDA. I just didn't like his recent actions and how he aggressively attacked Mr. Tank Davis on Twitter. So I blocked him and I put him number 2, pound for
now,
pound.
Are your fans going to be following suit and block him as well on the Twitter?
They have not actually told me that. I'm not sure, Mr. BDA, but I have. So if he's actually responded to any other fighters, it would not pull up on my Twitter feed. It will not pull up.
Well, I think you need to send a message out there, like in the movie The Warriors, where that woman was sending messages through the radio. So go ahead and put some lipstick on and do that, man.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Still.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, BDA. You fucking car. My fucking signal's bad today. It's thunderstorms. Vinny, your hero, Deontay Wilder. I hear he's come off social media. How do you feel about that?
That's right.
Yes, Mr. Still. I think it's an excellent move. If I was Mr. Wilder, I would want to be 100% focused to knocking the cheater, Mr. Tyson Fury. I'm sure he's really mad, and he needs to be focused, with 100% focused, with no distractions, because we know social media is very distracting, Mr. Stu.
Yeah. I actually agree with you, Vinny. I actually agree with you.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Look. I think Wilder,
He's
the sort of guy. Wilder's mentally shot at the moment. I think memes on the internet and, turning your computer on and seeing you're a fucking bum on your comment section all the time. I mean, to get away from all that, it's just a distraction. Wilder's got to work on a lot of shit. He's got to get his mind right. I still don't think it's going to be enough. But look, social media I don't think any sportsman should be on social media, to be honest with you.
Can't believe Stu and Vinny agreeing on something.
Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but look, I've got to keep it real. When Vinny talks shit, I'm the first to say, but look, that comment was fair enough. I mean, I agree with it. I think, especially Twitter, I think it's bad for boxers' health, mental health. Anyway, I mean, you just got to see the heathens and the lowlifes that are on there.
That's right.
And that are trolling these fighters. So look, that's my opinion. That's why I'm not even a fighter, and I'm not on Twitter.
I think it's bad for everybody, man. Yeah, I think it's bad for everybody. Yeah. Anyway, listen, Vinny, that's 10-9 this round to your favor. Call back next time, right, man?
Yes. Mr. BDA, one more thing. Mr. J Boogie, I believe, is in the chat. His real name is Jay Booger. His impersonations of me are not funny at all, Mr. BDA. Just let him know I said that. Thank you.
You didn't
Have
like
a great
that?
night.
You didn't like his. All right, take it easy, Vinny. But I thought his impressions. I didn't hear it, but I'm assuming he's got pretty good impressionists.
Come on, it was brilliant. You loved it.
Anyway, listen. The point is this. Oh, did he go? Yeah. All right. That was Vinny. Thank you for calling in, Vinny. And I want to give a shout out to Jason Bourne for his contribution with the super chat. Shout out to Jason who says, Vinny Mac is a legend and I'm a fan. Stu is just hating on the Mac. Oh, so there you have it. Thank you, Jason Bourne, for your contribution.
No, mate, I just call out fucking retarded comments and statements when I see them. That's why I'm calling you out half the time, Jason Bourne.
I would like to see on these most holy of Sundays, you and Jason Bourne mend fences. That would be nice to see. But again, Rome wasn't.
I mean, if me and Jason Bourne ever come across paths, it's going to be Lennox Lewis v. Andrew Gallotta all over again.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I was not impressed.
All right, listen. The point is this, man. Shout out to Jason Bourne. Thank you for your contribution. And I will, if you ever meet Stu in person, I promise to at least keep him off of you. Maybe just get 2 punches in and that's it. No more than that. Shout out to G Boogie, who just donated with super chat as well. He says, Vinny Mac, I heard your mother yelling at you. Get off the phone because you're not paying the bill. All right. Shout out to G Boogie for his contribution and that fantastic comment right there. And I see we got another one coming on the way. Hold on a second. I need to wait for the alert. Otherwise, it's not. I'm going to be talking over it. And we certainly do not want that. Meanwhile, let's play a little mariachi music. All right, hold on a second. Where is that comment? Anyway. Oh, did you like that, Johnny Boy? Because I know you hate Mexicans.
Of course, I like the old fucking banjo there, but I hate Mexicans. Yeah.
There you go. All right, listen. Chris K just donated for the super chat. Shout out to Chris K who says, Vinny, stuffy nose Mac. Yeah, get yourself some Allegra or something, man. Come on. Every time you call in, you get that stuffy nose, man. What's going on? All right, so shout out to Chris K, a.k.a. Undercover Asian, for his contribution. All right, we got another one coming in. But before we do that, guys, before the alert, don't forget, I want to talk about Terence Crawford and what he's got lined up for the future, because as we all know, Errol Spence got into the car accident. We don't know if he's going to be coming back. So I want to talk about Terence Crawford's chances. I want to talk about the potential Kell Brook fight. And then I want to get into a little bit of the history of boxing, because that is, of course, the main topic of this podcast. There we go. All right, hold on. Shout out to John Gonzalez, the Terminator, as they call him in Texas. He says, no funny comment. I just want Vinny Mac to die. Oh, and then he says, just kidding. All right, John, thank you for your contribution. Real appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who contributed. You guys, that's gonna pay the bill there for the blog talk. And don't forget, we got the open phone lines right now. So call in, give us on this laid back Sunday episode. Call in and give us your comments, your opinion rather, on what we're talking about here. Now, guys, I wanted to ask you this, because I heard one of you mention, I think it was Stu, that Crawford versus Kell Brook in England would be huge. That being said, Crawford is on an economic or Q rating position, is in a better position rather than Errol Spence was when he fought Kell Brook, because Errol Spence was a bit of an outsider. He had never really filled up a big venue in Texas, his home state. Meanwhile, Terence Crawford, we know that in Nebraska, he can do good numbers there, attract a good crowd. So if he fights Kell Brook, do you expect him to go over to England like Errol Spence did? Or is he going to say, no, listen, you got to come to the U.S., to my hometown? And if so, do you think Errol Spence is going to use that as cannon fodder to say, hey, I went over there to beat him at his hometown. You won't even fucking live in the United States? Are you guys there?
I wouldn't mind either or, whether it happens at the States or UK. Either way, I'd be fine with it. But yeah, and both guys could use that as a little perk, really, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, either whatever way you look at it, really. You know, Crawford could say, look, I went over there and beat him in his hometown, and vice versa. Brook could say the same thing if it were to happen in the States. So I think, you know, either one of them guys could use that as a little perk, you know, after the fact.
Right. But now, Johnny Boy, that's a great point.
Terence Crawford would probably get more money in the UK, because that fight would be on the pay-per-view in the UK. I'm not sure if It might be a pay-per-view in America. I'm not sure if it's going to sell in America, that one, to be honest with you.
Hmm.
I mean, it'd probably sell a few, but it's not going to do a numbers where they can cover the fees these guys are going to want. I think Britain's probably the only place that fight can take place if they want to make some good money. Because I'd definitely pay to watch that.
Mm-hmm. Now, listen, the reason why I asked that is because Terence Crawford is a top operator. Whether he's fighting in Saudi Arabia, in a garage, whatever, he's still Terence Crawford. He already fought in Scotland when he fought Ricky Burns and beat him over there. So it's nothing new to him. But the reason why I bring it up is because, like I said, Errol Spence, if he ever comes back and gets back to the top level and gets into a fight with Crawford, that could be something he could use against Crawford. I know boxing fans love to talk about that, like, oh, this guy has never fought outside his hometown. I know when they do the considerations for the Hall of Fame, well, not the Hall of Fame, but when people talk about, all-time greats, they always give credit to a guy, or more credit to a guy who fought all over the world or fought outside of his hometown. Now, looking at Crawford here, he fought Ricky Burns in Scotland. Then he fought Gamboa in Omaha. Why was I saying Nebraska then? Anyway, then he fought Raimundo Beltran in Omaha, Dulorme in Texas. I think that was on the undercard of Matisse. No, which undercard? That was on an undercard, I believe. He fought Thierry Jean in Omaha again, Henry Lundy in Madison Square Garden. He fought in Vegas against Postal, Molina in Omaha again, Felix Diaz in Madison Square Garden, New York. Then he fought in Lincoln, Nebraska, I believe.
Yeah, it's Nebraska.
Yeah, and then Nebraska, then Jeff Horn back in Vegas, back to Omaha. So he's not always fighting in his home state, but since 2014, he's never fought outside. So that's my thing is Stu said, well, if he fights in England, he could get more money. And absolutely, boxing right there in England is bigger than it could be for a guy like Crawford. I mean, Kell Brook is probably one of the big names in sports in England, unless I'm mistaken. So they could fill an arena over there, probably do good numbers. Whereas
I remember they were making fun of Nebraska on the one in South Park, and they got those yellow signs like deer crossing, the diamond shaped ones, the yellow signs, and they're going through Nebraska, and the sign says nothing.
Jeez. But it would be a nice little something that he could hold against Errol Spence. Say, hey, listen, I went over to Kell Brook's hometown, and if he beats him easier than Kell Brook did, than Spence did, that could be something else as well that he could use. It's always important. Listen, I don't know why more guys don't fight outside the country, especially if they're going to get more money. I mean, seriously, what do they think is going to happen? They think they're going to get poisoned over there? Do they think they're going to get raped or something? I mean, come on, fight in England, man. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. It would be a big event. You could make a lot of fans across the pond. Terence Crawford needs exposure. He went on the Joe Rogan podcast, what was it, last year? And usually they talk about the Joe Rogan effect, that if you go on his podcast, usually you get a big boost in popularity. Well, Crawford went in there, had nothing to say, and he was standing there and letting his trainer do most of the talking. And I don't think that podcast on YouTube even did 1 million views. So listen, he's never going to be a fucking talker in there. He's never going to be an Hector Camacho. So that's not the worst thing in the world. But what it means is that if he wants to be a mainstream star, if he wants to get the big paydays, he's going to have to do it in the ring by fighting the best, because he's not a talker. So England is the place where he could really make a boost, make a dent on his Q rating. That's my opinion. As a fighter though, he's a fantastic fighter. But again, like we were saying, against Kavaliauskas and against Benavides, getting hit a little bit too much for my liking. Flush. Not just because, it's one thing to get tagged. If you're rolling with the shots, okay, that's fine. But if you're eating flush shots, snapping your head back and all that, it doesn't look good. The Kell Brook fight is about as good as it can get for him right now, because Sean Porter, apparently they were talking about making that fight before this whole COVID thing started. That would have been the best fight to make, because the Errol Spence fight, again, Errol Spence still has to come back and show us that he's got something left. So Errol Spence is Terence Crawford's in a bit of a hard position here. Sean Porter is not a big mega fight. Kell Brook is, but then again, Kell Brook, some people look at him as being past his best. Pacquiao at this point he seems to be more concentrated on as a politician, helping out in the Philippines than actually taking on a top opponent. And that's about it. I mean, Keith Thurman, like Stu said, he's back in the Himalayas, banging that hot wife of his probably. And you know what?
I didn't care much for her, BDA. I saw her without her makeup in the training cap, and she looked quite trollish, I have to say.
Oh, what's the matter
She
with you?
did. It's just
You know what? When all else fails, let's get to the evidence here. Hold on. Let's see if we can find what's the worst photograph of his wife that we can find. Wait a minute. Does he have two wives, or there's one that looks more black than the other?
no,
Oh, okay,
that's the
no.
same broad. She's just in fucking Muhammad Jihad fucking outfits there. That's all.
Yeah, when she's got that traditional Nepalese or whatever she's from, she looked pretty fucking good at the Pacquiao fight. But maybe, like you said, maybe that's an anomaly there. I can't
I
find a.
think that was a one-off. She wore her best fucking hair, doing her best fucking makeup, and her best fucking outfit that night. Because
And
she
it's
looked like ass when I seen her without the
hey
makeup. I
everybody,
mean, it was
everybody.
like a
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Listen, if anybody out there can give us her, if she has an Instagram or something, we want to check that out, see what's up. Because I mean, calling her a troll, that's or trollish. That's I want to find out if it's true or not. That's what I'm saying. All right. So, by the way, Kell Brook, like I was saying earlier about how he can make something happen. Still, maybe Amir Khan too. Call me crazy. I still think Amir Khan. He's not that old. He's what 32 years old, 34. He can still make something happen, man. He's got tons of experience. He's got hand speed. It's that type of guy who still has physical talent and experience that he's amassed, and he's not afraid of losing anymore either. I mean, the worst that could have happened has already happened to him. He's been knocked out cold. He's lost big fights, but he's also won some big fights as well. So he's a very dangerous guy. If you have a prospect coming up and you put him in there against Khan, and this prospect thinks, oh, listen, Khan's done. He's shot. He's got no chin. I'm gonna beat him. You got to catch him first to put him down, and it's not that easy. The guy is still a mover. Hold on a second here. All right, I'm going through the list here of the top guys that people believed were done. Okay, because people are saying Khan is done. Kell Brook might have no chin anymore. He's finished because of the two beatings he took. And I said, listen, this is a game. Boxing is a place where people call you crazy for taking risks, and sometimes those risks pay off. One of the ultimate guys that most people thought was finished was, of course, the all-time great Evander Holyfield, Commander Vander. Okay, now he unified the cruiserweight division. All right. Now some people say, the cruiserweight division wasn't all that. Hey, still, he was undefeated back there. Went up to heavyweight, bulked up gradually, beat Buster Douglas, who was not motivated at all, but still beat him. Then he went on to beat a whole bunch of guys, George Foreman, Larry Holmes. Okay, old guys, but good veterans. And then he lost to the bigger Riddick Bowe. Now, Holyfield was always a guy that was getting into fucking brawls against bigger guys. But nevertheless, he was doing well against them. Then he lost to Riddick Bowe, right? And hold on a second.
Good fight. Good fights they were.
yeah.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. He lost, but it was against a bigger man still, right?
Yeah, but he beat Riddick Bowe as well. He won one of them, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so look, Holyfield just not big enough to beat Riddick Bowe. I think Riddick Bowe at the time was probably in his prime, and Riddick Bowe was a massive guy. I mean, it's amazing how Riddick Bowe could move as well as he could for a guy that was so big, sort of thing. But another guy that could move quite good, and Riddick Bowe is a very good fighter. And like you said, Holyfield just got dragged into wars that he had no business getting into. And look, but the thing is with Holyfield, he's a sort of guy that when he's hurt, he's at his most dangerous. If you get what I'm saying,
Right.
He was a very dangerous fighter when you had him hurt. So, but when you go back, that was his problem when you see some of the stoppage defeats he had. I mean, and then he's been dropped multiple times. I mean, like I said, Bert Cooper nearly got him out there smoking Bert Cooper. I remember watching. I thinking, what the fuck's going on here? I mean, he had Holyfield all over the place. So, so look, it didn't surprise me when Bowe won those two fights, but they were still great fights. And Holyfield
Right.
as tough as now. So I just think they just weren't big enough to deal with Bowe, and that's where Lennox Lewis would have been.
And you know what, Stu? People are saying don't compare Khan to Holyfield. I'm not comparing, saying he's the same as Holyfield. What I'm
Oh
saying is
God! Don't
Holyfield
they
when
ever
he
give it a rest, them fucking guys?
listen when I said Holyfield because Holyfield at some point when he lost to Riddick Bowe and then he lost to Michael Moore and people were saying, all right, he's done, he's finished. He fought Mike Tyson and people before he fought Mike Tyson, people were saying, oh, Tyson's gonna kill him. There were actually writers that were saying that
Look,
Holyfield might die in that fight. And what did
hey,
he
I
do?
remember it, bro. I remember it. I remember the build up to that. It was a massive occasion, man. I remember it like it was yesterday, and people were fearing for Evander Holyfield's life. I mean, that's how no one was giving Holyfield any chance whatsoever, and Holyfield came in there like a man possessed. You've only got to look. Well, not. You've only got to look how calm he was, though. I mean, look, he was just so calm. Like I've always said, any guy that showed he had no fear towards Mike Tyson usually got the job done. It was only the guys that were fucking scared to their boots that were beat before they even throw a punch. But Holyfield came in there singing Christian songs. Can you remember it?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think Tyson came in there like a hungry pit bull and wasted a lot of energy early on. And I think, you know, Holyfield, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Holyfield actually took the fight to Tyson and beat him up at his own game. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And he didn't just beat him up; he smashed him to pieces. Let's be real, he did, didn't he?
I remember I somebody had mentioned I don't know if it was me and it was me and somebody on one of my streams.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was asking me for some good boxing documentaries. I says, well, I got a few saved in one of my playlists, you know. But I says, I'll tell you a good one, bro. There's a 30 for 30 on ESPN, bro. If you got the ESPN Plus shit, you can watch it too. There's a great fucking documentary on Holyfield called Chasing Tyson, bro. It's fucking incredible. It's a great documentary, man.
It is. I've seen it, brother. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. It's that shows you a lot of footage of Holyfield that I've never seen before, for sure.
Yeah.
And what's it about?
Holyfield was a great fight, man. Holyfield was a great fight.
What's the documentary about?
It's just about him. You know, it's just about his career and shit, and then him like wanting the Tyson fight. Then he's going like him and Tyson just constantly circling each other until they finally ended up fighting.
Yeah, it was like he was talking about Tyson even when he was cruiserweight, weren't he? Every guy has a fighter they're looking for and they're training for years before they get in the ring with him. Like Vitaly Klitschko. Vitaly Klitschko was ready for Lennox Lewis years in advance. The guy he was the guy that he was targeting, and so he could train for Lennox Lewis, study him. This is what people don't realise when you got these clowns in the chat talking about, Vitaly retired Lennox. Lennox was on his last legs anyway and still got the job done. I mean, you talk about, he destroyed Lennox. 200 stitches in Vitaly's face says otherwise. Look, Vitaly, he knew what he was going in there with. Lennox Lewis didn't. And Lennox Lewis got the fucking shock of his life. And fortunately for him, he got, Vitaly's cuts were really bad cuts, and he got out of there, really, didn't he? He got a fucking lucky escape. Let's just say that, because Vitaly was coming on strong. But look at his face. I mean, you know, that is not a guy that got destroyed in my eyes. I mean, so
yeah, you can't really fault the doctor for stopping it, bro. I wanted to see the rematch like everybody else, but let's keep it real now. His fucking shit was split wide open, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, look, it doesn't matter. That maybe Vitaly could have gone on and won the fight. Maybe he could have. He was coming on strong. But look, 200 stitches in his face. I mean, how many stitches do you want before enough's enough?
Exactly, man. I mean, hold on a second. What's going on here? Okay, because I wanted to mention something about that fight, the Vitaly Lewis fight. I think I'm trying to check it out here, but I think we have a video about that over at BDA Live where you guys, I think it was you and Buchos too, and a couple of other guys. I wasn't there that day, I believe, but I think you guys watched that fight and commented on it. Hold on, let me see if I got it here. Let me see if it's on the channel, rather, because that's a nice fight. No, it's not there. Huh. We're going to post that at some point, man, because you guys rewatched the fight, and that would be a good episode from down memory lane. I remember when I watched the fight live, it definitely seemed like the momentum was on Vitaly's side. But then I remember we watched it another time separately. I've watched it a bunch of times, but the most recent, I remember thinking, hey, it actually looked like Vitali was sort of slowing down a little bit too. I mean, it's not like he was fresh as a daisy. You know what I mean?
He was getting hit with some big shots. Vitali was. Lewis was just because Lewis had nothing in the tank. He was out of shape. He just looked dreadful. But he was just throwing bombs. He wasn't using the jab or nothing. He was just loading up in the pocket, and he was actually hitting Vitali with some monster shots. I mean, just look at his face. They're not jabs that have done that to him. So that fight was a close fight for me. It was, to say Vitali was dominating before the fight started. I mean, I don't know what the fuck he was watching.
No, yeah, it was back and forth, bro. It was both guys were getting teed off on, man. Yeah.
We got to put it into context too, into perspective for people, because what happened was Lewis had just beaten Tyson. He knocked out Rahman also before that in his revenge. So he basically cleaned up the division. There was nobody there to fight him, and he wanted a fight with Vladimir Klitschko, but then Vladimir lost to Corey Sanders. So here came he was supposed to fight Kirk Johnson as a bit of a tune-up. Kirk Johnson was a Canadian who had only lost to John Ruiz. At some point when he was undefeated, he was considered a nice prospect, but then that Ruiz loss really set him back. It was an upset, by the way. So then he was supposed to fight Kirk Johnson. Kirk Johnson, something happened to him. He pulled out of the fight. So Vitali, who was going to be fighting on the undercard, was offered the fight. Now, why was Vitali, a guy who's about 6'7.5" or 6'8", and a good amateur record, and a good boxer, why was he offered this fight on short notice? Because people
Lennox
thought...
was set up
Hold on. Let me just set up...
was set up.
Yeah, but let me just the official story, because I haven't heard your version, but the official. So they offered Vitali the fight because the opinion of Vitali was that he was a quitter, because when he was undefeated coming up with his brother in Germany and they were beating everybody up, he fought Chris Bird, the undersized Chris Bird, and Chris Bird was making him miss and all that, but he was losing the fight, I think, on the scorecards. But Vitali was having to work hard for that just to get a clean shot of it. And then all of a sudden, Vitali, ahead in the cards, decided to quit because he had a shoulder injury. I forget exactly what it was.
He popped his shoulder out, didn't he? He popped his shoulder out.
So for years, people thought in the American media, especially, they said, "Oh, Vitali's a quitter." So that's why Lennox Lewis chose him. Somebody in his team chose him because he said, "All right, this guy's it's gonna be easy." And Lennox Lewis showed up out of shape. As soon as the first round, he got rocked by a right hand, and so he decided to trade with Vitali. In other words, it became a sloppy fight because Lewis, who was underprepared, got into that mode of, this guy's not supposed to do this to me, so I just want to fucking take him out. And the more you try to take out a guy like Vitali, the worse it gets for you. Now, Stu, I wanted to ask you, what was you said he was set up in this fight?
Look, I agree with you what you said. Lennox, he probably saw Vitali as a quitter and thought he just had to turn up and that was be enough. And he got it fucking horribly wrong on the night. But look, Lennox Lewis went in there thinking he's going to fight a guy that he's just levels above. Just look at the shape he was in. Terrible shape. And I believe that that fight was... what a coincidence that Vitali was on the undercard and the guy that Lennox was meant to fight pulled out and the guy that Vitali was meant to fight pulled out. I mean, what a coincidence, should we say. Look, that was set up. Lennox Lewis, a brave guy, great. It would have looked bad if he'd have said, "No, I'm not fighting Vitali Klitschko." You know, the guy who quit on his stool. That guy. I'm not fighting him. It'd have looked terrible on his. So he took the fight, underestimated Vitali, and it nearly come unstuck. But it was set up all along. Vitali was training for Lennox Lewis all along. He wasn't training for that other guy. And Lennox Lewis was training for some fucking cunt. And he ended up in there with Vitali Klitschko. So that's the story on that.
So, but hold on. So, okay. So, because I gotta ask, what, set up by whom, or by Vitali's team, or?
Look, if you remember, if you was around at the time, Lennox Lewis was one of the most disliked fighters in America. They fucking hated the guy. They just never gave him any credit. Always trying to take his belts off him. Look at that ref. That American ref couldn't wait to stop the fight when he got hurt by McCool. Just for some reason, they just wanted. And look, I'm not sure if Vitali had certain people calling shots. I'm not saying that, but that's what I've heard and that's what I've seen. I mean, Lennox Lewis. I mean, Vitali was training for that fight long before it happened. So for me, I just think it's a bit of a coincidence, should we say, that both of these fighters, these guys are meant to fight pull out, and even Vitaly being on the undercard as well.
I can fucking vouch for what Stu's saying too. I mean, I was like 10, 11, 12 years old when hit these fights with him and Tyson and Rockman were going on. But yeah, fuckers over here hated him. Hated Lennox. Couldn't stand the guy. I can vouch. I was little, like I said, I was 10, 11, 12 years old, and I fucking remember that clear as day.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, Lennox Lewis was.
They tried every fucking way possible to stop that guy getting that belt. I mean, they had to give him it in the end because all the challengers, he kept knocking them away, and all the champions kept ducking him. I mean, Mike Tyson must have paid him about $6 to $8 million in step aside fees not to fight him. Holyfield kept, well, he wasn't step aside. He just didn't fancy fighting him. He preferred to fight Tyson, sort of thing. So look, in America, like Johnny said, Lennox Lewis just hated, man. They fucking hated the guy. I don't know why. I don't have the answers, but. Anything to get that. And the fact is, Vitaly coming over, a young guy. Maybe they thought, yeah, let's stick him in there with Lennox and take them belts off him. But
yeah, and I can't speak for like the Northeast and Cali, but like my little part of the country, oh yeah, people couldn't fucking stand him. I can't speak for the other parts of the country.
Well, listen, if for me to consider that anything's possible in boxing, I've said it before. I said it after the Kovalev-Canelo fight. But I need proof, man. I need more than just, well, it's a coincidence that Kirk Johnson dropped out and Vitaly was on the undercard. Because Vitaly, like I said, he was considered a loser. He was considered a fragile guy with a fragile mind who was going to quit as soon as he took a punch. So, but anything's possible, man. And yes,
listen, Jason Bourne in the chat saying, "Stop it, Stu." And Leonard, no one was out to get Leonard. You wasn't even fucking born. You was just a thought in your daddy's sack. So what do you know about this? I was around. I was seeing the build. I was around at the time. I was a Lennox fan. I used to watch all his fights, man. Fucking hell. I was around with these guys, Holyfield, Bo. And like I said, you was a thought in your daddy's sack. Don't tell me what I know and what I don't know. Johnny's just confirmed it. And an American has just confirmed it.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
I was just gonna say, hey, by the way, we got 100 people in here. Punch that goddamn like button, you bums. Some of you dudes climb obstacles like old people. Fuck. Hit the like button.
Yeah, hit the like, please. I'm gonna say it a little bit more nice. Otherwise, I'm gonna start having to play Adrian Broner's greatest hits. Here's a little taste.
The dick was so good that he just couldn't pass up. So hold that weak, yeah, I'm tearing that ass up. Cause he left to ride him and he left to suck him. And after I was done, I let my homeboys fuck him. All
right, you want some more of that? Broner's greatest hits? If you don't, hit that like button. All right, fellas? Speaking of liking, shit, somebody just dropped out of the... I had a phone call ready here and somebody dropped out. All right, listen, back to Lennox Lewis. So yeah, that Lewis fight, it was interesting because Stewart was telling Lewis, stop trying to go to the head, stop loading on with power punches. And that's what Lewis was doing in the first 2 rounds. He started settling in a little bit and he started to land on Vitaly. So it's interesting because there's 2 points of views on that fight. Some people say that it was a matter of time before Lewis went down. But I saw the fight and I saw, listen, Vitaly looked like he'd never been in that type of fight before. And he looked like he might be ready to... I thought either guy was going to go down. And that's credit to Lewis too, man, because, hey, he fought a guy at last minute. He was in horrible shape and he still had plenty of experience and fighting heart left to get the job done. Speaking of Lewis being hated, that's partly because of... I want to get into that too, because I was rewatching some of his fights lately. Every post-fight interview, this fucking guy is like, he's just a personable guy, man. I mean, he lost the Rahman fight, okay? And obviously he's going to be distraught. He just got stopped against the guy that he was supposed to beat easily. So Lewis, Larry Merchant asked him, did he do anything to trouble you? No, he didn't do anything to trouble me. What do you mean nothing? He hit you in the fucking square in the chin and you dropped, man. That's not trouble for you? And he says, he just caught me with a punch and that's it. And then Larry Merchant goes, well, wait a minute. If he catches you, you can't get up. You lost. And then Lennox goes, well, yeah, but Larry, he didn't do nothing to me. It's like, all right, man, listen, this guy did not give him any credit. He didn't want to give Vitaly any credit either after the fight. And remember when he said, I'll have him and his brother for breakfast or for lunch or something like that. And then Larry Merchant had that brilliant line where he said, it's going to be a hard meal to digest. Lennox Lewis was a guy who was very arrogant. Now, you need that type of arrogance to make it in boxing to a certain degree. Because if you're not arrogant, pride and confidence can sometimes lead to arrogance, but you need to have a little bit of that. You can't be the type of guy the Oshoks type of guy that, well, I'm humble and I let other people give me my credit. Maybe you can say that in real life, but you don't necessarily have to believe it. You need to think, listen, I'm the best and nobody can stop me. That's the type of mindset you need to have to be a competitor, a top competitor. And that's what Lennox Lewis had. Look, gold medalist, heavyweight champion of the world, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. That doesn't necessarily come out of being an aw shucks type of guy. Oh, by the way, we got the phone call back here. Hold on a second. Hold on. 510, you're on the air. 510.
Yo, what's up? This is Ross Clock 222, 150 and no in debate. Yo, let me get the floor for a second. The problem is, it's too many dick riders out there for Vitaly Klitschko. When he got his eye busted in the 6th round, we're talking about a past prime Lennox Lewis. And not only was he a past prime, there's a positive there. He's one of the hardest punchers, top 10 hardest punchers in the heavyweight division. And for any idiot, any stupid fool who thinks he was going to survive with a cut on his eye like that against someone like Lennox Lewis, you're a European boxing fanboy. And that's what that was. Lennox Lewis was losing that fight because he was a past prime Lennox Lewis. I don't know why no one wants to say that. And he retired on top. There's no such thing as ducking a rematch when you already beat the guy. You stopped the guy. We're talking about Vitaly Klitschko, who quit on his stool against a former cruiserweight named Chris Bird. He's a bum.
Great points, Rascalot. But to be fair, the fight did end with a little controversy because most people felt that Vitaly was gonna get Lewis out of there. So that's why some people say that the fight merited a rematch. In fact, Lennox Lewis was open to the rematch until he decided to just call it quits.
But that's all speculation. We could say the same thing about Listen, I ain't got nothing to say right now. All I want to say is this. Vitaly Klitschko got his eye busted. I enjoyed every minute of it because Vitaly Klitschko was supposedly the second coming of Muhammad Ali, and all of that stopped in a single night when Lennox Lewis, past his prime, who got knocked out twice before, overweight, out of shape, cracked his eye and put 200 stitches in his face.
That's a good point, man. I can't disagree with that. But I can ask you, what's this about being 150-0 in debates? Weren't you at 90-0 or something like that a couple of months back?
No, I haven't lost a debate. Now, the only thing I did lose is I left my underwear at Jason Bourne's mother's house.
Oh.
And I need to get them back.
Now, wait a minute.
I had piss stains in that one, and she licked the piss stains off my drawers.
That's enough.
Whoa.
Listen, man. No, who aren't you fighting with in the chat room?
Oh, I don't fight with anyone in the chat room. I know most of those guys are probably part of the LGBTQ committee. A lot of them are afraid of the LGBT, but they come on your channel and they talk really tough about LGBT. But in person, if they was to run into someone from the LGBT, they'd be shaking in their boots.
Well, that's. I think there's going to be some disagreement there with the people in the chat room. But look, it's your opinion, and you're allowed to say it on this show. That's the beautiful thing about this show. Rascal, anything else before we move on?
Yes, I also want to say that Vladimir Klitschko has always been the better fighter out of Vitaly Klitschko. Yes, Vitaly Klitschko defeated some guys for him, but at the end of the day, better resume, better accomplishments. Vladimir Klitschko is truly a Hall of Fame, not his brother. Vitaly Klitschko got slapped by Derek Chisora, and that was a better moment in boxing, better than the fight itself when Chisora got beat up by Vitaly. I like watching Vitaly getting slapped.
Hey, okay, so big question then. I agree. Vladimir Klitschko had a better resume because he continued fighting, whereas Vitaly took 4 years off and then came back and then left for a career in politics. If Vladimir and Vitaly, let's say something happened where they got into it with the bookies, right? Let's say they're degenerate boxing gamblers, and they lost a lot of money and they needed a quick payday, and they decided, you know what? Let's fight each other. A gimmick fight and really make it happen. Who would you have picked in that one?
I'm going to tell you why Vladimir wins. The reason why Vladimir wins, he's way more aggressive and he doesn't fight as timid and scary like Vladimir Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko. Vitaly Klitschko likes to fight, not wanting to get hit. He's a big scary guy, but he is one of the top. But I'm going to go with the younger little brother, Vladimir Klitschko. I also want to say, please, people, stop saying that Wilder Vladimir Klitschko ducked Deontay Wilder. When Vladimir Klitschko was a champion, Wilder was still fighting guys like Dan Sheehan, who had 39 losses. He wasn't even a contender. He wasn't even in the top 20. There was no reason for Vladimir to fight Wilder. So please, can we end that whole fiasco?
Yeah, I mean, they kept Wilder far away from Vladimir Klitschko, and the reason was because Vladimir Klitschko knocked Deontay Wilder out in camp, in sparring. I mean, it's a known fact in the boxing world that Wilder got sparked, and apparently it was a couple of times. It weren't just once; it was 2 or 3 times. So, that's probably why they kept Wilder, away from Vladimir. I mean, he never really called Vladimir Klitschko out, did he?
Well, you know what?
Never did. He never called out. He never called him out. Wilder never spoke of Vladimir. His fanboys are speaking up for him for that. They made it all up, and it's sad.
Yeah, man. I will say though, Rascal, I think I'm surprised that you picked Vladimir or Vitaly on the basis that Vitaly was a more timid fighter. It seems to me that Vladimir was a more timid fighter because of all the clinching, and he really, every time he got hit, his eyes would pop wide open like he was getting his prostate examined or something. I don't know, man. I think Vitaly was a little tougher, man.
Yeah, Vladimir. I think Vladimir is just a
disagree.
lot nicer technically. I mean, I see where Ross Clott's coming from. Vladimir's just a bit nicer on the eye, technically more sound, better boxing IQ. But Vitaly's just got that grit and that toughness that Vladimir just didn't have. I mean, you've only got to see the way Joshua took it to Vlad in the pocket. When you start taking it to Vlad in the pocket, there's nothing coming back. And I think that's where Vlad starts to fall to pieces, where Vitaly thrives on that sort of stuff. As you see with Lennox Lewis, he just thrives on it, and he can go to war, switch it on, where Vlad doesn't have that. When Vlad has to go to war, he's not the same guy. He has to stay in shape and stick to the fucking game plan, where Vitaly can fight so many different ways. I'd have to say Vitaly stops Vlad, to be honest with you.
Go aheid, Rascal.
Let me ask you a question, Stu. Do you think a prime Anthony Joshua would beat do you think Vladimir Klitschko in his prime would have lost to Anthony Joshua?
Vladimir Klitschko, 2 years younger than what he thought Anthony Joshua would have stopped Anthony Joshua. That Klitschko at 40 was beating Anthony Joshua all over the place. Let's be real at times. And it was only the fact that Klitschko just didn't have it in the tank. He hurt Joshua, and when he went to finish Joshua, he dug deep and into his stomach, and there was nothing there. It had all gone. And that was the age that kicked in overnight. That's why he hasn't fought since, because when he needed to dig in the tank to get that extra bit out, to get Joshua out there, he couldn't find it. And that's why Joshua had so much time to recover and get the win in the end. But let's be real, 2 years younger, Vladimir would have stopped Anthony Joshua.
I agree. And also, I'm glad you said that, because I want to say that particular Vladimir Klitschko would have beaten Wilder.
Yeah, man. That Klitschko would have
that Vlad that lost to Anthony Joshua would have knocked Wilder out. That right hand that landed on Anthony Joshua, I think Wilder would still be sleeping now if that had landed.
I'll tell you this, man. I think both Klitschkos. I would pick both Klitschkos against Joshua.
I would too.
Yeah, I'm not that impressed with Joshua when it comes to those top heavyweights of all time greats. But hey, remains to be seen. See if Joshua can make something happen and change my mind. That's what boxing is all about. All right, listen, Rascal.
Anyway, guys, thanks for having me on. As you know, I like calling in, and I want to give a special shout out to Box and Jason Bourne. If you guys know any other gay men who are Lyft drivers, right now they have a special. They're doing Lyft and Uber, and they're sucking dick.
Oh, come on. Man, all right. Thank you, Rascal, for calling in, man.
And Jason Bourne's quite cheap at the moment because he was smuggled in from Poland, so he's going on the cheap right now.
No, come on. Listen, I like Rascal. He always brings the heat, and I like Jason Bourne, so I can't pick a side on this one. All I can do is, since he brought up the gay Uber thing, I can only play sound effects here. That's all I can do, man. All right, listen. The Thank you, Rascal, for calling in, man. And hey, interesting talk. By the way, we got Recognize who just dropped in, and we're talking about Vitaly versus Lennox Lewis. That controversial, well, somewhat controversial fight. As you can see, Rascal doesn't believe it was controversial. He believes that Vitaly was going to be able to make it with that big cut, and what a cut it was. I mean, really. Let me just put a picture there again. It was a horror show. Look at this. I mean, that's a dangerous. That's a thing that can end a career. That type of injury. But when it comes to Lennox Lewis, you cannot deny the fact he beat everybody out there. Yes, his chin and maybe his preparation sometimes could falter, but fuck, man, when you're a 6'5" guy, man, with that type of power and skills, man, it's gonna be hard for anybody. I don't like those Joe Louis beats Lennox Lewis discussions.
No, listen,
it's ridiculous.
Lennox Lewis is for me like one of the greats of all time. I mean, I'd stick Lennox Lewis in his prime. I'd stick him in a ring with any heavyweight from any era, and I'd pick him to win. Mm-hmm. That's how highly I rate. I mean, I watched a video with Dillian White the other day when he had a little blog with Shannon Briggs, and Shannon Briggs said he didn't
Jesus, he destroyed him.
Yeah, he was saying he didn't realise how strong Lennox was in the hold, because Shannon was a big guy. Shannon was used to grabbing guys and just manhandle him. He said, I grabbed Lennox, I went and pushed him back, and nothing happened. He sort of said, manhandled me. And he goes, and he had incredibly hard punching power. And that's, I mean, when Lennox had his weaknesses. Every fighter has his weakness, you know. There's no.
You're talking about Shannon Briggs, Stu.
Say again?
You talking about Shannon Briggs?
Yeah, if you look on, I don't know if the IFL posted it. I think it did.
I seen it.
Yeah, I mean, Shannon, I really enjoyed that because Shannon was actually talking about some of the fights he did. I mean, Dillian White only said, I've just been watching your fight with Vitaly, innit? I mean, that's a fight Shannon didn't want to hear about because he was in hospital for that one, I remember, if I remember right. But
Shannon Briggs he gave him a decent fight, but he got whooped. And he got
whooped. It was a brilliant watch.
I think he told people, he had told a lot of people that he couldn't tell you how hard he hit him. That's how hard he got hit. So I couldn't tell you how hard that guy hits because you don't remember.
I had to go on mute for a second. I was helping my mother with something. What are we just still on about Holyfield and Lennox and that? Or
wait a minute, were you actually helping your mother out, or were you slurring Mexicans in a chat room somewhere?
Oh, gee, to BDA for fuck's sake.
I think you're suspect in my book. I think you hate Mexicans, man. That's what I think.
Oh my God,
that's right.
I hate Mexicans. I can't lie.
Well, you're Puerto Rican. You're Puerto Rican. You can do that. But Italians, what do you got against Mexicans for? That's what
dude, I am Mexican, bro. I'm fucking Sicilian, and I got all Puerto Rican cousins, bro. You blend the two together. What do you got? What do you want from me?
Yeah, Johnny actually qualifies to join the Hebrew Israelites if he wants. He's got that
bro. You see, now I got the Wyatt Earp stash going. I look like fucking homeboy off a shot caller. And when I shave my head, when I shave my head, especially when it's summertime, and I got the fucking brown going, the fucking Dago brown going, people think I'm fucking Mexican anyway. So what the fuck?
Yeah, they call you the N-word. All right, listen. Fuck, what were we talking? Okay, yeah,
now you say that, Johnny. You do look like a 20-year-old fucking El Chapo. Now you say that.
No, he doesn't. What's the matter with you? Listen,
I hope I act like him later in life. I'll tell you that. But I
hope I make his money.
Yeah.
I hope Johnny Boy makes his money and gives us a little bit. You know. Give us a little taste.
I do too. I was helping my ma bag up some clothes from the fucking 1980s. I've helped her.
All right, this is in the home. This is in the home garden show with boxing. So listen.
No. I was just gonna say I've dropped about 10 bags of clothes off to the fucking Goodwill. Johnny Boy gives back to the hood, which is more than I can say for 78. Anyways.
Oh wait, we're gonna go there. All right, listen. Yeah, because people say Joe Louis would be all-time great. He would beat Lennox Lewis in a fight. Holyfield was 6'2.5", according to BoxRec. Joe Louis, they have him at 6'1", so probably chop that up to 6 feet, maybe 5'11.5". He was about 190 pounds, 200 pounds.
Hey, man. Joe Louis wasn't even a heavyweight in today's game, was he? He wouldn't even make the
weight.
He
would have been a cruiserweight.
Yeah.
Oh, he would have been a cruiserweight.
Joe Louis was a fighter ahead of his time, and he fought in difficult conditions and difficult times. So you got, for me, he's in the top 3 for me of all time. You can put him, Ali, Lennox, any way you want for me. But
look, I know people don't like Max Schmeling, but he beat the living crap out of.
Yes, he did. I mean, but look, Ali had his ass whoopings, didn't he? I mean, Lennox, he got his ass whooped. I mean, all great fighters get their ass whooped once in a while.
Well, Lennox didn't get his ass whooped. He just got caught out there, right? Like,
but
I never really seen nobody beat his ass.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was a bad knockout, though, wasn't it?
And with regards to Schmeling, I mean, I know he was a Nazi, fucking all this other shit, but the dude was a good fucking fighter, man. It's not like Schmeling was some fucking Momo that just popped up and beat Lewis either. That dude was a good fight, man. Like,
sorry, Johnny boy, just to defend Schmeling real quick. He wasn't a Nazi sympathizer. He just got dragged into the whole thing. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think Schmeling had much of a fucking choice, did he?
Yeah, exactly. You're in the heart of Germany.
Well,
like,
I was hey, are you going to tell Hitler no? Because I ain't. I don't care. Call me a Nazi. I ain't telling that fucking guy.
Hitler was
I'd end up in the gas chambers as well. So look, Schmeling had no choice whatsoever. I mean, look what they did. Look what they did to him when he lost the second fight. I, mean,
I was just going to say that, Stu. I was just going to say
look what they did to him, man. Do you know what I mean? So look, times where I think Precise to this day. And I think Precise got a massive point where he says that Schmeling threw that second fight. Johnny said, I think who knows, Mark, who said, did you expect Schmeling to win that second fight at the time and then walk out of that arena alive in America? And the answer is no.
Exactly. So he basically said, let me just, whatever.
I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, as soon as Schmeling lost the rematch, he went back to the fucking old country there, and Hitler made him go on the front lines as a fucking paratrooper.
Yeah, that's right.
Now this isn't the 2010 where we got the triple shit quattro jets and all kinds of great fucking jet packs and James Bond equipment. This is the fucking early 1940s. You probably you go off on a parachute, you got a 50% chance of dying to begin with over here.
All right, listen.
I don't. Was that German fucking German bomber sound?
Man.
I don't know about Schmeling throwing the second fight, but Lewis. Look, listen. Joe Louis was fast. He would be fast for today's.
Let me ask you something real quick, BDA.
Again,
if Schmeling beats the shit out of Joe Louis again, the way he did the first time, does he walk out of there alive?
I'm pretty sure he did. He would have. I mean, come on, it's the United States. It's not exactly fucking Kenya where he's going to end up in a...
BDA, you're talking about America back then was a fucking very violent place. What you're on about, man? I mean, look, what I think is fucking... when you look at it, Matt Schmeling was not actually even defending himself at times. Just letting Lewis punch him in the face. It's just like, there's just something not right about it. Look, I'm not saying Joe Louis couldn't have won that fight fairly. Joe Louis was, like I said, one of the greats. But Schmeling just sort of like fell to pieces, and it was just a bit bizarre for me, especially when you've just dominated the guy. It was like Tyson Fury coming back fighting Wilder and just falling to pieces. You're going to think, what the fuck did I just watch? And that's what it was like with Schmeling. I think there was more to it than meets our very political time back then. It's times when, like I said, you talk about boxing back then. You go and ask Sonny Liston if you don't do what you're told by some of these guys in boxing. Look what happens to you. Ask Sonny Liston. He'll tell you.
I don't know.
Is he around still?
I think you guys.
No, look, mate. Back then, Schmeling probably got warned. You fucking win this fight, Max, and you're getting a bullet before you get back to Germany. You don't know.
Here's my question, though. Here's my question: Why would Schmeling never say that afterwards? 50 years after the fight, why wouldn't he confess and say, "Listen, I had to throw the fight"?
Because some fighters don't. Some fighters never confess to throwing fights or even winning fights out of throwing. They just don't do it. I mean, look, maybe he doesn't want to take the credit from Joe Louis because it does look a bit. It's the sort of thing Deontay Wilder would do, isn't it? It's the sort of excuse he would use. So
And there's secrets you go to the grave with. Like there's shit, I'm never gonna fucking say on here too, bro. You know what I mean?
You got to remember this. Yeah, this guy's from back then Germany. I mean, they were fucking brainwashed robots back then, weren't they? Sort of thing. So, like,
But even if look, whatever people may have thought of like Germans or whatever, it was a different world back then. Back then, those men were. Remember, these guys fought to the very end. They fought with 700 soldiers versus like fucking 5 countries. I mean, they finally gave in at 700. So these were different type of dudes. So let's say he didn't agree with the Nazi regime, but he lived there. He probably had some of the same tendencies, like being a warrior to the end. Like those guys, we may not like what they believed in, but they fought to the very end for it.
oh mate, the Germans are for me, the bravest army in the history of warfare. Really, when you look at, they took on most of the world, and they still were fighting to the end when Berlin. They had the Red Army surrounding them, the Allies. I mean, they were fucking fighting most of the planet, and they were still on. They had some of the best weapons. If Germany had took these countries 1-on-1, I mean, you've only got to see it. They were steamrolling through Europe like, fuck me. I mean, they took Paris in about 2 weeks. Look, they would have hit Moscow if it weren't for the winter and Stalingrad sort of thing. The winter sort of bad tactics at times cost them. When they left the. But there was a brilliant army, a real brave, brilliant army. Whether you agree with the way their ideology was, I don't. I mean, I really don't. But we're talking about warfare.
I don't believe you.
One
of the great armies. Let's just say that.
And I'm German and Sicilian mostly, so I got the right to talk like this. So, but anyways, it's the same thing with Mussolini. He's like, well, what do you think they were doing? Giving them a fucking option, bro? Like, the fuck you mean, bro? And like I say, it was probably like, yo, either fall in line or we're gonna fuck you dudes up, bro. That's what it is. Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying with the Joe Louis thing is we got no proof here. We got to give I'm going to give Joe Louis his credit because I need a little bit more than, it looked weird that the guy who was dominated in the first fight ended up beating the other guy in the first round. That's all I'm saying.
Obviously, you need a history lesson.
It sounds like Nazi Germany to me.
Listen, you got to give Joe Louis his credit, all right? Then again, here's my other thing with Joe Louis. Here's my other thing. Because I wanted to talk about in another show, well, in this one, but I'm not going to get into the top 10 reigns of all time. But one of the best or most famous reigns of all time, title reigns, is Joe Louis, right? With his 25 title
25,
defenses.
I believe it was.
25.
The record.
But then you got to remember that he fought a lot of, he was fighting so many guys that were below his league that they were calling it the Bum of the Month Club. So even with 25 title defenses, he gets it to be into the Hall of Fame and one of the all-time great heavyweights because he did something at the time that hadn't been done. But I go back to my UFC argument, all right? The UFC argument, which is, if you take a look at a guy like Ken Shamrock, one of the pioneers of MMA, he was one of the top guys at the time, but he couldn't hit, he couldn't kick, his stand-up game was crap. If he would be fighting today, he'd get massacred. And I'm not saying Joe Louis would get massacred, because if he was fighting at light heavyweight or cruiserweight, he would do very well. But what I'm saying is, if he fights some of these giants, some of these Nephilim that we have here, guys like Joshua, Vitaly Klitschko, Tyson Fury, I don't see it happening, man. I just don't see him winning.
Like we said earlier, bro, he wouldn't even be fighting at half those nowadays. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
I mean, when you're talking,
problem.
Go ahead, Recognize. Go ahead, brother.
No, Usyk, who's 6'3", 215 pounds, will give him fucking fits. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he even beats Joe Louis. Does that mean that Usyk is in terms of historical record, better than Joe Louis? No, he's not. Right. So when I compare the old timers, versus today's fighters, I take that into consideration that technology today is better, medicine is better. These boxers, most of the boxers of yesteryears, used to have 2 jobs, okay? And they used to fight every week because they weren't making enough money. Today, boxers that's their full-time job, right? On average, if you look at the boxers today, being a fighter, staying in good shape is their job. So I take that into consideration. So historically, more than likely, Usyk is never going to be as good as Joe Louis. But actually, we brought up the Lennox Lewis thing, right? And maybe Lennox Lewis historically won't be considered as great as Lennox Lewis. Not to, excuse me, Lennox Lewis won't be. You know what I'm saying, right?
Right,
Compared
right,
to
right.
Joe Louis, but it's not. They're not too far apart. But in the ring, brother, a guy who's 6'6", 6'5", 250, and can punch the way he did, and against a guy who's 6'1" and used to fight anywhere from 190 to 205. Come on, man. Can't compare that.
You can't exactly. But
I mean, in a nutshell, here's what Joe Lewis's title reign looks like. Here's the best names when he was champion. Okay, Schmeling, which we just talked about. Billy Khan, who was a great fucking light heavyweight, but he was a light heavyweight.
See, with
he got 2
middleweight?
wins over him.
Oh yeah.
And the other one is Jersey Joe Walcott. Now, and he beat him twice. The first one was a split decision, though, and a lot of people thought Walcott won that second fight. He dropped Lewis twice.
Mm-hmm.
He did. You're right about that. A lot of people thought he won the fight.
Yeah, Jersey Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. Those are the best names you got on Joe Lewis's record. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Ezra Charles one, that was after. I mean, Jersey Joe. That was after his title reign, right? That wasn't even during
his loss to Ezra Charles was after his title reign. Yeah.
There you go. So I mean, so it's all right. What, you're gonna tell me Tony Galento was one of his top boys?
That's the greatest fighter of all time. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, you can only fight who's around in your era, sort of thing. And I see Joe Louis, whether he's got the resume that is a good one or not, he's still a great fighter and still top 3 pound for pound of all time for me. Joe Louis, man, definitely.
Oh yeah, you could definitely. I could definitely see that, man.
Yeah, because of what he did.
I mean, what was it? What 25? What did he have? 25 fucking title defenses or something.
25. That's right.
25 successful title defenses. Yeah.
All right,
same with Marciano. People disrespect Marciano, but Marciano was a fucking incredible fighter.
Dude, he went 49-0 with 43 knockouts.
Exactly. I mean, like I said, and he retired too early for me.
God, Vitali's face, man. What in God's hell happened to him?
Yeah, but according to that guy in the chat, Vitali was all right to carry on.
No. Look, this is where I get it. Lennox Lewis was a hated fighter, and trust me, if anybody knows about Lennox, I grew up in New York, and who was his rival? Mike Tyson. They fucking hated him out here. Okay?
Yeah.
He was hated with venom. So,
I told you. That's what I'm saying. This guy, Jason Bourne, trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I remember these times. Lennox Lewis was a despised fighter in America.
Forget about it. He was hated. This man, they actually started making me like him. Because that's the type of guy I am. It's like, calm down, motherfucker. Like, he's not the worst thing in the world. You know?
How long did they make him wait for his shot though at the WBC?
Oh, Riddick Bowe ducked him. I mean, that's not even an argument. Riddick Bowe ducked him. He said, "I'm not fighting this dude."
They were fucking making that guy fight everyone. They were sticking everyone in front of him.
You know, it's crazy. Riddick Bowe ducks him, and I'm bringing it up to these dudes from New York, right? And especially from Brooklyn. Like, yo, your man ducked him. Get out of here. You would have watched him. So then do it then. Go.
Yeah.
Why did he duck the belt?
Listen, I think Lewis had some psychological thing over Bowe. I just don't think Bowe thought he could beat Lennox Lewis. You just don't chuck your WBC belt in the bin.
I don't think
he can win a fight.
I don't think he was too confident. Yeah, he wasn't too confident.
I think that defeat in the Olympics. I know Lennox stopped Bowe in the Olympics, didn't he? And like I said, I just think that was on Bowe's mind all the time.
You know, Riddick Bowe still hates him to this day. Like,
like I said,
Lennox is over it. He's like, hey, listen, we didn't fight, man. It is what it is.
Look, Riddick Bowe can't say shit because at the end of the day, he threw that belt in the bin. Didn't want no part of Lennox Lewis. And just like a lot of people did, like I said, Lennox Lewis was made to hang on for his chance. I mean,
that's why I say to me,
they were sticking everyone in front of him. That's why he's got such a good resume, because they kept finding these guys to throw in front of him before he got his shots.
That's why historically, Stu, I put Lennox ahead of the Klitschko brothers.
Yeah, me too.
For
Me
one,
too. Yeah.
for one, I mean, I'm not saying way ahead. You know, he's just ahead. He's better than they are, in my opinion, because when he fought Vitali, and don't get me wrong, if he would have fought, if he'd have fought Vitali again, I think Vitali beats him up. Okay, but my point is, he was old at this point. He was an old man.
Yeah. Look,
he already passed it.
People don't understand, people underestimate Lennox Lewis's resume. When you look through it, I mean, most people that know boxing will look through that resume and just see name after name after name. Dangerous guy, KO artist after KO. Look at the KO artists he's fought. Let's just say, even Tommy Morrison, KO artist. You had Grant, who was a KO artist at the time. You've got David Tua, KO artist. Mike Tyson, KO artist. He just fought them all. I mean, even Ruddock, and they were sticking Ruddock in there, Mercer in there with him at times. You know, they stuck all the tough guys in there with him. He had to fight them all. I mean, Shannon Briggs, even Shannon Briggs at the time. Shannon Briggs was knocking everyone out. I mean, you know, so they were just trying to stick these killers in front of him, trying to. Like I said, they just didn't like the guy, and they kept throwing killer after killer, and he kept getting them out of there, kept beating them. Even Andrew Galotta, they stuck him in there with him before. I mean, look. He just kept disposing of these guys, and then in the end, they just couldn't hold on no more. And he just got the belts that he rightly deserved, and he kept on to him. He was just a tremendous fighter, Lennox Lewis. And anyone that says otherwise don't know a fucking thing about the sport of boxing. Simple as that.
Well, I was just gonna say, Lennox has got both Klitschko's brothers beat on resume easily. Fucking putting both their resumes together, probably.
Like you said, and then when you talk about all them KO artists I mentioned, then I forgot to mention Vitali. That's another KO artist that they stuck in there. Well, you're telling me Holyfield couldn't punch? I mean, all massive punches in there with him, and you know, and he dealt with them comfortably. Look how he dealt with the Galotta. I mean, that's destruction. This is a Galotta, by the way, that was beating up Riddick Bowe before he did them stupid low blows. I mean, beating him up in both fights. Look what he did to Shannon Briggs. I mean, all right, people say it was Shannon Briggs, but that guy was a fucking dangerous guy back then. You know, all these guys were. And Michael Grant was like the Deontay Wilder of the 90s. He was knocking everyone out. A big, tall, lanky guy. He looked the business. Lennox Lewis dispatched of him, no problem. Yeah. You know, all these guys they kept putting in front of him. I mean, look what he did to Razor Ruddock. I mean, Razor Ruddock, it's come off a 12-round decision loss against Tyson. You know, he had. So, look.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I say this, and I'm not including the guys from fucking 1906 with fucking 450,000 fucking pro fights that all went 50. No. I'm not gonna do that, bro. My top six heavyweights of all time is Louis Ali. No order. Louis Ali, Big George, Larry Holmes, Lennox, and Holyfield. You can switch them around however you like, but that's the top six for me.
Yeah, see, Larry Holmes is in mine as well. Larry Holmes definitely in mine. People underestimate Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes was a fucking very, very good fighter. Unfortunately, a lot of people see Larry Holmes at the end of his career when he was getting sparked out by Tyson and people like that, you know what I mean? But when Larry Holmes was at his best, I mean, one of the best jabs you'll ever likely to see in a boxing ring, you know, a real skilled technician. A bit of a piece of shit, Larry Holmes, a racist motherfucker, I'll give you that. But a tremendous fighter. So definitely in my, I'd say top six. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Larry, aside of maybe Muhammad, Larry had the quickest hands, any of them guys, as far as I'm concerned.
Holmes was a tremendous fighter.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, like, I think he just got Tyson when he fought Tyson, was just past his best, weren't he?
Yeah.
Can I say something about Larry Holmes? Because
go ahead.
Yeah, because I mean, somebody said that he was very spiteful, and it's true. For a while there, he was very arrogant, but it's because he didn't, you know, he came right after Ali. He beat Ali, who was beloved, when in fact, very easily he could have been just as hated by most people as Larry Holmes. I mean, I know people hated Ali because of the whole Vietnam thing and the Nation of Islam, but he was I mean, if you want to talk about racist, Ali bought the whole story from the Nation of Islam when he was young. But back to Larry Holmes, some people still dislike him a lot for what he did to Ali in that last fight. And there's even a video there on YouTube called "When Tyson Avenged Ali" or something to that effect. I'm thinking, why? It's like Larry Holmes was Ali's sparring partner. He had no ill will towards the guy, but he had to beat him. You know, it's part of the game. You know, you don't know if Ali's gonna hit you with a big shot and put you out. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why people hated Larry Holmes for that. It's part of the job. And but back to fuck, I'm losing my train of thought here. But yeah, I mean, Larry Holmes, I don't know why people hated him all that much. And I've seen some interviews with him now. He's 70 years old, I believe, or almost 70. He's pretty mellow, man. He gives gracious interviews. He's nice to people. He's polite. So I don't see him being...
I respect the shit out of the dude. But I and he's right. Rocky couldn't carry his jock strap. And I can say that as a fellow fucking wop. So anyways, what's it called there? You know, listen, Larry put it perfectly. I was watching one of them fucking documentaries or whatever, and he was talking. He's like, listen, man, I had to fight the guy. I didn't have a choice, and it was either here. If I beat him, I beat an old man. If I lose, I suck to begin with. I was never shit to begin with. So what the fuck do you want me to do? And that's what I was saying to these young boys about this whole Lomachenko-Pacquiao shit when that was coming up. I'm like, look, man. First of all, they're two weight classes apart. Second of all, if Lomachenko beats him, he beat up an old man. And then if he loses, he was a hype job, bro. It's the same fucking situation. Just for two different fighters. Larry Holmes kicked me and punched me. Larry Holmes kicked me and punched me.
No, but you make a good point.
Impression that was.
But you make a good point. I mean, Larry Holmes was a guy that from the recent interview that I saw with him, I hope I'm not mixing them up, but he said he was getting paid very good money just for being a sparring partner, and that he could have done that. He could have stayed in that game for a while, but he decided to get out of it and try his luck at becoming, make something happen as a professional. But he says, hey, listen, Ali was taking good care of me. But he also says that Ali, I think he's the one who said he believes Ali in part got all fucked up, not just because of the fights, the wars that he was in, but because he would do the rope-a-dope during sparring as well.
See, I heard the opposite though, bro. I heard Larry Holmes was coping with Ali quite comfortably in sparring from the start. That's
no, but what I'm saying,
Holmes was
right. But what I'm saying is that
Larry Holmes, our respect for an all-time great. Who's in the right mind is going to say, "Yeah, I was schooling Ali in sparring"? No one's going to do that. I mean, look, that boxers don't like to tell their stories as it is, but to tell a story on a great like Ali, especially with the way he was suffering at the time. No, you're not going to do that. So Larry Holmes apparently said to Ali after he beat him up that he asked Ali not to fight again if it was money he wanted. He said, I'll give you money. Just don't fight again, Muhammad. Because let's be real, Muhammad Ali went in the ring with Larry Holmes shaking like Freddie Roach. He had fucking Parkinson's disease at the time. I mean, how he passed a medical. Whoever passed that medical is an absolute disgrace to this sport, and he should never be. Well, hopefully he's 6 foot under right now. Age is taking its toll on him, and he's gone. But if he's still around, he should be ashamed of himself. I mean, Ali should never have been in the ring with that guy.
Who was that doctor prick that Ali used to drag around with him everywhere? He was another Italian guy, Panceo or Ali something Panceo.
Pacheco, Freddie Pacheco. I think he was Mexican, man. Another guy that you probably hate.
Not Freddie Pacheco. No, not him. No, there was another guy. Some fucking doctor used to drag around with that big fat prick with the glasses. He looked like an Italian penguin from Batman.
I think you're talking about Freddie. That sounds like Freddie Pacheco.
It
wasn't Dr. Phil, was it?
Yeah.
No, Freddie Pacheco, another fucking asshole. This guy was a prick to people that interviewed him back in the day. Hold on
yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's a fucking Mexican penguin from Batman over there.
Yeah, he was a prick to people, man. But he was a good commentator, though.
I couldn't stand that cocksucker.
Who the fuck is this guy?
He's part of the tribe.
Is that his son? Who the fuck is this?
Let's hope not. Jesus.
Hey, get on Larry Holmes. Did Larry Holmes go? Was it 48-0 he went before he got?
Yeah, went 40. I think something like that, Stu. 48-0.
48-0. Yeah, and I think he got robbed by Spinks. By the way, I had Holmes winning.
He went 48-0. He lost the first Spinks fight. Legit. He won the rematch though.
Yeah, he clearly beat him in this rematch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why he got pissed off too, Larry Holmes, and that's why after the fight, he said that whole thing about Rocky Marciano not being able to carry his jockstrap. That's why you should always be graceful in either victory or defeat, man. Because I mean, people will hold you to your comments, and sometimes even if you mean well, your comments are going to be taken the wrong way. So look, hey, you lost. Man up. I hate that when fighters go.
I don't like that when the old fighters don't like to give when the new fighters don't like to give credit to the old guys. I just don't like that. I didn't like what Wilder said about Tyson and them sort of guys.
Yeah.
I didn't like what Larry Holmes said about Marciano. I just don't like hearing that sort of stuff. You should always respect the guys, because let's be real, if it weren't for them sort of guys, you wouldn't be around today, sort of thing, in this sport doing well. Because like I said, you have to have these big names that carry the sport on.
Larry Holmes felt, for some reason, Stu, Larry Holmes always gave me the idea that he felt slighted by boxing. Like he felt.
I think Larry Holmes is a bit racist, bro. To be honest with you, Larry.
Who cares? Who cares if he's a racist?
I think when you look at Larry Holmes's Christmas card list, you're not going to see a cracker on there, right?
Okay, wait a minute. And you know what?
Not only that, is it me, but is it like he felt boxing did him wrong?
He was.
Dude,
he did.
He had one of the greatest heavyweight careers of all time, bro.
He did, man. He said in an interview, I think somebody asked him straight up, says, I always got the impression that you felt like boxing did you wrong. And he said, well, yeah, man. I mean, I always had to fight for what I earned. I always had to earn what was given. Nothing was ever given to me. He said, he didn't have a gold medal around his neck. Once he actually got the title shot, it was against Ali. Once he actually came into his boxing reign, there were no big names. He was fighting guys, either that had already been beaten, like Ken Norton, or guys that never really went on to do much later on. So he never really got that big,
but why did he pick on Marciano? Out of all the guys, like I said,
exactly.
Larry Holmes, like I said, 30 years on from Marciano, wants to talk about Marciano. What about all the other guys? What about all the other guys before him? He didn't want to mention them guys. He wanted to talk Marciano's record. And that tells me all you need to know.
The thing was, bro, was him getting to the 49-0, just like Marciano. And but the best thing when Larry Holmes says, when he was like, yo, Rocky couldn't carry my jockstrap, he's like, look, man, the fact that, and this is true to an extent. Listen, Larry Holmes is like, listen, bro, I'm an old man fighting young men. Marciano was a young man fighting old men, bro.
Good point.
And the other, and he's like, and to Marciano's brother, I see he's in there in the background. I want you to go back to Boston and shove it up your ass.
Damn, he has something to get his own brother too. I mean,
yeah, I get it now. Why he was talking about? I actually forgot about that. Why he was talking about Marciano, but he's always had a problem with Marciano. He's still talking about it to this day. Look, he needs to let it go. If anything, Marciano wasn't the one that robbed him on the cards and robbed him of his equaling the record. That
listen, man, Marciano was
alive.
If Marciano was alive, he was like, "Listen, son, I don't even know you." Okay?
Yeah.
When I was boxing, you wasn't even born.
I think Marciano's got a very good resume. I do. I mean, I don't see how
people. He was also a lot of times the smaller fighter going in there.
Yeah, I think. Look, I think he's got a very good resume, Mark, and he's knocking these fucking guys out as well. He's not nicking it on the cards, is he? Let's be real. He's knocking these guys
out of his 49 fights. 43 of them went to went to sleep.
Yeah, you got fucking, whether they were prime or not, you got 4 all-time greats on Marciano's record. Okay, you got Archie Moore. You got Archie Moore. Hold on. Yeah. You got Archie Moore, Ezra Charles. Those are the 2 greatest light heavyweights in the history of boxing. I'll argue that with anybody. You got Joe Louis on there. You got Jersey Joe Walcott on there twice. Jersey Joe was older, but still, and also you got fucking Roland Lastarza, who was like 38-0 at the time too, and he beat him twice.
Here's a question for the panel.
90 seconds.
Who's got the better resume, Marciano or Larry Holmes? And the guys in the chat can join in this one. Put down in the chat who you think's got the better resume. If you don't know who these guys are, then just stay out of it. We don't want anyone to say Wilder.
Yeah.
So just tell us who you think. What about you, Recognise? who would you say has got the better resume?
He fell off.
Oh, Johnny, go ahead. You go ahead,
Yeah,
then.
he fell off. I mean, if you just go off of paper, it's Marciano. If you just go off of paper, without some of these guys are older and all that other shit. If you wanted to throw that in there, you got an argument. But off of just on paper, Marciano does.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Smarty Jones says Holmes. Brian Harkin says Marciano just for the names. Tone says Holmes easily. HB says Marciano. SSB 28 says Rocky. Box says Marciano. TBE. I'm not even saying that, Campos. Club of Lang. Get out of here, man. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a close one. Marciano's has a better resume, says Sir Long Dong, Jimmy Mack. Fury Glove says, I'll take Rocky. Got to be Marciano, says Grievous. Resumes are hard to compare, says Stone Cold. Different areas, yeah, but you just use your fucking initiative for once, say. Yeah, I mean, that's where we are. It's a tough one, but I think when Holmes discredits Marciano's record, I think it's a bit harsh. Just say that.
And I'll say this: anybody who's never seen Larry Holmes and Kenny Norton, you're missing one of the best heavyweight fights of all time. That's one of my 3 or 4 favorites for the heavyweights, bro. That was a great fight. Great fight.
And that question was about who was better, Marciano or Holmes. Holmes had his share of tougher than expected fights against what was his name, Tim Witherspoon. He struggled a bit, Johnny Boy said that Ken Norton fight. I mean, he struggled too. I mean, so if you're gonna say, well, Marciano struggled against old men, Larry Holmes struggled against guys that were never great. And
Jonathan Morrison just said, what you talking about, basically in paraphrasing, what you talking about, Holmes has got Ali on his resume. I mean, you cannot be serious. That Ali that fought Holmes, I mean, shadow of the man that we're used to. So I'm not even going to give Holmes the win for that one. I'm not. Ali had Parkinson's disease, for fuck's sake.
Oh, by the way, I finally found it. Yeah, that Ali, nobody gives him credit for that Ali win. I mean, Ali looked like he was dead in there, man. I mean, he might as well have been fighting the Jack Dempsey in there. I mean, Ali was finished, man. Now, I want to mention
Jack Dempsey.
I was looking here for the Larry Holmes interview that he did for Ring Magazine. This was what, 10 years ago? No, more than that. Fucking yeah, more than 10 years. You've experienced a lot of animosity over the years towards George Foreman. Okay, how close were you two fighting? Tell me. Oh yeah, this is what I like. He's a straight shooter. They asked him, "Tell me, what do you like the most about?" And then Larry Holmes interrupts the guy. He says, "The money, Money. I miss the money." He says, "I miss the big checks that came in every time I fought." And he says, "You read my mind." And the guy goes, "The money. I don't have to read your mind." He says, "I know what you're going to say. I've been through this before. But people say, don't say that. You know, Don King used to tell me, don't tell nobody you're fighting for the money. You get to say it's for the..."
Yeah, because Don King ripped off Larry Holmes millions of dollars. I mean, Don King probably made more money out of Larry Holmes ripping him off than any other fighter. I mean, Larry got played big time on that one.
Don King probably made more money in his gambling den in Cleveland. Larry Holmes fucking.
Hey, you know what? I always wondered. I don't think we've ever talked about this because we know there's some people root for one guy just based on the race and all that. Even for promoters, they root for a certain promoter if he shares the same skin color. Could you imagine if a prime Don King was here right now promoting? How much love would he get from a certain demographic?
Charlo'd be taking 10 grand to fucking nightclubs and not 150. Let's just say that.
And he'd be taking tough fights too.
Hey, Don King, mate. We'll say we like about Don King. He put on the fights that we want to watch. And the problem with Don King, if he could just play a bit. This is why Eddie Hearn. I'm saying what we like about Eddie Hearn. He pays everyone on time. No one ever comes out and complains about Eddie Hearn as a promoter getting paid. Don King, the total opposite. Just struggled to get your money off the guy. I mean, And Don King had boxing where to fight his champions, you had to sign up to Don King for 3 fights. Lennox Lewis had to do it in the end. Lennox Lewis always tried to stay away from Don King, but in the end had to fall to his demands because he wasn't going to get shot otherwise. So he had to sign up for a 3-fight contract. You know, and you've got to be very smart when you're dealing with Don King. You've got to have this. You've got to make sure that contract's fucking looked at properly. And that was a lot of problem with the fighters back then. Very, very low IQ, not around money very often, didn't know how to manage their finances. So when someone smart like Don King used to put a contract in front of them, they didn't read the small print. Before you know it, Don King's charging them $1,000 for towels.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta remember, bro, Don King got taught by the wise guys, okay, to how to do this kind of thing. Because who ran boxing in the era before Don King? The wise guys, bro. You know, like, I mean, like I say, I know he in his he had a big old gambling den in Cleveland. That's where he stomped the dude to death and went to the joint and all that shit, bro. He was boys with Jack Licavoli and all them wise guys in Cleveland back. Like they taught him what was up, bro, with regards to the boxing. Yeah, like I said, I mean, he made Ali and Foreman without even having the money to do it. I mean, this is the sort of guy he is. So, look.
Yeah, Sammy.
He was a very good promoter, but you're not going to last long in today's sort of society playing them sort of games. I mean, just a different sort of society. All times, a suing culture we've got now. I mean, you get sued left, right, and Don King would be bankrupt in today's game.
Well, you know what? It's interesting because here's what Larry Holmes has to say about Don King. So on the whole, they asked him, was King good for your career or bad? He says, good, with an exclamation point. Good. Don King was good for my career because he taught me 2 lessons. One was to keep my hands up and protect myself at all times. And the second was watch your damn money because he would get it from you. He'd tell you, I'm going to give you $1 million. Come back the next day and he'd say, look, I can't give you, but I will give you $800,000. Then he'd come back the next week and say, look, my man, I can't give you the 100. I can only give you 450. And he says, I know Don better than Don knows Don. I was with him for 20 years. I know Don King. So, you know, he's saying, look, the guy, you got to watch. Once you accept him for what he is, which, you know, he's a guy that's going to try to get as much money out of you while giving you the least, that's the type of guy he is. But to say that people didn't make money, that fighters didn't make money with Don King, it's too sad.
Yeah. They made millions of dollars off Don King. They made millions. I mean, when you think Ali, I think, and Foreman made like $8 million each back in the fucking early 70s. I mean, what would that be today? So they all made money, but I suppose it's like if you're making, say, $1,000 a week for doing the BDA, and I'm taking 400 of it off you.
Oh.
And even though you're making good money for doing it, you're going to be pissed at the end of it when it all adds up, aren't you?
Yeah,
sort of thing. So, yeah.
Speaking about getting paid from BDA, don't you think it's time for me to get my money?
Well, first of all,
man, we're going to put you on. We're going to put you on the credit card soon, bro.
Yes, thanks.
we're gonna.
We're going to put recognize so you can use the credit card.
Hey, Stu, I don't know if you realize, but I fucking money at BDA headquarters, man.
That's right.
I'm the one that keeps that place running.
What's that?
The BDA headquarters.
Yeah. Recognize, I mean, look, he must be selling loads of CDs.
The lights. You had to see these lights. They're terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do need to renovate the BDA. I think the health inspector went to go in there at one point. And
I had to stall him because he would have shut us down.
I got the footage. I got the video camera footage, the security camera. The guy knocked and he says, health inspector, and Recognize goes, no hablo inglés, sorry. And then he just...
Exactly.
I mean, even the cockroaches look in there and go, I ain't going in that shithole.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
Take the fucking money. Take the fucking money. Take the fucking money.
Listen, take what we give you and be happy. All right, listen. With Larry Holmes, because there's a couple of things that I want to address in regards to the Cooney fight, the Rocky Marciano comments, but also he said something interesting. By the way, this interview was in, when did I say? 2008, okay? 12 years ago. So they asked him, again, this was before Wilder, this was before Joshua. They asked him, Larry, what happened to the Black American heavyweight? If you look at the ring ratings, there isn't, and then Larry Holmes interrupts him. They're spoiled, he says. They work hard to get to the top, and when they get there, they slack off because they get that money in their pocket, and they forget that they have to work hard to keep that money. You don't get guys today who do what I did. I fought 4 or 5 times a year, and I used to get less for a fight than I needed to get. I'd get a little, and I'd put it in there. Get a little bit here, put it there, and the next thing you know, I got a whole damn stack of it. That's why I have a few dollars today.
Listen, man, if African Americans had the same desire and hunger for boxing like they did back in the days, they'll be on top. Just like the Italians. When the Italians first came to America, they had a passion for boxing. They had a passion for sports. They were on top. And then they, they moved on to other shit. It's all about desire. It's all about it just so happens that a certain group likes a certain sport or whatever it is and really go after it hard, right? They go after it so hard that they end up competing against each other, basically. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the way you see the sport. Today, the African American, mostly the best athletes that happen to be black are from the South. The South is, and it always been, but even more so now, it's a football town.
Yeah.
It's all about football, and these guys can make really good money. I mean, I'll give you an example. Your signing bonus could set you for the rest of your life. It'll set you free. You're good.
Yeah, but
Just
I'm
the
not,
signing bonus.
I'm not having that football excuse. I'm not, because
No, what I'm saying, it's just an observation. The big heavyweight
yeah, I know
division.
it's a one that a lot of Americans like to use because they're not on top anymore. I get that.
Well, no, there's more than just that. There's more than just that, Stu. What I'm saying is, football is more in demand. Okay, they want to be in that.
Look,
and
let's be
America. Here's another thing: the world has caught up. That's another thing too.
Look, you got to look at it like this. There's so many better ways to make a living than getting punched in the face.
Yeah,
of course there is. I mean, boxing has got to be the worst sport to get into because you're basically torturing yourself for most of the year. If you're not dieting, you're sparring, you're running up the hills, you're getting up in the morning, and this is a routinely thing through the week as well. You can't even have sex with your missus because you've got to fight. You're starving yourself. I mean, look, it's got to be the worst sport to get involved in. I get that, but fighters are born. You're born to fight. You've got to. Like,
do you think? Let me ask you something.
People say Wilder's an athlete. Yes, he is an athlete, but that power is natural. He's born with
That's
that
going to bring
power.
you. That's going to bring me to my next point. You think that Al Heyman couldn't find a natural boxer?
Yeah,
he had to go look for a guy who is experimenting with boxing because the sport that he really loves, it's not a knock on him. He's just not that good on the elite level. That's to tell you a lot.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Can I just say one thing? I was just gonna say, I think what Recognize is trying to say, like, look, bro, every dog has its day. Back in the day, it was the fucking English and the Irish and the Italians and and with a few black guys thrown in there. Then the fucking Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans had their time. Now the Russians are having their fucking time. Like every dog has its day.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. I've always said genetics and postcodes don't win you titles. I think what Recognize said earlier does hunger and hunger. Like I said, backgrounds, where you're from. I mean, like I said, you've got to have it in you to fight. You can't just get any old guy from a gym and turn him into a fighter. Because I could go in a gym, find you 7 guys, 17 stone, full of muscle, stick one on their chin, and they're sleeping for a week. They just can't fight. So big guys don't mean you can fight. Fighting is natural, and that's what I'm saying. I think, like you said, with America, I think, like I said, there's so many ways to make money now. Maybe from a young age, they're thinking, I'll give that one a miss. But I still think football is a bad excuse.
And another thing, because that's what we played. That's what we did growing up. We played at the park and at school. We played basketball, football, and we boxed, bro. That's what we did, because baseball for nobody had gloves and bats. Like you had to get all this gear and shit to play baseball. All you had to do with basketball and football is take the fucking ball to the park. The running back, recognize him. I know who he is. Melvin Gordon, bro. We used to slam that. Yeah, we used to lay that kid out. When we play ball at the park when he was just a little fucking runt dog.
Then he became a fucking beast.
Yeah, then he became a beast, bro. I remember playing ball at the park with that kid when I was, 13, 14 years old, bro. Like, yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. I used to love boxing. I mean, with all my heart, in terms of like growing up as a kid. But then other stuff started happening, and little by little, that desire to like just keep pursuing boxing and talking boxing and doing it and all that, it became secondary. Little by little, it started to become secondary. It was dying in the 90s. At least in New York, it was. In New York, it was dying. The little gyms started getting closed. There was a time you can go, and anybody from New York who grew up in the 90s and the 80s, they'll tell you they could go to any borough in one of the ghettos and find a boxing gym. They could definitely find a boxing gym. Today, you might find 4 or 5 legit ones in each borough.
Look, I recognise. I know a few fighters, right? I don't know. Like, I'm not pretending I know all the world-class fighters, but I know fighters at decent levels. Through the years, I've met loads of fighters, and I can tell you one thing about fighters that I've noticed these days: they'll find any excuse to pull out of a fight.
Yeah,
it's they've got a runny nose. Oh, I'm just not up for it. I'm good. They're just like the olden days. They were fighting, fucking sometimes 3 times a month. And like these guys, I've seen it. I got a mate. He's a very good fighter, but I mean, fucking hell, any opportunity of pulling out of a fight, he'll do it. And he's in the last 3 or 4 years, he's had 3 fights, 2 or 3 fights or something. I mean, look, that's the problem with today's guys. They're mollycoddled babies, a lot of them, and spoiled and entitled. And I think if things are not going 100% their way, then they start throwing the toys out or pull out or something like that. And no fighter's gonna go in there 100% all the time. You've got to go in there with nicks and you got to go in there and fucking just deal with it. And a lot of these fighters don't. They haven't got the stomach. Let's just say that.
Hey, sorry. Before we continue, we got a phone call. Somebody's been waiting here, so let's get to him. We'll continue this conversation. I'm waiting here. All right, 610. You're on the air. 610.
Yeah, what's up? It's Jackson. What's
Jackson.
up to everybody?
Good to have you on board, man. Happy
And,
Easter.
What's going on, boys?
Well, just hanging out here, enjoying this Easter Sunday. What's on your mind, Jackson?
I wanted to talk about, how athletes are pretty financially illiterate in America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have some buddies in the NHL, and they're very good with their money. I mean, they've taken a bunch of accounting courses and stuff, and then you have, like, when you say footballers, is Stu talking about, like, NFL football or European
it was
football?
Me. It was me.
Okay. Recognize was obviously
American
Recognize was
football?
obviously talking about NFL, so that's who I was talking about.
We're talking about the NFL.
Yeah, a lot of those guys end up going broke. I don't know if that was what you were implying, but they're not too
They
smart
do,
with
but
their
they get
money,
the fast
I'd
money,
say.
man. They get it. They'll get it. Look, I'll give you an example, Jackson. If Deontay Wilder would have made it in football in his first contract as a pro, he would have been, depending how good he was, he would have had a couple of million in his pocket already, right? Where he had to fight like 30 fights before he started making $1 million.
Look, the thing is, the problem is, you give these guys, you throw millions of dollars at these guys from the hood. They just don't. A lot of them just don't know how to deal with it. They're buying 4 Bugattis in different colours, but they're not thinking about when their career's over. I mean, you just got look at Carl Froch, the way he's invested. Carl Froch owns most of fucking Nottingham. He's just so many properties. I mean, this is a guy that's making a lot of money, not even having to box now. And that's what you should do. When you've got that sort of money, you should invest in it so you don't have to get punched in the face. And a lot of these guys, especially NFL guys, boxers the same. They look at the money though. Look at Holyfield, the amount of money he's lost. Tyson.
Oh yeah.
These guys. I mean,
It's pretty sad.
amazing.
Dude, let me
Pretty
say
sad.
let me say something. Because I think most of us are probably pretty good financially. We know what's going on and with economics and stuff. So if we had 1.5 or 2 million, I think most of us here would know how to invest and live off a mil or two for the rest of our lives. So you see these guys getting like 10 million and going broke. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like, I'd be fine with 2 million. I would know what to do with it. Like Larry Holmes, actually, he's from Pennsylvania, Easton, and he actually bought a bunch of Lancaster real estate in Easton, Pennsylvania, and everybody says he like owns Easton, so he actually invested pretty wise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
he was one of those guys that would like really. He had him. That's why he was arrogant, because he had his shit together. Like he was, like he lived a good life. You know, I'm sure he probably drank a little bit here and there, but like. Yeah, you know, probably had a few drinks here and there, but like when it came to his fighting, his money, and he was in good shape always. His money was right, and whatever money he had, he put that shit in the bank. That's probably has to do with his upbringing. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten good money opportunities when I was younger, and have nothing to show for that shit. Nothing at all.
Listen, mate, fucking hell. I pissed about $9,000 last year on nothing. Just, I mean, don't sound a lot, but nothing. They're like nothing. It's not even a t-shirt, a pair of stocks to show for that $9,000. Pissed up the wall, every fucking penny of it. So look, we all blow money. But look, you gotta. When you're an athlete, you only get a period of your life where you can make big money, especially in American sports. It's quite a dog-eat-dog world in them American sports. 1 minute you're the man of all the fucking magazines, the next minute you're third choice on the bench. It's, you know,
well,
Stu, I've seen a lot of guys fall from great suicide.
Do you think you'd make it last?
Say again, $2 million?
Like for the rest?
Well, the thing is,
$2 million, like for the rest of your life, at like say 28 or
29. Look, $2 million, right? $2 million sounds a lot of money, but $2 million, you've got, look, $2 million will last you if you live the same sort of lifestyle that you're living now, with the money that you're on now. You have to live that life. If you start going living a millionaire's life, that'll go very quickly. I mean, this is a problem with a lot of these footballers, because they start hanging around circles of millionaires and billionaires. They're trying to keep up with the Joneses. And even when they're not earning the money, they're still spending the money. And that's why a lot of them end up fucking broke. But that's the thing with Floyd. Floyd has to keep coming back. Although Floyd's got assets, you know, he's got loads of homes and stuff, so he's not going to go broke. But he's going to have to break into them assets soon. That's what I'm saying. So you've got to be smart with your money.
He's going to have to come back, I think.
Yeah, probably, man. Now, that's the thing about Larry Holmes.
I mean, that would be a shame with a guy who's... I'm sorry, BDA, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Don't remind me that I want to say something about Larry Holmes having his shit together.
Okay, I was going to say, okay, that's a shame that Floyd Mayweather has come back for financial reasons. Look, man, the guy made a lot of money. I think he's well off, but you know, I don't know. Maybe he did something that we don't know about, and he needs money. But go ahead, BDA.
Well, first of all, I gotta ask Johnny Boy, what's the, you still going after Chavez in the chat? What's the matter with you, man?
Johnny Boy,
no.
Leave Chavez alone. He's a legend, all right?
Am I going to have to do something about this, or what's going on here, Johnny Boy? You're asking me to do something, I think.
You're not allowed to talk about Chavez Sr. like that. You can talk about Chavez Jr., but not Chavez Sr.
That's right.
I was having a Duran-Chavez debate, that's all. I was keeping it civil, BDA. It's all good.
We're not going to allow that. Okay?
Don't make me go pistolero on you. All right.
BDA's. If I say one more thing about Chavez, you ever see that movie Savages with Benicio del Toro, where he's the fucking
yeah.
BDA's about to come with the fucking lawnmower crew, shoot me while the lawnmower's going, and throw me in the fucking back of the truck.
That movie was okay. Salma Hayek still has some great tits, by the way. All right, but I wanted to say about Larry Holmes having his shit together, because Recognize mentioned that. The other thing I like about Larry Holmes, if you think about it, is he still speaks pretty well. He's not slurring. He's not, as far as I know, he doesn't have memory problems. That's impressive for a guy who fought well into
because
his...
he didn't have to fight for money, bro. He like I said, he invested his money smartly. He didn't have to fight for money, so he got out when the going was good.
But he fought it well into his 40s. That's the thing. He fought well into his 40s.
Yeah, but he's a smart fighter. He didn't really take loads of shots. It's not like he was taking
he was
punishment on the ropes.
The only punishment he took was
he
from
had very
Mike
good
Tyson, and that was like
Yeah.
4 rounds.
But that's
Same
what I'm
with
saying
Lennox
is...
Lewis. Lennox Lewis
why-
never really took a lot of punishment.
That's why I'm saying, why, to you guys, you were talking about money. I saw a little bit of that ESPN documentary about a whole bunch of years ago about how all these athletes, they don't know how to hold on to their money because the main problem is they spend as if they're going to keep making that same money throughout their lives. They don't understand, like somebody said earlier, the window is pretty limited.
That was the point I tried to make, bro. They
Yeah,
still
yeah.
spend when they're making the best money they can make, when they're at their peak of their earnings, they're hanging around with these people and living a lifestyle. That's cool, but when your wages have dropped in half and you're still living that lifestyle, trying to keep up with the Joneses, it's not long before you're bankrupt, and that's what a lot of these stars are doing. They're still thinking they can have the Lamborghini Aventadors on the drive when they're not, when the third choice on the bench and stuff. You know.
Oh, and here's the other thing. Because somebody, I think it was Boxing Virus in the chat room, asked, how do you go through $1 million? He says, I can't even go through that much money if I wanted to. Let's break it down. So first of all, you got expenses, right? So you got to pay your team. You got to pay the cutman. You got to pay if you have a manager, you got to pay the promoter takes a bit out of it. Your trainer. All right. Then let's say you got a house. All right. So you probably got to, I don't know if these guys own it right out of the bat. They got to pay the fucking mortgage. Then you got what they buy their gear. I don't know if they give. I don't know. Maybe they have sponsors that give them their own gear. But let's assume that they do that. Then they got an entourage. Now, if a guy's particularly dumb and he goes out every weekend, how much do you guys think he could blow in on a hip?
The biggest killer, bro. The biggest killer of all of them is child maintenance. Look, a lot of these athletes have got kids here, there, and everywhere, and they're getting stung. Stung badly.
Alimony.
Child support. We call it child maintenance, whatever. Child support.
Child maintenance.
It's the same thing. That's the problem with a lot of athletes. That's
And
what
another thing is sexual favors. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like that becomes a huge problem for a young man. I speak from experience, bro. I speak from a lot of experience, man.
That's right.
I used to get a nice little score, and you best believe at the end of the night, I'm like, yo, fuck you, shorty. I got one waiting for me over there.
That's right. Recognize is speaking from experience. Those gay favors are gonna get you into trouble, man.
Wait. Now, wait a minute.
Well, you said that, not me.
Yeah, I recognise you made that sound like you've been to Freddie Mercury's party or something.
Yo.
Well, listen, all these boxers love pussy, man. I mean, all athletes. When they see that dough, they're like, yo, I know what I'm doing with this shit tonight.
Yeah. That's the thing. You go out, you get fucked up. You end up going fucking taking some broad back to the house. Next thing you know, you've won. Even for me, then the next day I'm like, fuck, I spent fucking $250 last night, motherfucker. Hey, shit.
The worst one's when you've spent loads of money on a chick and you've even got to buy her the fucking McDonald's on the way home.
McDonald's, Burger King's cheaper, man.
Yeah,
what
McDonald's breakfast, isn't it? McDonald's, you've got to take, you spend all the money, pick her up, and you have to take her fucking home. And then on the way, you're even paying for the McDonald's breakfast. I mean,
I like these dudes that be like, yo, why are you spending money on chicks? My man, listen to me. Let me explain something to you. Even the prettiest boy of Hollywood pays for that shit.
Yeah, look.
What do you think is going on there? You think?
Listen, look. The reason I do it because I'm getting some for it, and then sometimes you got look. If I said I'm not going to pick her up, she ain't coming around. So yeah, I'm going to go and pick her up. And if it means paying for a bit of this and a bit of that, and a fucking paying for a McDonald's breakfast, then so be it, mate. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But look, we've all this is.
And sometimes you got guys that are like, look, I don't want to take you shopping. How much? Right now, like
wait
right
a minute.
Now,
so you guys,
I was just gonna say real quick. Fucking, I remember. Speaking of bring me some fucking Burger King. When I was coming, the current one that I'm with right now, a couple years ago when I was working at the warehouse, when I was bringing the rich people's spas and all that other shit, delivering them, and then I was driving the forklift when I was at the warehouse. I remember we had like a 10-hour day. It was like the middle of July, and I'm just fucking. We had like a 10-hour day. I'm just fucking drenched. He texted me at like 7 o'clock, 6:30. Can you fucking, run over and grab me a fucking Whopper from? I was like, you better get your lazy ass up and get in the car and drive over there yourself, girl. You got your own damn vehicle. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean?
All right. By the way, we still
Wait,
got.
she wanted you to come from work and get it for her while she was off. Yeah, she deserves that.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, listen, go get it.
I was like,
BDA,
bro,
let me say
you
one
better
more
get
thing
your
in a
ass
second.
up, get in the car, and go over there yourself. You better go get me a fucking.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey,
We still got. Hold on. We got Jackson still on the line. Go ahead,
Yeah, we
Jackson.
still got
Oh,
Jackson
is
on the line.
Jackson still there? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
Jackson.
it's all good.
Sorry.
Sorry,
hang up
Jackson,
on
bro. We
me.
forgot about
I
you.
wanted to
Don't hang up on me.
All right, go ahead, Jackson.
We were comparing Joe Louis to Larry Holmes, and I want to say, if you go just on resume alone, because Ezra Charles had Lou Gehrig's disease when he fought Joe Louis, so you could say that about Ali. So you have Muhammad. If you go just on names, you have Muhammad Ali, Ken Norton, Ernie Shavers twice, Tim Witherspoon was a two-time world champion, Jerry Cooney. I mean, that's a pretty stacked. I don't think Joe Louis has a better resume than Larry Holmes. That's just if
No,
you go on the
we
names
talked about
on
Marciano,
paper,
though, weren't we? And Larry Holmes.
or was it? Well, they fought mostly the same. So you have like Jersey Joe.
No, but hang on a minute. We're talking
Charles.
about Marciano, Larry Holmes. So
No,
why are we bringing Joe
it's
Lewis
the
into
same.
this?
Yeah, they fought the same people. That's what I was.
Yeah, but
that's what I
different
meant.
guys are different resumes. I mean, look, Marciano, different sort of fighters. So, who would you say has got the best resume between Marciano and Larry Holmes? Are you sticking with Holmes?
I think Holmes would definitely edge it. I mean, if you go on names, because I don't know, it's pretty close. You could say it either way, but Larry Holmes has a really good resume.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does, man. And like Johnny Boy said, look, Rocky Marciano was a warrior, but he also fought a lot of old men.
The thing is that we can say the
He
same.
beat the shit out of them too.
Yeah, but we can say the same about Tyson fighting a lot of guys past it. You know, we could say the same
That's
about.
the thing. You see,
We
Tyson.
say about Vladimir Klitschko fighting.
If you look at Tyson's
resume,
like his best win probably on paper was Michael Spinks, who was a career light heavyweight, and Larry Holmes, which I give him a lot of credit for knocking out Larry Holmes. You got to understand something.
Yeah.
That's the same Larry Holmes that went on to beat Ray Mercer after getting knocked out by Mike Tyson.
But like I said, we can all say that every fighter, you can say, like Vladimir, we like to praise Vladimir, but he was in an era, especially the start of his reign, where there was really no one around, really. So, but you can only fight who's around. So, you know, you're only as good as. I mean, I don't know. I don't like discrediting Vladimir because he fought everybody.
He fought the best guys of his era.
Of course he did. He fought everybody, and every dangerous guy that came up, like Povetkin, like David Hay, even Pulev, and them sort of guys. I mean, he even fought Joshua. He fought Tyson Fury, all the young guns, all the young lions. He fought them all.
Yeah, of course he's going to lose eventually.
Yeah, exactly. But when people discredit Vlad, I don't like that. All right, Vlad had early on in his reign, it was a terrible era, wasn't it? It was like some real bad fights that he was involved in. Do you know what I mean? Terrible fights. But look, you can only beat who's around at the time.
You don't want to badmouth Vladimir Klitschko? I'll do it for you, man. I think the guy was, hold on a second. Okay, yeah, man. I think Vladimir Klitschko, man. I dislike the guy. Yeah, he fought everybody. That's true, but his style was just awful to watch, man. I'll just say that right now. But he did fight everybody. Everyone. So I give him credit for that. All right, Jackson. Anything else you want to say before we let you go?
I just want to wish everybody a happy Easter.
Yes.
And I wanted to say, look at what do you guys think of Mike Tyson's resume just on a leaving note? Because he murdered the top 10 opponents, got all the belts at, how old was he? 21, 22? I mean, that's just a little bit younger than me. So if you look at
legendary, bro. If you want legendary.
That's it. That's incredible. So I'm out, boys. But have a good one.
You too, Jackson. Thank you
Peace,
for
man.
calling in, man.
I
Happy
miss
The way
Easter.
the way he
I miss
handled
the Mike
top
Tyson
10
days.
contenders at the age of 20,
Yeah.
21, it's shits of legend. Now, when it came to the elite fighters fighting the top guys and not really coming out successful. Okay, look, he beat Larry Holmes, he beat Michael Spinks. These were two guys that were, one guy was a little too long on the tooth, that's Larry Holmes, and then the other guy was like just a scared dude who was a smaller guy than him weight wise, and didn't give himself a chance, right? But you know, when he came back, when he came out of prison and he went back, he was washed up already. You know, like he can get away with it with certain guys, but you know, obviously you see that Lennox Lewis and before Lennox Holyfield, he couldn't fuck with those guys, right? But what he did as a young man was just fucking legendary. That's it. I mean, how many 20, 21-year old men you've ever met in your life that could fuck up 30-year-old men who were 6'3", 6'4", 240, 230 pounds. How many guys you know that could do that at 5'10"?
Well, forget 22 years old, man. They say that when he was 16, he was sparring with professionals and giving them a hard time. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
so think
geez
about
Louis.
that shit for a second, man.
Yeah, I miss the Tyson days when he was in his prime. I just enjoyed boxing more then. I really did.
Yeah, but one day
I'm
you're
not
gonna.
one of these. I'm not one of these old snobs sort of thing. I just enjoyed boxing better back then.
One day you're gonna miss these days. That's how it always happens, man.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, there's going to be time, probably 10 years on from now, we'll be looking back thinking, yeah, I do miss them times.
Hey, here's what Larry Holmes had to say, because we were talking about giving the old timers credit and all that. This is what he said about the Rocky Marciano comments, because he said in this interview that he always had to keep his nose clean because people would always hold him to a higher standard than everybody else. And so the interview goes, "You still feel that way even after all this time?" He says, "Hell yeah, but I don't care." Like when I said Rocky Marciano couldn't carry my jockstrap, that was in 1985, and it still haunts me to this day. People took it out of context. I said it because it's slang. That the way we used to say back in the street when we said you couldn't carry my basketball or you couldn't carry my boxing gloves. It was just slang. And then the interview goes, "But your point was that he wasn't in your league as a fighter, right?" And Larry Holmes says, "Well, the point is that none of them were in my league, okay? Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, Joe Louis, Sonny Liston, none of them. I feel that way that's how I feel about it." He says, "And if I don't feel that way, then I'm fucked up. That's the way I feel." So it's almost like with Mayweather too, when they asked him about the best ever, or I think one day they asked him, "Do you think you could beat Leonard?" And he said, "Well, yeah, man." He says, "I'm a fighter, you know, I can't say, no, I couldn't beat him, because if I say that, and you know, I'm currently fighting, I'm fucked." So I understand that point of view.
He's right about that. He's right about that.
Yeah, he is right.
I guess he could.
What a fight. Listen, look at the stick Billy Joe Saunders got when he said that Golovkin would beat him and Eubank on the same. I mean, has he ever lived that comment down? So, look, you can't say that as a fighter. You have to say, you know, there's being like humble and there's being deluded.
Yeah, there's being humble and then it's being like a fucking coward. Like, what's going on here, bro? You're a fighter.
Yeah,
Billy
so
Joe
that's why he
Saunders
said the right thing.
He just looks.
I don't like to see fighters saying they can't win a fight. Let's just say that.
Yeah, but Billy Joe Saunders is a whole different level of. He has no filter, and I get the sense that his sense of humor is. I mean, look, we all have a juvenile sense of humor here for the most part, but his is just.
He's one of the top guys I don't like in boxing. I can't stand Billy Joe Saunders.
I've had enough of it. I've just had. I just every time I thought he was going to buckle down and show us what he does, so much stupid. This guy, I mean, talking to low IQs, this guy. And but the thing is, he sounds quite smart. He does it when you let him loose.
You're cutting off, Stu. You're cutting off, and your volume lowered
What's wrong
too.
with that guy?
All right, Stu, you're cutting off, and your volume dropped out too. So maybe you should. I think maybe if you leave and come back. Yeah, there we go. All right. Hey, you know what? They asked Larry Holmes too, because this was again 2008, around the time of the Bernard Hopkins comments when he said he would never let a white boy beat him, and he says, "Hasn't always been a common thought among black fighters until very recently?" The interviewer asked him, and Larry Holmes said, "No, because I don't give a damn whether you're black or white. If you can fight, you can fight. When you get in the ring, you want to kick my ass. what happens is in the black circle and probably in the white circle, because this is what happened when I fought Jerry Cooney. He says, if a white guy beats a black guy up, the neighborhood kicks his ass. And it's the same thing in the white neighborhood. They were kicking my ass. He says, that white boy's going to whoop your goddamn ass. That's the kind of thing I was going through in the black neighborhoods. And I'm sure Jerry Cooney was going through the same thing. You better knock that N-word ass out there, he says. And when he didn't, they killed Jerry Cooney. And he went to drinking because he couldn't get over the fact that I kicked his ass. But I told Jerry while we were promoting the fight, I said, don't let those fuckers get to you. They're going to talk shit. Don't let them get to you.
I like that statement. I like that statement because he's basically saying, man, what do you think they were doing to me in my neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Right? He didn't just play the one side road. He said, look, I'm sure those white guys were fucking giving you shit. Don't get it twisted. These black guys were fucking, they would have been on me too. It's just that I won. Yeah. So we didn't see the effects.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I mean, yeah, like I said, boxing in America's got the prison mentality over there, if you get what I'm saying.
It does.
Blacks
yeah.
have to stay in the black corner and whites have to stick with the whites, and you have to stick by your own sort of thing. I think it's just bred in them for some reason.
You know, and you know what's sad about that too, Stu? Yeah. Is that like I mean, look, prison is no place to be. They'll stick you in the corner. They'll stick you in the corner depending on your race. And there'll be guys that you know from the other side, say the black side. And you're like, yo, that's my partner right there. I don't like this fucking piece of shit this piece of shit Puerto Rican over here who's fucking like shooting little kids. I don't. And the same thing for them, right? The same thing. They'll be like, yo, that's my partner over there. You know, we grew up in the same neighborhood. And I gotta fucking stick by with this fucking chain snatching, purse snatching faggot. You know, like, it goes both ways.
When you see that, I think boxing is very similar, and I think it's stuck in its old ways in America. And I just think,
it's this prison mentality. It's my guy versus your guy. Like, shut up, man.
I think, like I said, I've seen it change recently. I must admit, I have. I've seen it change. I mean, I've seen a lot of white people come out and defend black fighters and vice versa sort of thing. You know what I mean? I think it's getting a bit more fairer now. Back in the day, you had to pick the black guy, you had to pick the white guy, sort of thing. But now I just think things are improving, but it's still stuck in its old.
But there's some guys on YouTube that wanted to go back the old way for some reason. It seems that
of course there is. Yeah, but like I said, when I've watched boxing all my life, I've never ever watched a fight and thought, yeah, I want the white guy to win because he looks like me. I've just never had that because like I said, when I grew up, we had Ben Eubank around and stuff, and fucking Michael Watson, and you know Bruno and Lennox Lewis. You know, these were the guys I grew up watching, and supporting. So I just never had that sort of mindset. Just didn't. Where over there, they did. I think, like I said, I think it's improving when you see there's a lot more.
Dude, when I became aware of Chavez, when I became aware of who Chavez Sr. was, I instantly became a fan. And I think if he fought a Puerto Rican fighter, which he did, he fought a few, Edwin Rosario, Hector Camacho comes to mind. I rooted for him to win.
What about?
It was just natural.
I'll never forget that the first time I saw Chavez Jr., that's when I fell in love with boxing. No, but seriously, man, I mean, it's true, man. I mean, if you're rooting for, I mean, if a guy can fight, a guy can fight. I mean, look, I like Errol Spence as a fighter, man. You know, I want to see him fight. I don't know how
I'm pissed off that he fucking got into that car accident.
Exactly, that's what made
his last fight. You know what? I was so impressed with his last fight. He fought a little dirty, and I get that, but you know, and he got beat up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way he reacted. It's the way he was kept coming back. It pisses me off that he got into this fucking car accident because I don't know what to expect from him. He kind of looks like shot, but you don't know. You don't know for sure. So it kind of sucks that at a time where the guy looks like, to me, at least in my opinion, that he was about to get better because the fight before that he fought the midget Mikey Garcia, and he decided to box. And then I believe the fight right after was Sean Porter, and he reminds you, yo, I could still brawl. You know, like I could still do both fights. So that to me it sounds promising. Now, don't get me wrong, he got his ass beat in that fight. Sean Porter was beating him up. Not saying he definitely didn't do any beatdown himself. He did too. But, you know, the fact that he got beat up the way he did and still kept coming.
Are you talking about Spence? You're talking about
Yeah,
Spence?
talking about Spence, yeah.
No, see, I'd have to disagree with you there, recognise. I think at times Spence was winning them battles in the pocket. I was very
No, I
surprised.
agree with you. I think that what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he didn't win that fight. I'm saying he got beat up in that fight and came back. Like he kept coming back.
He was taking big shots, but I thought he dealt with Sean Porter's pressure quite well, considering like there was times.
That's what I'm impressed with. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And I think what it was, I think when he gritted on his gum shield and just started taking the fight to Porter and backing him up, he started to take control, sort of thing. And I think with speed, he was just first to the punch a lot of times. Porter was lunging in with lead shots and getting countered. And Spencer.
I was impressed with that fight.
I was very impressed with Spence in that.
Spence, excuse me, yeah, and Sean Porter. But then again, that's
Sean Porter always brings it for me. There's
yeah,
not one
exactly.
time I've
that's why I was
watched Sean Porter and thought, no, he hasn't brought it tonight.
Well, hold on a second. We got another. Jeez. Okay, we got another phone call here. I didn't see it this time. Hold on a second. 941. You're on the air. 941.
Hey guys, how you doing? Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, man?
Yep.
Not bad. This is Giuseppe from Florida. I just want to say I'm wishing you guys a happy Easter, and thank you guys for continuing the show with the coronavirus and everything going on.
It's hard, man, but we're doing
I
it.
got a question. Yeah, I understand. I got a question for you guys. I just listened into the show. I heard the last caller, he was talking about resumes of heavyweights. I would like to know, what do you guys, if you guys would list the resumes of trainers and match them up against each other, who do you guys think was one of the best trainers of all time for his stable of fighters in history?
That's a good question,
Well,
man.
what was the question? Who's the best trainer of all time?
Yeah. Essentially, yeah.
Manuel Stewart.
Yeah, like who trained the most champions?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree
you
with
guys
Stu.
think, you know,
Manuel
throughout
Stewart.
history?
Manuel Stewart in my lifetime. In
Manuel
my
Stewart,
lifetime
I mean,
is Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I'm not going to name them all, but just Lennox Lewis, Vladimir Klitschko, Thomas Hearns, you know, them sort of guys. I mean, the list goes on and on. Prince Nassim Hamed. I mean, loads. This guy.
Yeah, you could keep going, man. That guy was
keep going for days. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So look, there's Freddie Roach is up there. Of course he is. Freddie Roach is up there. You know, there's not a lot more. There's not many more really that we can say that are on that sort of level for training world class fighters. There's a lot of up and coming trainers. I'm sure Robert Garcia will be mentioned in a few years to come because that guy looks like he could.
Yeah, he grew up in a boxing family. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like Rob Garcia. I think he's a very good trainer. I think he could be the. I don't know why a lot of Mexican fighters don't join him. I think he could.
They should. I know that.
Yeah.
They should.
You know what I think?
No,
I think
I
he's
don't
too
think-
demanding, man. He tries to restructure them into being maybe, I don't know why. Yeah, because I remember Alfredo Angulo when I mean he was just a brawler, so maybe he was a lost cause. But yeah, Nacho Berenstein has to be one of the best of all time as well. People in the chat room are saying Ray Arcel. Also, you could talk about Freddie Brown, who co-trained.
You know, but Ray Arcel was, you know, he was before, like, okay, like
our time. Yeah,
I don't even remember. Yeah, I'm talking about like somebody. And this is where I agree
Ray
with Stu. Somebody I
was
watched.
Ray Arcel the one that was Duran?
Yeah, that's Duran.
amongst others. Yeah.
Yeah,
who else
yeah. I
was
mean, look,
training?
I don't think he's on a Manny Stewart level.
Well,
Who else
he
was
trained
from back in the days.
He
Who else
trained
did
Benny
train from
Leonard.
back in the days.
He trained Benny Leonard, Ezra Charles,
Yep,
Jim Braddock.
that's right,
Hold on. Let me see here. Okay, I got the list. Billy Saucy, Tony Zale, Barney Ross, Freddie Steele,
Right.
Seferino
He's got
Garcia.
he's got an all-star lineup. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
But he was before my lifetime. I'm just like guys that I've seen.
Yeah.
Fucking Emmanuel Stewart, hands down.
See, the thing with a lot of trainers, because we're struggling to name trainers now, is proving my point of what I've always said about trainers. A lot of these trainers are who they are because of the fighter. A fighter makes 75% of the trainers. It's only the best trainers that stand out and prove fighters.
Emmanuel Stewart proved to be the difference in these guys' corner. So
Emmanuel Stewart, but sorry, recognise what Emmanuel Stewart did, and what a lot of trainers don't do today. A lot of trainers try to make it more complicated than what it is. They try to make a game plan that suits their ideas and makes them look good, instead of looking at the fighter, looking what attributes he's got with, and work with it and make it the best of it. He got Vladimir Klitschko, realised Vladimir Klitschko is robotic and he can't go to war, he can't sit in the pocket and train. So he uses attributes, the jab, the right hand, the hold. Same with Lennox Lewis. The guy just gets attributes, gets the best out of them, and that's what. Sometimes boxing is simple, but a lot of these trainers try to make it difficult.
Well, let's let the
you know
caller.
I'm liking?
Hold on, let's just.
Okay.
Let the call. Let's just let the caller see if he has. What about that caller? Is that sort of answer your question there?
Yeah, that definitely answers my question. And I got a couple more questions, if you guys don't mind, real quick. And then I'll hang up. I'll just put the 2 questions out there, and then I'll hang up.
Nobody hangs up on me. What's the matter?
My second question would be, based on what you guys think the success of Fury versus Wilder, do you think the PBC is going to plan on doing more cross promotions with Top Rank or any other companies like The Zone and Golden Boy? And my last question before I go is a little bit unrelated. Do you guys know when you're going to do another show on Second Renaissance?
Well, let me answer the first. Let me answer the second question because we get that one out of the way. We're probably going to be doing one this week, but I've been tempted on doing one on the whole virus thing, but I'm a little hesitant to do it on that because there's eyes watching. Let's just put it that way.
Just don't put virus on it.
Yeah. Because YouTube is clamping down on that shit, man. So, but we'll try to. Worst case scenario, we'll do it on something else. But probably this week. The first question. Who wants to answer that one? The Fury Wilder.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So first of all, with everything that's going on about the subject, we can't talk about because YT is like losing their minds. But anyway, they might have no choice now.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's happening now, I don't think it's a big deal, but the world decided to make it a big deal. So the way business is done might be, especially when it comes to boxing, entertainment, putting asses in seats, they may not have no choice but to cross promote and make these fights happen. I don't know how that's going to work out, but if I had to guess, you're going to see a lot of cross promotion between PBC, Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn, The Zone, all that stuff. You're going to see a lot of that because they're not going to have a choice. So we might be treated as boxing fans to a wonderful treat. Maybe some guys' careers end faster than they anticipated because they're not going to have any choice.
Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, a lot of these guys as well are not going to be in the training, in the gym training. Sorry, they're going to be sitting at home, eating, slobbing around the house, playing on PlayStation. Because a lot of these fighters are like that. Whether you like it, a lot of people think, oh yeah, fighters always in the gym. No, they're fucking in, and most of these guys are going to struggle to even come back, make weight. So it's set boxing back, isn't it?
Not only that, it's how you do business. Remember, they are going to set rules about how many people you can seat in a stadium. That's coming.
Look,
if you want to, let's say you can't sell at full capacity. Let's just go with that for a second. Let's say they can't do that. Let's say you guys can only sell 30%.
Yeah, okay? But fucking if
you're gonna have to make. You're gonna hold on. Let me finish this point.
Go ahead, man.
You're gonna have to sell that fight for a lot of money to make that up, and you're gonna have to put big names in there. You can't put Earl Spence versus Bobby Boucher. Okay,
I don't see how it works, bro.
Who the fuck is Bobby Boucher?
I don't see how it works. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter if there's only 30% of the crowd in the arena. If 20% of them have got the corona fucking virus, you know what I mean? Look,
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah. So look, it does numbers when it comes out. I just don't think I don't even think they can allow 30% of the crowd in there at the moment. So I just, I'm hearing boxing. They're talking about bringing it back in July. That's what I'm hearing. So
yeah.
let's just
And I
pray
don't think
that.
they're not gonna open it. They're gonna open it slowly.
Yeah,
Right?
but look, I think it's either a full arena or no people in there. I just don't think it's going to be a half full arena. What is the point? You might as well stick the fucking.
Look, they were talking about opening the airlines at only 10%.
Yeah,
10%.
but an airline's a bit different than a stadium. You know, I think
Right. No, I'm saying like they even doing it worse there. What I'm trying to say is this.
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
If you can only sell at a certain percentage, you can't earn maximum money by selling as many tickets. Gonna have to raise the price. And the only way you can do that is to put big fights. And
Yeah,
they
but
may
I
not
don't
be.
understand. I'm getting confused though. Are you saying that only 30% of people are going to turn up, or
No, no,
or going
no.
to be allowed?
They're saying this is what they're saying, Stu. Over here,
Okay.
they're saying that sporting events, whatever their stadium, their garden, their football field holds, they can only sell 30% of those seats.
Oh well,
They
I
can't.
get you
Yeah,
now.
they
I
can't.
get you. I didn't. Yeah, see,
So
I didn't
think
hear
about
about
that for a
this.
second, Stu. What's
Yeah.
that going to do for? Okay, so the Earl Spence versus Bobby Smith, right?
It's
Now
random
it's going
names.
to turn into Earl Spence versus Danny Garcia. That's your warm
Yeah.
up. You know, that's
Yeah.
going to be your warm up. It's going to be Danny
Yeah, I get what
Garcia.
you're saying now. I get it. I get what you're saying now, brother.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, that's good, man. Babe, give us the good fights for
Oh
because
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We might be treated to something good. You know what I'm
that's right.
saying? We might get something that we
Don't
like.
hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. This is boxing we're talking about.
Yeah, I
Oh, come
know.
on. Come on.
I know.
All right, listen,
We'll fight on that.
I got a lot of things to get to. So, caller, before we go, anything else?
I just got one more question and then I'll hang up.
What?
Realistically,
Got more questions than the
realistic.
FBI.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's
You
okay.
guys
That's okay. We're
Costas.
kidding. We're kidding. We're kidding. Go ahead.
top of my head.
I'm
We're
just
kidding.
kidding,
Go
man.
ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, man.
After the car accident, realistically, what shape do you honestly think Errol Spence physically can be in after going through a car crash of that magnitude?
I don't know. I mean, Stu, do you feel confident this is the same guy that fought Sean Porter?
We'll only know in the first minute of his next fight.
I'll be
That'll tell
impressed if
us.
he is, man. I'll be
Look,
impressed.
like I said, I mean, I don't know how bad the car crash was. I've seen people walk out of worse accidents, but I don't know how badly hurt he was. It's all kept quite hush. We know he was in an accident, but that's about it. I'll see some fake pictures of him. He looked like the fucking black elephant man. But I'm sure that weren't the real. I mean, I'm sure that weren't the real. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah, that
look,
wasn't real. Come on, man.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was actually in a car crash, man.
Errol Merrick, innit? Errol Merrick. But
Look,
listen,
man, if he's the same,
we will know. We will know the first minute of his return.
and look, I hope he's the same guy that fought Sean Porter. I hope he is, because to me that was a sign of a boxer getting better, and it'll be fucked up for me personally because I love boxing. I would have liked to see him, you know, if he does fight Terrence Crawford, be at 100%. You know what I'm saying? And or guys like that. But if he's like, 60%, bro, that's the shit. I mean,
Yeah, man. It's not fair.
if that's the best he could do, that means his career's cut short, and we can't rate him properly. That means we're just gonna look. He has a lot to go, but me personally, like I said, man, just speaking for myself, I was impressed with the fight with Sean Porter, and it looked like he was getting better. And probably make for exciting fights against other big names.
Hey, by the way, before we continue, shout out to Lost One who donated with a super chat. Shout out to Lost One, and he says, "I love you guys. Speak your minds. You're keeping boxing alive. Feel a lot of boxers will fall off." Well, thank you, man. Thank you for your contribution. What was his name again? Hold on, real quick. Okay, Lost One. Yeah. Okay, listen, caller. Hopefully that answers your question. We gotta move on, but thank you for calling in and call back next
Thank
time,
you.
right? Next episode.
Thank you. I will. Happy Easter, guys.
Happy Easter, man. Have a good one.
Same
All right.
to you, man.
Before we continue, we got Unrival on the Discord. Unrival, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Happy Easter to everybody. Hope you had a joyous occasion.
You too,
Yeah,
man.
thank
Happy
you, man.
Easter.
Same to you, Mark.
Happy Easter to everybody. Okay, so we were talking about the fights coming. Errol Spence, is he? Yeah, he looks. First of all, I don't believe he was in that car accident. I think he maybe overdosed on heroin or something, and they made up the car excuse.
You think that they're using the car accident? Like,
Yeah, because you guys were talking about conspiracy. Yeah, you guys were talking about Mike Schmeling throwing the fight. I think the conspiracy with Errol Spence. I think something happened there. Something fishy is going on there. Like he walked out of that car.
Listen, you know, a guy. Look. I don't mean this. A guy could throw. Look, I've been in a fight with someone when I was younger, where I was afraid if I kicked his ass, what would happen in the long run.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I
Yeah, we know
chilled
that
out.
one.
Yeah, I chilled out. I said, "Let me chill the fuck out." You know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you I don't know what are you getting with Errol Spence. Were you trying to say someone fucking cut his brakes or something? What are you trying to say?
No.
He OD'd on drugs and trying to say that he got into a car accident instead.
Right. Well, listen, Errol Spence is clearly on coke. I mean, look, I know a fucking guy that takes coke when I see one. That guy.
Yeah, he looks like the guy.
Yeah, and look,
Yeah,
he's actually a nice guy, Errol. He's actually quite a nice guy, Errol Spence. I've never ever thought what a piece of shit that guy is. Like I do Broner and Tank Davis and people like that. I never.
You could tell he grew up in the gym too. Like he has that very.
He's got that typical Southern attitude. Very laid back and chilled. Yeah, he's almost horizontal, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
yeah, I like the kid. I don't like his I don't like his fans. I don't like this attitude he has. But in the ring, he's pretty exciting when he's at tip-top shape.
His best.
Yeah, he's at his best. I like him. Kick a fight.
He's a good fighter, Errol. Errol's a good fighter. I only want to see. I hope he is okay and he is at his best because we all want to see him fight at his best. We don't want to see a career cut short because of stupidity. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Man.
Take it from me, Errol's definitely coked out of his head. If there's one thing I know, it's cocaine.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, man. I happen to agree with Mark. He acts like a kid he's on something. He's definitely on something. I don't know what it is exactly.
Yeah, cocaine. Just like the Charlos.
Yep.
Nah, he's on
fat face. You see the fat face Spence has, like that he gets the bloated face. He just doesn't act like a guy who's on cocaine. You know, guys that they're a little fidgety, but the big fat face and the slurring his words, a little sign of yeah.
No, I'm not saying he's on coke when he's doing an interview. I'm just saying.
I think he is.
No, I'm not saying. No, especially at fight night, I think he is. But I'm saying if he's just doing one at the gym or something, no, But look, I know a guy that's on coke. Errol Spence is on it. Tank Davis is on it, and this is why they blow up because when they're doing coke, they're fucking drinking a lot of fluids, aren't they?
You know, I've often thought. I don't think Tank's actually on cocaine. I actually think he's on ketamine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because the way he's gaining weight and everything looks more like that of a lazy person, and the way his body's starting to hear me out. The way he's starting to deteriorate in terms of putting in effort in the gym, that's long-lasting effects of ketamine, and ketamine also fucks your ability to cut weight off much more than cocaine does.
That's a good fucking point, man. He looks, he looks wasted. I was bringing that up, and some people accuse me of being racist. I'm like, dude, he's light skinned. I'm just trying to bring up a fucking point. Look at his face. It looks like it shows more. It just, I don't know how to describe it without somebody thinking that I'm being racist. The guy shows it more, like a guy who's material. That's it.
He
That's it.
goes, but the thing is, like, so with ketamine, surely he'd be pulling like gurning sort of faces, wouldn't he, Mark?
You said girly face?
No, gurning. Is Mark there?
Sorry, mate. I was eating a toffee crisp. What's up?
Hell's
I was just
what's a
saying,
toffee
if he's
crisp?
on
I gotta look that up.
toffee crisp at 2:30 in the morning.
Mate, it's
Did you
Easter,
did you
man.
get that?
Celebrate.
Did you get that in your Easter egg?
Yeah, man. I got like 5 big Easter eggs and everything, man. I've got the mini eggs here. I've got the Dirty Milk buttons. I'm doing lovely, yeah.
No, I forgot my train of thought now.
Hey,
Got a crunchy
that
as
actually
well.
looks
I'm
good,
looking
man.
forward to that.
That actually looks good. A toffee crisp. I'm looking it up right now. That's delicious, man. Looks delicious, rather.
Oh yeah, man. The toffee crisps are classic. Aren't they? Stu knows what the toffee crisps all about.
Toffee crisps are fucking. They was around when I was a kid. They've been around for fucking years.
I hadn't had any sugar in fucking months, man. I'm aching for some sugar. Sugar.
What are you on?
God.
What are you on? Like
You should get yourself a toffee crisp. You'll
you
never
on one of
look
those
back.
vegan diets, BDA?
Shut up. I'm no vegan, but I'm not. I'm limiting the sugar here for a while. By the way, before
Hey,
we
mate, I've been eating loads of fucking chocolate late. I'm sitting here looking like Marcus Madonna. Fuck's sake.
all right.
I'm
It's
here,
looking like
bro. After today, I'm sitting here looking like I ate Marcus Madonna.
Stu looks like Marcus
Jesus.
White. He looks like Marcus White Dollar. You gotta
Yeah.
come up with that kind of meme, BDA. You gotta
yeah, I
work on
gotta.
that.
I'll get Butcher to Photoshop it. By the way, we got a phone call. We still get phone calls. 404. You're on the air. 404.
404.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, how you doing, my friend? What's on your mind?
Going on.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Hey, just to touch on what y'all was just talking about, I think the powder question is probably not where it is, man. Like culturally, especially if you're talking about the South, a guy at that age, you're probably more likely talking about Xanax, Xannies. You probably talk about Percocet. You probably talk about Oxy.
Yeah.
Smoking blunts along with it. That's more likely what you're talking about, man. Culturally, that ain't really that era for that. Like his age.
Hey, let me ask you something.
They
When you look at when you look at Earl Spence, hey caller, when you look at Earl Spence and you look at that when he talks like when he's slurring his words a little bit and he got the chubby face, you think that's like from like those Percocets and stuff like that?
But it could be, but it could be just the game of boxing. It could be just hard living, like you talked about his face earlier. Like that, yeah, that looks like a lot of real late nights, trying to force yourself to train and hang out and try to do everything at the same time. You know how young boys do, man. But y'all raised some interesting questions on that one, man. Now the other one where you talked about the car accident, let me tell you, man, if you know anything about American prosecutors, the ability to make a career off somebody with a little bit of fame, ain't no way in hell they fake that over here. Over here, they would have ran that dude through the mud just for their own damn career. You know what I'm saying? And that's how prosecutors typically act down here, man. If there's a little bit of fame attached.
Yeah,
to
they'll
it,
over prosecute.
they're gonna try to do you.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah.
That's a
So
good
you're
point.
gonna have to have some serious money to get.
It's true, mate. Because I've been watching like documentary on Amazon Prime about death row in America, and fucking half of these guys are being set up proper by the police. You know, so the justice system over there, man. Fucking, if they don't like you, man, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, they'll
get
fucking
you.
destroy you.
Listen, they might not get you for one case, but they'll get you for something else. Like
Dude, look what happened. Look what happened to Suge Knight. Like, look, I'm not a Suge Knight fan. I'm not saying he's a saint, but there's no way he copped a plea to what he copped a plea to, and they gave him fucking 28 years in prison. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Look,
he should have only gotten like 10 years at most.
Had something.
Yeah, just go through the history, mate.
Right.
They couldn't get Al Capone for murder, so they got him for tax fraud. They couldn't get OJ for murder, so they got him for something. What did they get OJ for? Was it tax as well, or something else?
They got him for stealing his own stuff. Basically.
Yeah, or something like that, right? They'll always get you.
Extortion.
Yeah, if they fucking want you, mate, they'll get you.
Yeah, they'll get you.
Right.
That's what I say, man. That's what I tell the young people, man. Stay out of trouble.
No, for sure, man. All day. Same over there, man.
Yeah.
But the YouTube thing, now this is where we're gonna have some disagreement, but we also gonna have some some kind of like-mindedness on this. But you remember the Brexit vote and you remember the 2016 election. Basically, you had private companies deciding that they were going to let whatever flow through, and then they're not responsible on the back end for the result. So governments are now pressuring those type of companies, your Googles, your Facebooks, your Twitters, whatever. They're putting pressure on them to have some type of base of holding people accountable for what's put out. And because they use algorithms, that stuff is just going to be snatching up and flagging all kinds of things that ain't even in the realm of conspiracy or propaganda or whatever. So you just get caught up in the web. But it's basically those companies trying to protect their bottom line. So YouTube, like, they didn't really have a choice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you. When I say that, I say that out of frustration. When I say that about YouTube, I say it out of frustration. But you're right. They just don't want. They don't want whoever's setting these fucking rules to them. Excuse my language. Whoever's setting these rules to them for them to come down on them. So they're like, yo, listen, we got to do what we got to do. But YouTube and not only them, other social medias have shown a bias to like what they consider conservative point of views, because there's a lot of left wing. There's a lot of left wing propaganda.
That's left as it gets. If they hire, hold on a second. If they hire humans to do it, then I would kind of understand what you're saying, because then you could say, okay, they're showing the bias. But nah, man, they're using algorithms and they're catching keywords, key phrases, or sentence structure, like anything like that. So it's just people just getting caught up in the web. Their whole thing is, we don't want to have our hands dirty about anything. So it's basically a way of avoiding accountability. Hey, that's the algorithm. That's not our you see what I'm saying?
That's part of it too, yeah. Yeah, that's part of it.
No, I definitely see what he's saying. Yeah, if you say there's certain words that you say that they'll it's the way to track you down. It's the way they get you.
Half of my comments on YouTube just disappear because I've obviously said something that they don't agree with. So I have to. Sometimes I'm sitting there writing it 4 times before it fucking stays. But yeah,
I've been timed out of channels. I've been timed out of channels by Google, bro.
Yeah,
really?
Google will time you out.
Really?
Yeah, Google can time you out, bro. I've been in comment sections and gotten timed out by Google. No joke. Google moderator.
The YouTube is left as it gets. I mean, what is it? Silicon Valley. I mean, it's just a left-wing cesspit, isn't it?
Hey, you know what? Just lately, there was David Icke did an interview with.
Too much, man. They donate to both parties and got an influence in both, man. They don't care. They've been a politician or a boss.
Yeah, they're gonna. You're gonna see it now. They're gonna. But in the beginning, when it was like, it was just like the directors, the board of directors of whatever social media, they were actually just banning. They were actually just banning like quote unquote conservative talking points. They were. Now the algorithm is used for everything. Yeah, they're cracking down on some liberals that say some bad shit, or people that claim to be liberals.
But there's never anybody to hold it to account, because they can always lean on the algorithm. Well, it's not our choice. But I want to get one boxing thing in with y'all, man, because I'm enjoying listening to y'all. And look, I maintain, and I'm late 30s, early 40 years old. I maintain that Roy Jones in his prime is the best fighter I've ever seen. So I want to hear you guys' opinion on Roy.
And best talent.
What y'all think of Floyd? Because some of this Floyd stuff is getting out of hand. Like, Floyd's the all-time great, man. I think he's like top 50. So when this dude be talking about like he's the best to ever do it and all that, you're like, yo.
I'll put it to you this way, man. I'll put it to you this way. If I ever end up in a parallel world or in another dimension, and they're holding a tournament, and they look at me and they go, okay, this guy's he's too much for us. He's a total package. We got to get rid of him. And they take me and they say, listen, we're gonna kill you unless you win the tournament. Now, what is the tournament? Out of all the boxers of all time, you get to pick one. Let's say they pick Sugar Ray Robinson, and you get to pick another fighter from the whole history of boxing to put him in there against Sugar Ray Robinson. And if your guy loses, you die. Who are you gonna pick? I would pick Roy Jones Jr., man. That's one of the guys.
Hey,
it's either him or.
You know what? I'll follow that. I'll follow that. There's only 2 boxers I ever wanted to be them. I wanted to be them. Not that I cheered for them. Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. Those are the only 2 people I actually wanted to be them. And and fight like them and built like them, just like that.
Look, Roy was great. Roy was great. He really was, but just not at the level that you guys are talking about. Look, in his prime, his athleticism. His athleticism was what got him through fights, what made him look so good, because he used that to get away from punches. He never used to catch and shoot, really, did he? He never used to block punches with the guard. It was all movement and footwork and speed and explosiveness. That's what he had, and he had it, like I said. But I think when he started to slow down a little bit, fighters started to catch up to him, and then
yeah, when he was washed up, when it was over, it was over. But
yeah, it's just with Roy. I think Roy for me. I mean, like there's a lot of big fights that he didn't take, and there's a lot of guys there that he should have blown away, and he did. All right, he's got. I mean, when you look at his wins against Bernard Hopkins, that was an early Bernard. It wasn't a Bernard in his prime for me. James Toney as well.
Well, wait a minute. With the James Toney
when he was pound for pound #1.
Yeah, we had James Toney on the show, and he still maintains that he had to lose. What did he say? He said he had to lose 40 pounds, 40 or something. And I was, it's James Toney. I'm not gonna fucking.
I believe he did. I believe he needed to lose 40 pounds.
Okay,
sure.
but Bernard Hopkins though, Bernard Hopkins was knocking out people. And, okay, they weren't exactly the best guys over there, but on Tuesday night fights, he was running through people in Philadelphia.
Tuesday night fights. That says it all.
No, come on, no, but okay, but he was a strong guy with a big right hand. He was running through everybody, and Roy Jones beat him 8-4. If you want to be generous to Hopkins,
look, Roy was a tremendous fighter, but for me, like there was a lot of fights there that he didn't take, and a lot of fights.
Let's go through that.
There is, hold on. There is one big problem with Roy's resume.
Go ahead, Mark. I want to hear Mark. I want to hear Mark quickly.
Well, hold on. Before we get to Mark, was that caller?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, but I don't know about the not taking certain fights. I don't know if that was necessarily his fault because the business changed. He became part of HBO Boxing, and they decided what fights happened after a while. And before you knew it, we had him fighting ex-policeman or whatever a couple of times.
Yeah, garbage man.
So I think we got to say that too when we talk about that.
All right, Mark, go ahead.
Hey, you gotta give him credit. He beat the shit out of a dirty cop. So,
Mark, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's one big problem with Roy's resume and always has been. He never proved outright that he was the #1 in any weight division. Like he like if you look at it, a fighter of that caliber, of all the things he achieved, he was never a lineal champion. He was never an undisputed champion.
Yeah, that was a knock on him, man. He had those chances to do it, but I'm talking about fucking skill set.
He had a great skill set, but still, like, look at guys like Eubank, Ben, Steve Collins, Mitchell Shevsky. These are fights he could have had.
Gerald McClellan didn't want any part of Gerald McClellan whatsoever.
Listen, if you was to rate Roy Jones versus America, Roy Jones versus just the people of the United States, he was way above them.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem was he didn't do that worldwide. Look, name me one American. Well, there's a couple of fights, actually. Let me not say that. Let me stop there. There's a couple of fights he could have taken against Americans in his prime. I'm not going to say that. But when Roy was running through 160 and then went up to 168 and then went to 175, you can see the talent gap between him and his countrymates. The problem with Roy is that you didn't see him trying to manifest that against the world, and that's a knock on him because at 175 he did the same thing with Darius Michalczewski. He did it at 168. I mean, there was so many guys. He did it. He did that too in 160. You know, he could have been the guy that beat. What's the guy's name that got brain damaged by Nigel Benn?
Yeah, Stu mentioned him, Gerald McClellan.
Gerald McClellan.
Okay.
Gerald McClellan didn't want no part of that, mate.
He didn't want that because Gerald McClellan.
No, Roy might have got slept. Roy might have got slept.
He might have got slept, and I can't say yes or no.
Look at 92, 93. Why wasn't he fighting McClellan? Why wasn't he fighting Julian Jackson?
That's a good question.
Well, Roy.
That's why I stopped and
Well,
say, wait
listen.
a second.
I want to say something here. Pre-93, Roy Jones was having trouble. He didn't have a promoter. He wanted to run things. His father wanted to run things for him. He had a falling out with his father. So that's why there was a bit of a lull between his time he turned pro in 89, 88, and 93. Once he got through, yeah. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Even Steve...
Okay.
Chris Eubanks said it. I can't find the clip anymore on YouTube, but they were having that ringside discussion with other super middleweights. And he said, I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that he knew he wasn't on Roy Jones' level. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't believe he would have won, but the way he phrased it was that he knew it would have been a tall order to fight a guy like Roy Jones. Now, Roy Jones, Gerald McClellan, hey, listen, maybe Gerald McClellan would have iced him. But I also saw that clip of Gerald McClellan struggling with James Toney in sparring, and I know it's just sparring, but when you went up there with Roy Jones, you had to face a guy that you couldn't fight proper sparring for because nobody fought like him. You had to deal with lightning quick fists, reflexes like you've never seen before. He could counter the shit out of you, and just with his counters, people were afraid of throwing shots. And not only was he lightning quick, he hit hard as well. Now, come on, I mean that's. He was just
if Roy would have had the same confidence that he had against some of the lesser fighters when he's catching them with 4 left hooks before they hit the floor, right? Mm-hmm. He's hitting them 4 times. That Roy could embarrass the elite fighters, but the problem was he didn't have that confidence. That's why he didn't fight those guys.
But okay, look what happened when he fought Hopkins.
I get hit by these dudes.
Look at what happened when he fought Hopkins.
By Gerald McCullen might knock me the fuck out. He just said,
those guys. Look, Roy Jones could get away with slipping the punches from a lot of those guys, but I think he would have struggled slipping Gerald McCullen. That's for sure.
Oh, I don't know about that.
His best performance is James Toney. His best performance is James Toney.
Hey, well, hold on a second. Let's not forget he also knocked out Virgil Hill with 1 shot to the body, and that was a
beautiful shot. That was a beautiful shot, but Virgil Hill had proven that he can be beaten. I mean, he got beat by old man Tommy Hearns.
All right, but what I'm saying is, old man Tommy Hearns. What I'm saying is, Roy Jones, when he fought those guys, he made them look average. You know, so it would take a special fighter. Now, was Nigel Benn special? Was Chris Eubanks special? You know
I think Roy would have probably. You know, if you ask me, I think, but it's just a thinking thing. It's just a guess, right? Roy had the chance to do it. Like he actually had the chance to do it. He chose not to, bro. It was on him.
That's true.
One of the biggest Roy Jones. I used to record his fights because I just loved the way the dude boxed. You know, it was just amazing shit. I learned a few things too.
Nigel Benn was a great fighter, man. I mean, when he went to America and beat Doug DeWitt and Charles Brewer, I mean, great wins, man. I mean, and then Gerald McClellan. I mean, this Gerald McClellan was a monster. People don't realize what a dangerous guy Gerald McClellan was. I mean, I think he had about 26 fucking knockouts in the first round or something.
I mean, look what he did to Terry. Look what he did to Julian Jackson.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, look what he did to Nigel Benn. I mean, he punched Nigel Benn through the ropes in the first round. I thought it was over, man. I mean, look, Nigel Benn was never the same after that fight. Nigel Benn might have won the fight on that night, but his career ended that night. Let's just say that.
Gerald McCullen hit so hard that I said, man, I think he would have, like, he hit people so hard. I'm like, I don't think Hagler would have been able to take that. It makes you think. Like, it makes you think, like, this dude would have knocked out anybody at 160.
Yeah, he was a monster. Eubank McClellan would have been a very good fight because Eubank's just got a fucking granite chin. And Eubank was a very good puncher himself in his prime. So like that would have been a brilliant fight. Problem with McClellan, because McClellan was so technically sound. I mean, Nigel Benn is not, is he? Let's be real. Nigel Benn's just a brawler, and he's very wide with his shots. And a man like McClellan with tremendous straight punches with a lot of power behind him was causing Ben a lot of problems, I think. But when Ben stepped in the pocket and just started roughing up McClellan in the inside, taking his range from him, he started to get back in the fight. But McClellan was a monster. He really was.
Yeah. I agree.
Shout out to McClellan.
I know y'all got other callers, man, but don't
I
forget
don't
the
shout.
question too, man. I'm gonna hang back and listen to y'all.
All right, man. Thank you
All
for
right,
calling.
man. Peace, bro. Stay safe.
Thank you for calling. Happy Easter, man. Happy Easter.
Yeah, I see. I don't like to. I still think Joe McCullen's a piece of shit. I'm not going to change my mind. But we're talking about boxing now and dangerous.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
just
opinion?
keep it to the boxing. The guy was a
Yeah.
fucking maniac the way he could hit. Man.
I don't want to talk about shit like because it winds me up. But look, as a boxer, he was a very dangerous guy. But Nigel Benn just showed the heart and the grit of a warrior, and it just shows how tough Nigel Benn is. Because there's a lot of men that wouldn't have.
Dude, he knocked him out. He knocked him through the
So,
ring. He knocked him through the ropes. Just about, you know.
Bro, he knocked him. Bro, he knocked him like across the country, bro. He went about 20 feet out of that ring. It took him about 2 minutes to get back into the fucking damn thing. Like, fuck me.
He got.
I mean,
he
I
fucking.
couldn't believe what I was fucking seeing. I could not believe what I was seeing. And Joe McClelland, I mean, it's a shame what happened to him because I don't like to see that happen to any fighter in a boxing ring. But, you know, that just shows you that if you don't have the right people around you, it can cost you. And that's what Joe McClelland cut corners. He got rid of Manny Stewart and had some fucking clown.
Dumbest thing he ever did in his entire fucking
Oh
life.
man, like when Manny Stewart would have made this man a fucking a beast. Like if he would have just stayed.
He
with
took
him.
Manny Stewart took him after his loss to what's his name, that one cat. He had that loss. He had a couple of losses early on in his career. Not the first one, but the second one to Ralph Ward, I think his name was. Some journeyman. Anyway, he had that loss, and then he went and seeked training elsewhere, and he got with Manny Stewart, and then he just went on a trail of knockout wins, man. Just a trail of them.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. Nigel Benn was able to make it through those first perilous rounds against McClellan, and I gotta believe it's because he was a little bit crazy too. That's why he was always getting into fist fights. He had a bit of a rough childhood. He lost his older brother, whom he idolized early in his life, and that the army seemed to set him straight, and boxing as well. So he had that drive. Once he lost boxing, however, he became a bit of a lost soul. But of course, like most people, he found guidance through religion, and he used to be in orgies and a whole lot of shit like that. But he found
he became hang around with the Essex Boys. I mean, if you don't know the Essex Boys, the three guys that got murdered in a Range Rover, shot. They got their head blown off because they were fucking drug bullies and stuff. They used to go around beating people up and robbing them. And he used to hang around. I heard a story where Nigel Benn stuck an ashtray in someone's face and fucking split this. He was a nasty piece of work, Nigel Benn, when he wanted to be, but a true fighter. Couldn't box for toffee. His trainer, Kevin Sanders, even said that the guy just couldn't do anything right. The jab, nothing, but he just pure heart, grit.
Fucking heart and punches like a fucking
He punches like a mule,
like a god. What we call he punches like a god.
That's right, man. And guys, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Smarty Jones says the Essex Boys were ecstasy dealers.
Probably were.
I used to hang around with the Van Buren boys, and I had the secret hand signal and everything.
Are they wrestlers? They're wrestlers, aren't they?
No, they're not, man. But also, say that to their faces.
Are you talking about the DJ, Aaron Van Buren?
No, not Amy Van Buren. By the way, also another thing I wanted to say about Nigel Benn, because he used to be in orgies and all that shit, and then he found religion. And to that, on this most holy of days, I will say Proverbs 21:17, he who loves pleasure will become a poor man. He who loves wine and oil will not become rich. So take that into account, ladies and gentlemen. No, oil. That's
okay, I got you.
I heard oral.
Yeah, me too. I heard the same thing.
Listen.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel Benn, I mean, I've heard stories where they used to pop ecstasy tablets into Nigel Benn's mouth and stuff, and then his next minute he's just sitting there fucking rocking away. But yeah, Nigel Benn didn't live a great lifestyle outside the boxing ring, so yeah, but he was still a great fighter.
Explains a lot, you know.
Huh?
That explains a lot. You know, I guarantee you, right? When he got knocked out of that fucking ring, someone slipped him an ecstasy into his mouth and he fucking jumped back in like a fucking savage.
I mean, I don't know about the way he come back. It was like fucking Bruce Banner injected him with that green lotion. I mean,
bro, I'm telling you right now, man, that was Panama Lewis right there, man. He got that shake. He got that Panama Lewis shake up and he got knocked out of the ring. He came in like he was ready to go with the smelling salts.
But like I said, I was around that time. I mean, around Eubank, Ben, Watson. There was a massive rivalry, and I mean, you had two just real bad events in the British ring, really close to each other. You had Eubank putting Watson in a coma and put like sort of paralysing him, and he's still not the same man today. You've got McClelland, who's even worse, and there was a lot of bad shit going on. But that was the best era for me.
Let me tell you something. Nothing more powerful than adrenaline, man. When adrenaline can hit you, it can hit you two ways. It can hit you and fuck you up, or it can hit you and make you a fucking god. I guarantee you, that's what happened with Ben. That adrenaline hit him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was pure adrenaline got him through that because he was taking some monster punches. But look, Ben was never the same after that. Ben lost his fight. McClellan took the fight out of Ben, and Eubank was never the same when he hurt Watson. A guy in the chat, I can't remember his name. He got his spot on. Grievous, I think it was. Eubank stopped. He lost his killer instinct when he hurt Watson. There's many times when I was watching Eubank where he could have got the guy out of there and he was pulling back and pulling his punches, and he lost his killer instinct. And when you lose that, it's time to call it a day.
That's bullshit. I've never bought that. Listen, if I ever hurt somebody in the ring, I would be delighted. I'd be like, man, I'm a killer. Get me some more people in there. I want to fuck some more people up.
Yeah, but you got that Mexican fucking cartel blood, man. You don't.
Oh, wait a minute. What's that supposed to mean?
That's
racist.
true. That is true.
No, that's racist.
It means that he thinks that you like to hack people up into cars and then sell them all packets of coke.
I know Stu was a little out of line.
Heads on his washing line.
BDA, Stu was a little out of line, but he's telling the truth.
A little bit.
Let's be honest here, okay?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not gonna have that. Not on this show. But I think you've been.
So it's only okay to talk about your real life behind doors, not on.
Nah, I think you've been hanging around with fucking Johnny Boy a little bit too much. He's starting to hate Mexicans for some reason.
I mean, the kids over here, we're hugging and kissing over here, and 2 minutes later, he's acting like a fucking jerk.
Nah, I'm not gonna have it.
I like when Johnny starts ripping the shit out of all of the Mexican guys because he's leaving the fucking British and fucking Irish fighters to fuck allow about.
Yeah, that's what Stu said.
What I'm saying. He gives us Brits a break when he's on the Mexicans. But look, Smarty Jones in the chat. Robin Reed did not beat Joe Calzaghe. Mark, what do you think of that one? You take this one.
They like
won that fight. Look, I'll tell you the fight that Robin Reed won where he was robbed when he beat the shit out of Sven Okke.
Yeah,
I gotta watch that fight.
I mean, Sven Okke, you'd have to assassinate Sven Okke to get a victory. I mean, you just couldn't beat that guy in Germany. The guy, I mean. I've watched about 7 Sven Okke fights, and he lost every one of the cards for me.
What was his record?
Yeah, won it.
He's undefeated.
I'll be honest, though. I've seen his entire resume. I've seen nearly everything that you can see on Sven Okke. Yeah, I've had him win about 5 fights, man.
And you know,
hey, what was his record?
That's being kind to him.
He was undefeated.
What was his record? No, I know he won.
I think Sven Okke was 34-0. He's 34-0. I think he had 4 knockouts.
Yeah, exactly.
And those are the wins that I gave him. On one of them, I wasn't even sure if that should be stoppage. Anyway.
You know what? The worst thing
he
about
was a unified champion, and I think he made him and Joe Calzaghe are tied for the most amount of defenses in super middleweight history.
Here's why I hate
Mark only gave him 4 legit victories, and those were all the knockouts.
Hey, fucking 3 more than me. Do you know what I mean? Look, the guy, it was Germany at the time. And like I said, you just couldn't win in Germany back then. I mean, it's still a bit like that now. Probably a little bit better now. But back then, Sven Okke got decision after, a bit like Felix Sturm. I mean, how many fights has Felix Sturm lost on the cards?
You remember when he fought Murray? And
he lost that. He lost to Macklin as well, I think, did he? And still got the nod.
Who's the guy that beat him though? That they couldn't rob him.
Robert Stieglitz.
Stieglitz. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Sven Okke has to be one of the worst because I think that's where the saying came from, that you had to knock him out to get a draw, because this guy would just get gift decision. Yeah. And you know, the most enraging part was when Anthony Mundine went over there, he was outboxing him. And it would have been nearly impossible to give him a gift. And then all of a sudden, Sven Okke, like Mark said, couldn't knock he made Paulie Malignaggi look like fucking Mike Tyson. He ends up knocking Anthony Modina out cold legitimately. It's like, oh, fuck, this guy just can't fucking lose, man. I mean, it's incredible.
He's one of those fighters you just love to hate because you just think that someone knock this fucking guy out so the judges don't save. Just someone knock this fucking guy out so the judges don't save him. I mean, look, that's how it was with Spanaka. I just hated the guy, and he ducked every guy with a belt. I mean,
he was the fucking worst, man. I heard his name
champion.
and I lost the will. I'm gonna use the term you use.
You
I
lose
lost the will to talk boxing after that.
Yeah, you lose the will to live. Never mind watch boxing when you're here for fucking his name. I mean,
hey, by the way,
terrible. Hey, look, almost as bad as Brian Nilsson from Denmark. That guy was about 47-0. I mean, did he fight anyone other than cab driver?
By the way, is it me, guys, or does he look a little bit like Johnny Boy? Drop the kid a super chat. Hey, yo. He looks like fucking Johnny
Boy, man. Just a little bit, Johnny Boy. We're not making fun, all right? We're just saying a little bit. Like,
I'm telling you, he's got the same hair. He's got like the widow's peak and like a crew cut.
He's got the same smile. I'll tell you right now.
That's right.
Look at that smile. That's an evil smile right there.
That's a smile that says, "You're not getting the decision, brother. So do whatever you gotta do, man."
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
You better brought the hammers tonight and let's go fuck.
All right. So listen, guys, we've been on for about 4 hours. I think we're gonna.
Man, I'm tired, brother.
I think we're gonna cut it short. But before we leave, I want to leave you with. I haven't played it in a while. It's my favorite clip of all time because we started off talking about Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and this is the interview. I can't play you the video, but I'll play you the sound where he lost against Fonfara. He was getting his ass whooped before he quit, and here's Jim Gray's reaction. Because there's something got lost in translation. But anyway, I'll play it for you guys. I think you know which clip I'm talking about. So here it is. What the fuck?
Okay. Yes, I'm okay. You know, I have a tough opponent. I think I'm winning the fight. But this is... You thought you won the fight? I think I won the fight, you know.
Because what he's trying to say is, he feels he was winning the fight, but
I can't see it. Who are you watching, BD? I can't see it.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can play the clip though, but because I don't
know.
Features and interviews from basically.
Hold on.
Who is it though, Butcho?
Bucho. What's the matter with you?
Oh, Chavez Jr.
Yeah, you're a Bucho, man. Come on. I'm talking about. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna go on YouTube because I know somebody put it on YouTube, so I'll play it. And since it's recorded off a screen, I think we can play it. But it's when Chavez Jr. lost to Fonfara, and they asked him. Hold on a second.
Well, you got Chris Rock.
Oh, because I wanted to play a clip about from a boxing show. They were talking about boxing back in the 90s. But hold on a second. Okay, here it is. Okay, so they asked Chavez if what happened. He was trying to say, I won, he was winning the fight, but his English is so fucked up. It sounded like he was saying that he thought he won the fight despite the fact that he quit. So hold on, let me, okay.
Look at Jim Gray's face. Look at Jim Gray's face.
What do you think it was the fight?
I've never seen this before. Never seen it.
But Jim Gray looks perplexed and horrified. Hold on.
Yeah, Chavez does that to you.
But this is fight. You won the fight. I think I won the fight. You know.
Look at Jim Gray's face. He looks like he looks like he looks like as if Chavez Jr. said, "I wanted to fuck you" or something. He's fucking horrified. Man.
Not on TV. Not on TV.
Yeah, man. Oh man, that's got to be my favorite clip of all time. I thought I won the fight.
When Mike Tyson told him, "I broke my back," he goes, "What do you mean you broke your back?" Spinal.
My back is spinal. What does that mean, man? It's spinal. It's like, all right. Thanks for breaking it down there, Mike.
I was talking to the doctor. I usually do my 1,500 sit-ups, and and I felt weak, and the doctor said, "There's something wrong with you. You broke your back a little bit."
Oh, nobody beats Mike, man, in fucking crazy interviews.
I love his podcast, you know. I love his podcast. He just says it how it is, man. There's not enough mics around.
Okay, come on. All right, thank you, Stu. You guys make this show what it is, man. It's all about we're all on the same wavelength, and so that's why it works, man. It wouldn't be the same without you guys. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. No.
All right,
Yeah,
so
nice
listen,
one.
guys, thank you for joining us, man. All the
Peace, gentlemen.
panelists.
Have a good one, man.
You
Happy
too.
Easter, all that stuff. Stay safe.
Yeah.
You too, guys.
See that recognized, brother. Take care.
Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Now, really appreciate it. Again, I want to give a shout out to Stu. I want to give a shout out to Mark, who dropped by. Also, recognize Johnny Boy was here earlier. Corruption. I sent you a link, but I suppose he didn't have time. Maybe it's Europe over there. It's pretty late right now. But excuse me. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out to everybody that donated, everybody that called too. By the way, can't forget the callers. Give a shout out to Jason Bourne, G Boogie, Chris K, John Gonzalez, and End of the World. Was he? It was a new viewer. Hold on. See if I can go all the way back. Fuck, I can't see his comment here, man. Somebody else donated. You know who you are, man. You said, love you guys. Thank you for the show. Thank you, man, for your contribution. I can't see the name here. I don't know why. But anyway, those guys who donated for the super chat, shout out to you guys. Also, give a shout out to everybody that listened as well, all regular listeners, the BDA family. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. Hold on a second here. Who else we got? I don't know if Johnny Boy's going live here. So if Johnny Boy goes live, check out his channel. Shout out to Smarty Jones, SSB28, Pink Panther, Uncle Burnt, Apostrophe, Campos, Vasquez, Fury Gloves, Marty Jones, Grievous, SSB28, Brian Harkin, Tone, Tony Barlett, Jonathan Morrison, Bay Area Boxing. I did not ban you. I don't know what you're talking about. Overhand, BDC, BXing, Greg, Wooly Boy, Slip and Move, Pink Panther. Oh man, I hope I didn't forget anybody. Campos, Vasquez, King Bucho in the house as well. Who else? Hawker Mustang, Virtuoso, guys, SSB28. Guys, thank you for joining us. We'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy. Take care, guys. Happy Easter. Oh, and don't forget to like and subscribe. What's the matter with me?